This bloodline sealing art of the blood race was a divine ability hated by the human race. It was something that caused the circulation of their blood to become unsteady. Sometimes it would be fast, sometimes it would be slow. Without a strong enough blood qi, it might just stop flowing at all, and it gravely affected their fighting potential. This technique had caused headaches in most recent skirmishes for the human race. Since it covered the world like a domain, there was no meaning in dodging. Die. That blood race expert had expected Ling Weifeng to dodge and was preparing his next attack when he saw his technique easily envelop Ling Weifeng. After that, his blood qi exploded, and he let out a powerful punch. Boom! Blood mist exploded, dyeing the sky red. The martial heaven continent's experts let out startled cries. He was killed. No, the one killed was that blood race expert. When the mist faded, it revealed Ling Weifeng, while his second opponent was gone. Is he not afraid of the blood race's bloodline sealing? What terrifying power! The martial heaven continent side was delighted to see this. Even an ordinary dragon blood warrior was able to easily defeat the blood race using one blow each. Is the blood race only capable of bragging? Don't they have any real ability? Asked Ling Weifeng disdainfully. Arrogance. Another expert of the blood race charged out, incredibly fast. He was an extremely large and powerful expert, clearly from a power-type branch of the blood race. He immediately unleashed a fierce punch at Ling Weifeng. Boom! This time, both sides were evenly matched and forced back a dozen steps each. The human race has nothing to be arrogant about. Try another punch. Cheers burst out of the blood race's side, and their new challenger taunted Ling Weifeng, pouncing out once more. Centipede-like patterns covered his entire body. At the same time, one of his arms suddenly swelled up and emitted golden light. I'll smash you apart with a single punch. The blood race expert smiled sinisterly and unleashed his punch. Blinding light erupted. At this moment, a dragon cry rang out, followed by exploding bloody mist. The blood race expert's arm was gone. A ripple of bloody mist spread through. This fresh blood gave the sky a somewhat poignant look. The dragon roar continued to hang in the air. Right now, Ling Weifeng's body was covered in dragon scales. His manifestation was a flying dragon that emitted wild dragon pressure that caused the world to shake. The dragon within his manifestation had multicolored scales. The rainbow light was beautiful and harsh at the same time. Everyone was startled, including the martial heaven continent's experts. Wasn't their dragon battle armor red before? What happened? Why is it rainbow-colored now? They had seen the dragon blood warriors enter their dragon blood battle armor state multiple times, but this time it was different. It was beautiful, mighty, and tyrannical at the same time. The dragon behind him emitted a pressure that made them feel an unconscious reverence. The Dragon Blood Legion's power is completely ridiculous. Even an ordinary member is so powerful. Although they all knew that the Dragon Blood Legion was the continent's #1 legion, it was shocking to find that an ordinary warrior was so powerful. If boss saw that our new dragon scale armor was so powerful, he would definitely be delighted, said Li Qi. Exactly. I tried to go show him in the heaven-splitting battle sect, but he was too busy to see me. It's a real shame, sighed Xuanhuan. You're not mad at boss? Asked Gu Yang curiously. In this lifetime, I will never be mad at boss, said Xuanhuan. That's admirable. You were able to survive 7 days of torture. That's practically a miracle, said Gu Yang. Amongst the ordinary dragon blood warriors, even the strong ones had only lasted 5 days, but Xuanhuan had endured for 7 days. That meant that Xuanhuan actually had great perseverance and immense potential. Only after 7 days had he reached the point that he couldn't absorb any more essence blood. It's thanks to Xia Chen's actum, but of course, it's mainly due to my unyielding nature, ha ha ha, Xuanhuan laughed. When Xuanhuan realized that he had been tricked, he had almost died of vexation. He had cursed Xia Chen with his best curses, almost starting a fight with him. Long Chen's act had truly been good. Xuanhuan had been the one encouraging Xia Chen to endure and last longer. Not only had he been forced to endure his own pain, but he had needed to encourage Xia Chen. How could Xuanhuan not be angry at such a trick? However, when he sensed the transformation of his body, his anger instantly vanished. The current Xuanhuan was now full of confidence for the future. His first thought had been to go thank Long Chen. Conveniently, he could also show off a bit of his new power. However, Long Chen had refused to see him, not realizing that Xuanhuan hadn't been wanting to complain or get revenge. Not having a chance to show off to Long Chen, Xuanhuan decided a small act for the blood race was in order. Hence, he had led some of the Dragon Blood Legion to the yin-yang world, but he was disappointed that the blood race didn't meet his expectations. A sword swung through, creating a whine in the air. Another expert of the blood race was killed. This was the 12th expert that Ling Weifeng had killed. The first 8 were not even qualified to make him take out his sword. As for the most recent one, he was truly powerful but had only lasted 8 exchanges before dying. An ordinary dragon blood warrior had killed 12 of the blood race's experts. This fact made the martial heaven continent's side explode in cheers. In just a short time, millions of experts had gathered due to the disturbance. Youngsters and seniors mixed into the crowd and came to watch. Some leaders had also rushed over to allow their disciples, who had yet to even reach the Xiantian realm, to gain experience. Witnessing a battle on this level was an experience that money couldn't buy, and it could greatly affect a person. Even a casual blow from an expert had an immense depth to it. The Dragon Blood Legion in particular was on the level of miracles. Being able to see their battle was practically these people's greatest honor. The transportation formations were limited to the Martial Heaven Alliance's sects. Hence, smaller sects couldn't directly come and were forced to use flying boats from the closest transportation formations that they could reach. Because of it, flying boats, war chariots, and magical beasts were rushing over just to see the Dragon Blood Legion fight off the experts from the yin-yang world. Every kill caused a chorus of cheers to erupt from the Martial Heaven continent side, heating up their blood. Boss Xuanhuan, Ling Weifeng must be tired. It's time to switch, said one Dragon Blood warrior eagerly. Xuanhuan looked back at him contemptuously. When you lie, try to have a conscience. Are you worried about him or worried about yourself not getting to show off? Ling Weifeng's spiritual yuan was still at maximum capacity. He was currently in his peak state. Furthermore, the Dragon Blood warriors had experienced hundreds of long battles. This was just the start. Boss Xuanhuan, my thoughts are easily read by a wise, heroic man like you. I simply feel that all the benefits shouldn't be taken by one person. You should spread your grace. The Dragon Blood warrior smiled charmingly. Give it up, who told you to be so slow? Now you don't get a chance. Aren't I also bitterly enduring it? Who again sent out word of our challenge to the blood race, said Xuanhuan. Fine, you're right. The Dragon Blood warrior could only retreat. Xuanhuan's meaning was clear. This was his plot for showing off, and the important part was coming up. Did he think Xuanhuan would give this opportunity to someone else? Guyang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan rolled their eyes at the same time. However, they also knew that it was a good thing that Xuanhuan was acting like this. He had been conned by Long Chen into a miserable torment for 7 days. The reason that Xia Chen hadn't come along this time around was precisely due to how ruthless this con had been. He still felt too embarrassed. Although Xuanhuan's resentment had long since vanished, Xia Chen still felt guilty. In fact, this guilt only made Xuanhuan feel awkward. However, they were all brothers, so this awkwardness would fade in a few days. At this moment, Ling Weifeng had just killed another blood race expert, who had endured 100 blows before losing. His defeat had shocked the blood race's army, and a dozen of their experts had gone out to save him. However, Ling Weifeng had killed him before they could arrive. The Martial Heaven continent's side exploded in a roar of cheers. The blood race's side was shocked. It seemed that the one Ling Weifeng had just killed had an extremely high position amongst them. Kill him! The dozen blood race experts were infuriated and charged forward, ignoring their previous agreement and using numbers. Despicable! Shameless! The blood race really is trash, raged the Martial Heaven continent's experts. Wild Sky Twister! Ling Weifeng's sword unleashed sword chi that filled the sky. In front of countless shocked gazes, those blood race experts were cut into millions of pieces. Not even one of them survived. However, the sky suddenly turned dark, and a giant hand slammed toward Ling Weifeng. The heavenly Tao energy of this domain was forced out. It's an expert on the level of a sovereign sprout. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, a golden arrow flew through the air at it. Chapter 2585, Dragon Battle Armor. Boom! The arrow exploded, unleashing a wave of flames that blasted away the hand. After that, a figure was revealed behind the hand. When that figure appeared, startled cries rang out from some of the senior experts of the Martial Heaven continent. They recognized him as the guy that Long Chen had previously defeated. Last time he had almost been killed by Long Chen. He had slinked away with heavy wounds, But now, his aura was even stronger. The contemptible human race actually launches sneak attacks. The sovereign sprout-level expert snorted, and a spear appeared in his hand. It struck toward Ling Weifeng like a viper in the night. Even upon facing someone this strong, Ling Weifeng's expression didn't twitch. His manifestation rumbled, and his sword slashed through the air. Space quivered as the two divine items met. The power caused waves to ripple out of the void. Ling Weifeng was unable to keep hold of his sword, and it went flying along with him. What? He actually blocked the attack of a sovereign sprout-level expert. The martial heaven continent's experts were stunned. Although Ling Weifeng was injured, his opponent was an expert on the level of a sovereign sprout. The sovereign sprout of the blood race furrowed his brow. He had thought that he would easily wipe out Ling Weifeng with this attack, but he hadn't expected Ling Weifeng to be so powerful. Even the bloodline pressure of a sovereign sprout was unable to suppress Ling Weifeng's bloodline power. The sovereign sprout appeared in front of Ling Weifeng, practically teleporting. His spear stabbed toward his head. Even in his weakened state, even with death at hand, Ling Weifeng didn't show any fear. He raised his right hand and light condensed in his palm. "There's no need for that. This trash isn't worth you sacrificing your life." Xuanhuan's lazy voice rang out. Just when that spear was no further than 3 inches from Ling Weifeng's hand, a blood-colored hand caught it. The spear could not go forward the slightest bit in its hold. At this moment the world turned silent. Xuanhuan was standing in front of Ling Weifeng, his right hand holding the spear. Armor slowly appeared around Xuanhuan's right arm. The rest of him was still in normal battle robes. Wind whistled. Even without summoning his manifestation or the dragon blood battle armor, Xuanhuan had easily caught the blood race's sovereign sprout's attack. The sovereign sprout was stunned. His arms trembled as he tried to pull his spear, but he was unable to budge it. It was like his spear was now linked to Xuanhuan's arm. Runes revolved around Xuanhuan's arm. At this moment, the sovereign sprout felt like all the force he was sending into the spear was falling into a boundless sea. It vanished without a trace. "Brother, you can go back. You've shown off enough, so leave things here to me." Xuanhuan smiled at Ling Weifeng. Ling Weifeng nodded and retreated, leaving only Xuanhuan and the sovereign sprout on the battlefield. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Xuanhuan's power has grown, so his showing-off skills have also grown with it. He has managed to almost replicate Boss's heir, said Gu Yang. Li Qi and Song Minjuan nodded. The current Xuanhuan was probably the one with the greatest killing power in the Dragon Blood Legion other than Long Chen. Even Yue Xifen could no longer match him. This time, Long Chen had managed to drag out his potential. Right now, the sovereign sprout refused to let go of the spear as that would be admitting defeat. But suddenly, Xuanhuan let go. As a result, the sovereign sprout shot back violently, not having expected such a thing. He tumbled back, raising a line of dust. To outsiders, it looked as if Xuanhuan had silently sent him flying without moving. That stunned everyone. After a moment of shock, the martial heaven continent's side cheered. Even a sovereign sprout had been sent flying by Xuanhuan. Now they were truly stunned by the Dragon Blood Legion's power. "Who are you? Report your name," demanded the sovereign sprout. Such a terrifying opponent had to be famous on the martial heaven continent. He was still not over his defeat to Long Chen. Hence, after recuperating, he had come back to have his vengeance against Long Chen. He still refused to accept his defeat. Last time, he hadn't had a chance to unleash many of his divine abilities. Originally, he had thought that Long Chen had to be the strongest expert of the martial heaven continent's rising generation. But now, he found that another terrifying fellow had appeared. As soon as his opponent asked for his name, Xuanhuan puffed out his chest and clasped his hands behind him. He then looked into the sky, looking lonely and aloof. Seeing his expression, Gu Yang and the others covered their faces. This again. As expected, Xuanhuan loudly chanted, "I swept through the 4 seas and crossed 1,000 mountains, causing huge billows in heaven and earth. I slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and the moon. The protector of all races is me, Xuanhuan." Xuanhuan added extra emphasis to the final 3 words, spitting them out with his powerful spiritual yuan and dragon might. His voice resounded through heaven and earth like raging waves. "Gu Yang, how embarrassing." "Li Qi, I'm getting goosebumps." Song Minjuan, although he often changes his last phrase, he's never made it not embarrassing. "To tell the truth, I kind of want to go back now." "Absolutely shameless," said the 3 of them together. Now they understood why Yue Zifeng had awkwardly declined to join them on this incursion when they were gathering. Yue Zifeng definitely didn't want to endure this kind of embarrassment, so he had tactfully declined. It seemed that Yue Zifeng was the smartest among them. While Gu Yang and the others were embarrassed, the rest of the martial heaven continent's experts grew even more impassioned, their cheers growing louder. The young men and women in particular were shouting to the point that their voices were hoarse, but they didn't care. What kind of dogshit introduction was that? A surname of me. I'll show you the terror of the blood race. The sovereign sprout was infuriated by Xuanhuan's particular way of acting badass. His spear's runes slowly lit up, and his aura climbed crazily. Surnamed me? Xuanhuan was confused at first, but then he cursed. You idiot, do the blood race's people not read books? I'm surnamed Guo, not me. I'm your daddy Xuanhuan. The mighty, domineering atmosphere that Xuanhuan had created for himself was instantly shattered. Gu Yang and the others bitterly smiled. In the end, if he was just acting, he couldn't keep it up for long. The Dragonblood warriors heartlessly laughed at him. Had the sovereign sprout been intentionally trying to infuriate Xuanhuan, he could not have done better. Who cares who you are? Last time I was careless to lose to one of you humans. This time I'll kill you before moving on to that Long Chen, said the sovereign sprout coldly. His aura continued to climb, seeming like it had no limit. Idiot, Long Chen is our boss. He wasn't even fighting you seriously last time, or a single fart would have blown you to pieces, said Xuanhuan disdainfully. So your comrades, good, very good, then I'll get some interest before killing him. The sovereign sprout's fury soared. His blood chi exploded out of him like flames, igniting the void. Big words. Your blood race should change your name to the bragging race. You just keep bragging. My boss only let you escape with your pitiful life due to a moment of carelessness. Once I kill you here, you won't have another chance to challenge my boss. Xuanhuan snorted. His armor spread to cover his entire body. Xuanhuan's voice rang out from within the armor, and it changed, becoming metallic. It was icy and domineering. He seemed to become a machine built for slaughter. Tremble in fear as you wait for death. I'll use absolute power to show you that your so-called power is nothing more than a joke before me. Xuanhuan's armor had changed a lot from before. Now, his helmet had two wings that were inspired by Wilder's horns. There was multicolored immortal metal on his shoulders, elbows, and knee joints. Immortal chi could be seen inside of the metal, along with some vague dragon-shaped runes within the mist. Due to it, the metal gave off a divine glow. Startled cries rang out when the martial heaven continent's experts saw the new armor. Xuanhuan's wares were constantly improving. His battle armor was now one layer smaller, no longer looking so clumsy. It also gained a new grace and elegance to it. The armor shone with divine light once it was fully summoned. It was like the rising sun, emitting a dazzling light. This was the first time anyone had seen such beautiful and formidable battle armor. Only useless beings rely on external power. In front of me, this armor of yours is nothing more than a flimsy decoration. The sovereign sprout sneered. He had finally finished accumulating power. As a result, the heavens twisted as if they were boiling. I'll finish you in one move. The sovereign sprout charged at Xuanhuan like a meteor. His spear was stabbing toward Xuanhuan with all the power that he had accumulated. It just so happens that I also want to test just how strong my new dragon battle armor is, said Xuanhuan casually. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Xuanhuan simply stood there, allowing the spear to stab into his chest. Chapter 2586, How Do You Want to Die? An ear-piercing explosion shook the void. Divine runes filled the sky. What? When the runes exploded, they revealed two figures and a giant hole in the ground. The blood race's sovereign sprout spear was stopped at Xuanhuan's chest, while Xuanhuan was simply standing there. The spear was unable to pierce through him. He blocked it just like that. People's heads were blank. That was a full-power attack from a sovereign sprout, but had been stopped just like that. For a moment, people could only stand there in dumbfounded silence. The only thing still moving was the whirling dust. The sovereign sprout of the blood race was also stunned. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The head of a strange creature had appeared on Xuanhuan's chest, protecting him. Its mouth was open almost as if in a silent sneer. If Long Chen was present, he would instantly recognize it as the door knocker they had taken from the netherworld. Xuanhuan had made it part of his armor, using some special runes to draw out its potential. It was capable of receiving an all-out attack from a sovereign sprout. Other than feeling a bit uncomfortable on his chest, This attack didn't cause him any damage. The painful feeling quickly vanished. Xuanhuan almost cried out in excitement. This new armor was so powerful that endless possibilities were now whirring about within his head. The main factor in his new power was actually his strengthened physical body. Long Chen's Khan had given him a much stronger physical body. Without the strengthening, this attack would have inflicted some wounds, most likely making him cough up blood. But since he would be in his armor, no one would see that, so he would still appear badass. However, his new physical body was so powerful that, with the dragon blood battle armor, he was able to easily receive the attack of a sovereign sprout. "This is all the power you have. The blood race really is foolish," said Xuanhuan disdainfully. It was as if the sovereign sprout before him was nothing. All of a sudden, the tip of the spear began to crack, and then it shattered. That sound was exceptionally heavy in people's ears. "Isn't this crazy?" Long Chen sliced apart his spear with a saber, and now his new one is silently shattered by Xuanhuan without him even moving. The martial heaven continent's experts' jaws dropped. Scram! Suddenly, Xuanhuan's hand swung out. The sovereign sprout raised the shaft of his spear to block, only for it to break apart as well. The difference is too great compared to Boss. If he was the one doing it, this slap would have definitely struck his face. Xuanhuan sighed inside. Even if Xuanhuan managed to imitate all of Long Chen's movements, his divine face-slapping art simply wasn't able to reach the same level. He was unable to stroke his opponent's face. However, it was good enough. Shattering his weapon and sending him flying also made this slap a very domineering one. When did Xuanhuan get so powerful? Wondered Li Qi. His physical strength has reached above the average of the Dragon Blood warriors. With his armor multiplying his power by dozens of times, maybe even 100 times, it becomes this powerful, said Gu Yang. Originally, Xuanhuan's power was at the bottom of the Dragon Blood Legion, and by a large margin at that. Now it was like a sparrow had transformed into a phoenix. Even they were forced to envy him. More and more of the Martial Heaven Continent's experts were congregating, and most of them belonged to powers that were part of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They were no longer neutral powers. As for the Dragon Blood Legion, they were the soul of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hence, as the general of the Dragon Blood Legion, everyone naturally knew who Xuanhuan was. Seeing him so easily force back a sovereign sprout, they felt new confidence in the Martial Heaven Alliance. His display was arrogant and tyrannical, so their blood was heating up just by watching. The sovereign sprout felt a mix of anger and shock. Just one of Long Chen's subordinates was actually this powerful. He trembled with rage. "Bastard, you're intolerable." Suddenly, the sovereign sprout went crazy. He spread his arms and black clouds condensed within the yin-yang world. Not good. The blood race experts in the yin-yang world immediately began to cry out when they saw those black clouds. "You can't, the damage to your bloodline." "Shut up," the sovereign sprout roared furiously. His eyes were scarlet as if he was bedeviled. "You ants have no idea just how powerful the blood race is. The aura of the yin-yang world has yet to fully spread into this place, so my bloodline power is suppressed by the vile aura of the Martial Heaven Continent. Did you really think that the blood race only had this little bit of ability? You're wrong. Whether it's Long Chen or you, you're all trash unfit to challenge me. I'll show you our true power without the suppression of your laws." A blood-colored rune appeared on the sovereign sprout's forehead. At this moment, black clouds were spreading out of the yin-yang world and into the Martial Heaven Continent. "He's drawing in the power of their world to the battlefield. The Martial Heaven Continent's laws are being stripped away. Have Xuanhuan retreat," shouted an elder at Gu Yang. The aura of the yin-yang world filled the battlefield, and the laws of the Martial Heaven Continent were being forced back. "No need to worry. Xuanhuan is a person who slays devils and demons, someone who plucks the stars and moon. Other than Boss Long Chen, he won't lose to anyone else. This minor matter is nothing to him. You just need to watch the fun," said Gu Yang. Suppressing the laws of the Martial Heaven Continent might gravely affect others, but Xuanhuan relied on his armor. As long as he could still summon his manifestation, he was completely unaffected by such a thing. He didn't rely on magical arts. Furthermore, the Dragon Blood Warriors' manifestations were different from ordinary Empyreans. Their manifestations didn't rely so much on heavenly Tao energy as others. "Ha ha 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 ha, I swept through the 4 seas and crossed 1,000 mountains. What kind of devil have I seen? What demon haven't I killed? If this is your trump card, then fine, I won't attack or interrupt you. Go ahead. I will defeat you in your strongest state to allow the blood race to see just how great the difference between us is. I'll show you how inferior you are compared to the mighty human race, sneered Xuanhuan. Just like that, he stood there with his arms clasped behind him, waiting for his opponent to accumulate energy. Gu Yang and the others had some cold sweat on them, but that was from embarrassment. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads. The way that Xuanhuan was talking about himself, it was like he thought himself a sovereign. However, the more arrogant Xuanhuan was, the more excited the martial heaven continent's experts were. Their hatred for the invaders was boundless. In the past, the invaders had caused repeated harm to the continent, killing countless experts. Their ancestors had used their own lives to protect them, and the sovereigns had led generation after generation to repel the invaders. It was the martial heaven continent that was always the victim. The experts of the martial heaven continent both hated and feared these invaders. Hence, Xuanhuan's domineering display made them cheer in satisfaction. Boss Xuanhuan is mighty. Boss Xuanhuan is domineering. Boss Xuanhuan, we support you. Wipe out these invaders, eat their flesh and drink their blood as vengeance for our ancestors. The disciples were starting to grow too impassioned, to the point that their elders sternly warned them not to get any closer, worried that they would get impetuous and charge onto the battlefield. It was all too easy for someone to get muddle-headed in this fervor. Xuanhuan continued to stand there and look up at the void. Under his armor, he had an expression that was almost like crying. This feeling is so good, everyone's looking at me. Today, I'm the main character of this world. All their cheers are for me. Xuanhuan almost had an urge to let out a maniacal roar. This was the grandest moment of his life. Just at this moment, black clouds finished covering the battlefield, and the sovereign sprout was covered in flickering runes. After that, his berserk power caused cracks to appear in the void as if it would explode. Seeing such a phenomenon, the martial heaven continent's experts tensed. Even their cheers dwindled. The sovereign sprout extended a hand, making heaven and earth shudder. Black energy then condensed into a spear in his hand, and an invisible pressure locked onto Xuanhuan. Speak, how do you want to die? The sovereign sprout's pupils had turned vertical. They were like the eyes of a viper, and icy killing intent flowed out of him. Chapter 2587, Despicable Blood Race. The sovereign sprout had completely transformed. Under the black clouds, he seemed like the devil king of the night. His aura has completely changed. The martial heaven continent's side was shocked at the overwhelming pressure coming from him. Perhaps this is the true power of a sovereign sprout. He has summoned the power of his world to suppress the martial heaven continent. Now, he can unleash his full potential. Despite being worried for Xuanhuan, when the martial heaven continent's experts looked at the Dragonblood Legion, they saw that the latter was all calm. They didn't seem the slightest bit nervous. This is my true power. Little brat, how do you want to die? Said the sovereign sprout sinisterly. Xuanhuan looked at him and shook his head. To tell the truth, I wasn't going to embarrass you like this. I was actually going to encourage you so you did a bit better, but I'm getting pretty pissed off that you keep trying to anger me. Let me put it to you this way, the martial heaven continent has 1597 sovereign sprouts. My boss killed one, so there's only 1596 left. As for you, even the Zhao Rishan that my boss killed was stronger than you. I really don't know how you get so arrogant with this level of power. Where does your confidence come from? The martial heaven continent's experts were dumbfounded. Someone as powerful as Xuanhuan actually spouted nonsense without blinking an eye. When had they gained so sovereign sprouts? If they didn't understand the condition of their world well, they would have believed him. Some youngsters who had just entered the cultivation world did actually fall for it and let out cheers. Perhaps they felt that someone as powerful as Xuanhuan wouldn't lie. Bullshit. Any world can only have a maximum of 9 sovereign sprouts. This is an ironclad rule that has never changed throughout history. If you're going to lie, try to use your brain, sneered the sovereign sprout. There was such a thing. With his lie seen through, Xuanhuan didn't even twitch. He sneered, what do you know? The martial heaven continent has changed. Other than my boss being a peerless expert that the world has never seen before, he also managed to break the laws of the world, allowing countless other geniuses to soar. I suppose a piece of trash like you wouldn't know about that. Tell me, do I look like a sovereign sprout? And yet, I'm still beating the crap out of you, right? The sovereign sprout became speechless. Xuanhuan was no sovereign sprout, but he possessed such terrifying power. That was truly different from their records of the martial heaven continent's experts. You're just a coincidence. Did you think a stupid set of armor would make you unrivaled? A true expert doesn't rely on external power. The sovereign sprout sneered and stepped through the void. With every step, Scarlet runes rippled out of the void. It was as if the void was water he was stepping through. Idiot, the power that I can control is my power. There is no such thing as external and internal power, sneered Xuanhuan indifferently. In a clash between experts, sometimes just words could decide victory. A sharp word could be the key that broke down the other side's mentality. If two sides were evenly matched, then whoever's mental strength was stronger would have a higher chance of winning. All emotions, good or bad, could become negative effects in battle. If the fluctuations were too great, the openings would grow bigger. After fighting the human race for so long, the blood race had long since grasped this weakness of the human race. That was why they often used words to provoke them before the battle. Anger and fear were fatal weaknesses that made the human race unable to make the correct decisions, leaving them open to death. As for this sovereign sprout, he had used such mental warfare on Long Chen and almost been killed. Now that he used it against Xuanhuan was absolutely shameless. All he wanted to do was show off, so his provocations weren't suited for use against him. At this moment, rumbling rang out and pressure crashed down on Xuanhuan. Even the blood race's experts felt suffocated by the pressure, so it could be imagined just how much pressure was concentrated on Xuanhuan. This fellow is using the laws of their world to suppress Xuanhuan. Black Qi whirled around heaven and earth. This was the power of a sovereign sprout. He had summoned the heavenly Taos of his world to suppress his opponent. Your heavenly Taos, laws are unable to suppress me. In front of me, you're nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Give it your all, or if you can't, it doesn't matter, I'm not that picky, said Xuanhuan indifferently. The sovereign sprout had originally been walking step by step, but this provocation made him transform into a shooting star, crashing toward Xuanhuan. It was like a furious lion, and his black spear was like the fang of a viper piercing toward Xuanhuan's chest. Die! The sovereign sprout was fully enraged. None of his words were able to anger Xuanhuan, but he himself had practically gone crazy. The black chi filling the battlefield condensed into his spear in an instant as it stabbed toward Xuanhuan. In the face of this berserk attack, a blood-colored saber appeared in Xuanhuan's right hand. Multicolored runes lit up on it, illuminating this dark world. At the same time, densely packed runes lit up every inch of Xuanhuan's armor. He became like a blazing sun. After that, Xuanhuan grasped his saber with both hands. The energy of his runes flowed into his weapon. Using a sovereign sprout's blood as an offering to you isn't that bad. At this moment, Xuanhuan was solemn. This saber was his masterpiece. Boom! The instant that the saber and spear clashed, the entire battlefield exploded like shattered crystal. Astral winds wreaked havoc, spreading beyond the battlefield. When they blew past the spectators, they were so strong that it felt like blades were cutting their faces. They were unable to open their eyes. What? When the laws of space within the battlefield were restored, they were shocked to find that the sovereign sprout was hanging in the air in complete disbelief. The arm that had been holding his spear was gone. Moreover, a saber was piercing his chest, picking him up. His essence blood was rapidly fading, sucked away by the saber. Now do you believe me? The martial heaven continent is different from before. The invaders will die, every single one of them, said Xuanhuan coldly. The martial heaven continent and the yin-yang world side were both filled with disbelief. The sovereign sprout had been defeated and had his life in Xuanhuan's hands. A fire lit up in Xuanhuan's eyes. He really had succeeded. Long Chen had used a special method to draw out all of Xuanhuan's potential. Hence, he was now able to unleash immense power with his new armor, and even a sovereign sprout could be defeated in one move. Although this move had used up all the stored energy in his battle armor, it did prove his power. Even someone who wasn't talented in cultivation could reach the peak of the martial path and look down on the so-called geniuses. Suddenly, the void quivered. Chains shot out from 8 different directions, instantly binding Xuanhuan. After that, 8 figures appeared within the void. Release him. Those 8 figures were elders of the blood race, and their auras caused the world to shake. They were 8 heaven-merging experts. It all happened so quickly as if they had been prepared from the start. As soon as Xuanhuan obtained victory, he was instantly caught in a trap. Despicable blood race, you're shameless. The martial heaven continent's side burst into curses. This had clearly been an above-board battle, but they had launched a sneak attack, one involving 8 heaven-merging experts against someone who was only in the nether passage realm. Even bound in those 8 chains, Xuanhuan sneered, is this the pride of the blood race? After beating one, a group comes. After beating the small one, the big ones come. Is this the essence of the blood race's martial Tao? Ha ha ha, how fascinating. Even in the face of 8 heaven-merging experts, Xuanhuan was as calm as ever. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic, and he even mocked them. "Release him, this battle is your victory. Once you release him, we'll let you go," barked one of the 8 elders. "Don't try to escape our chains. These are made from our core essence blood, so with just a thought, you will be pulled into 8 pieces. You should be grateful that we didn't immediately kill you," sneered another. "Ha ha ha, your blood race really is stupid. Did you think that I'd believe you?" Xuanhuan laughed. At this moment, the distant dragon blood warriors summoned their manifestations, but they didn't charge over. "Don't misunderstand. Even if you kill him, you'll also die. Why not have both sides retreat peacefully?" said one of the 8 elders. Meanwhile, the sovereign sprout was terrified and no longer had his old arrogance. He didn't dare to say anything for fear that Xuanhuan would kill him with just a thought. "I don't like it when both sides retreat. Moreover, I don't like how this one looks, so I have to kill him," said Xuanhuan. "Don't," the 8 chains tightened. However, with a quiver from Xuanhuan's saber, the sovereign sprout was blasted into bloody mist. A generation's sovereign sprout was killed just like that. "Die!" The 8 elders roared furiously, and their chains erupted with full power. As a result, startled cries rang out from the martial heaven continent's experts. Some of them turned away, not willing to watch as Xuanhuan was torn to pieces. Chapter 2588. Terrifying figure arrives. Boom! A majestic dragon roar that contained the voices of 10,000 dragons rang out. The 8 chains were instantly blown apart. "You want to kill me, Xuanhuan? Do you think you have that power?" Xuanhuan sneered. Wings spread on the back of his armor, and he actually charged at one of the 8 elders. What? Everyone was shocked. They had no idea what had happened. All they had seen was Xuanhuan's manifestation erupting with light, along with the roar of 10,000 dragons. Then those 8 heaven-merging elders were blasted back. They were unaware that Xuanhuan's armor was now capable of absorbing even more power. With the Dragon Blood warriors having undergone the tempering of the Dragon Pool's essence blood, they had gone through a complete transformation as a whole. Their manifestations were now even further linked together. In that instant, all the Dragon Blood warriors' power surged toward Xuanhuan, which was why he dared to be so arrogant as to ignore 8 heaven-merging experts and still slay their sovereign sprout. Others were unaware of this, and so all they saw was that Xuanhuan was capable of ignoring the attacks of 8 heaven-merging experts on his own. He was even more shocking than Long Chen. The elder that Xuanhuan attacked was sent flying and hacked up blood. An opening appeared within their enclosure. "Then I won't be accompanying you any longer," Xuanhuan laughed and shot out. The amount of power he had just controlled was not sustainable. Such immense power was something his armor could only use once before they had to cool down. Within that period, half the Dragon Blood warrior's power was used. Xuanhuan sighed inside. If he could unleash 70% of the Dragon Blood warrior's power, perhaps he would have managed to kill one of those 8 elders. Then this moment would be even more perfect. "Where do you think you're going?" The 2 closest elders blocked his way. Xuanhuan had killed one of their sovereign sprouts. If they didn't kill him in retribution, that would be a serious blow to the blood race's morale, not to mention that they would have no way to explain themselves to the higher-ups. Suddenly, the earth exploded and 2 giant hands reached out, filled with earth energy. They slammed into the 2 of them, exploding and sending them tumbling back. After that, a spear pierced through the air, stabbing through one of them. "Die!" The attacker was Xuanhuan. The elder didn't even have a chance to cry out before being blasted apart. The earth collapsed and 2 giants climbed out, each holding a warhammer. They attacked the other elder. "Save me!" shouted the elder. Li Qi and Song Minjuan's warhammers were smashing toward him like 2 meteors. The elder's shout was drowned out by a powerful explosion. Everyone shivered. It was like 2 titans had smashed a fly to death. When the 2 warhammers separated, the elder was gone, crushed out of existence. All that was left of him was some blood left on the warhammers. "Let's go!" Xuanhuan, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan didn't tarry. They hastily retreated with Xuanhuan. The 4 of them then quickly exited the battlefield, returning to the side of the martial heaven continent. Only then did everyone react. Explosive cheers came from the martial heaven continent side. "Hee, showing off and then running really is satisfying," said Xuanhuan, feeling pleased. Xuanhuan and the others nodded along with a smile. It truly had been satisfying. They had escaped before the blood race could use their world divine item. It was stimulating. I almost felt some terrifying thing was about to lock onto us, but we ran fast enough, said Li Qi. We didn't forget to get something extra before running too, added Xuanhuan. The four of them exchanged a look and laughed. Seeing that the four of them had killed two heaven-merging experts and were still talking cheerfully as if that danger was nothing, the martial heaven continent's experts felt even greater reverence and worship for them. What was an expert? This was it. Such monsters were only capable of being united in unswerving loyalty by a monster amongst monsters like Long Chen. Despicable human race, you'll pay 1,000-fold for your actions, roared the elder that Xuanhuan had previously forced back. You're noisy. Xuanhuan snorted and suddenly took out a crossbow. It lit up, and the elder hastily dodged to the side. Explode! The void exploded and rays of golden light shot through the air. All of a sudden, the elder let out a miserable cry. His whole body was covered in blood, which then quickly turned black. He pointed at Xuanhuan, and his jaws moved a few times, releasing a few strange sounds before he collapsed. Xuanhuan put away his crossbow and shook his head. I wish I could be Loki, but my power does not permit it. Another heaven-merging expert was killed. Right now, the martial heaven continent's side felt like they had used up all their shock. They were starting to grow numb. What was going on? Were these really the legendary heaven-merging experts? Why was it that they were unable to endure in front of a few experts of the Dragonblood Legion? Were they useless, or were Xuanhuan and the others too powerful? Amazing. Even Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan were surprised. The current Xuanhuan was so powerful that he felt a bit foreign to them. That old fellow was asking for death. If he hadn't opened his mouth, I wouldn't have wanted to kill him. My previous blow left him with quite a serious wound, thanks to all our brothers. With the power of 10,000 dragons flowing through his veins, his reactions were slowed. He himself was unaware of it until it was too late. Tell me, don't you think he was asking me to kill him? I had no choice. Xuanhuan shrugged helplessly. This explanation made Gu Yang and the others understand. They hadn't expected such a thing to occur after going through the Dragon Pool's baptism. Their combined power now actually had this added benefit. Xuanhuan, when did you get so humble? Said Li Qi. Well, this was all thanks to our brothers. Without them, I wouldn't be anything. I'll need more help from my brothers in the future, chortled Xuanhuan, the very picture of a petty person who had won. Xuanhuan's own power was already extremely great, but with the support of the Dragonblood warriors, he was practically unrivaled. Xuanhuan was almost moved to tears from the feeling of being able to shatter the attacks of 8 heaven-merging experts. Thinking about it, he felt like he had reached the peak of his life. This humbleness of yours feels a bit strange, laughed Gu Yang. Xuanhuan said, Boss said that matured wheat droops, only withered wheat is so arrogant as to stand up straight. A full bottle doesn't make noise, only a half-full bottle clatters. Now I finally understand how great the difference between myself and Boss was. I still have a long way to go. Someone's coming from the blood race. Gu Yang suddenly pointed, causing Xuanhuan to shut his mouth and look. Xuanhuan jumped. All the blood race's experts were kneeling. Xuanhuan had an urge to say that they were kneeling to him, but when he saw the direction they were facing, he was no longer in the mood. Even the heaven-merging elders were kneeling, their faces pale. It seemed that they were terrified. A blood sun appeared from deep within the yin-yang world. Right now, screams rang out from the martial heaven continent's side as some people's eyes began to bleed. Those below Nether Passage, don't look at that sun. Don't even think about using your souls to sense it either, shouted a sect leader. At this moment, the blood sun had reached the entrance to the yin-yang world. It illuminated the battlefield, releasing demonic blood qi that wove through the air like strands of sword qi. Who is that? Xuanhuan was shocked. Even before even seeing the person, this aura already filled the battlefield with such pressure that it was hard to breathe. Even though he had accompanied Long Chen in countless battles, he had never seen such a terrifying expert. Gu Yang also turned grave as this aura was horrifying. Most shocking of all, it was still in the Nether Passage realm. In other words, such a terrifying existence had the same cultivation base as them. Even Boss doesn't have such a powerful aura. Just who is it? Li Qi gulped. This aura was something that made others feel so terrified that they couldn't even muster the courage to lift a finger. 7 figures appeared around the blood sun, and an explosion of startled cries rang out. 7 sovereign sprouts. Those 7 people's auras were clearly on the level of sovereign sprouts. The 7 of them respectfully stood to the side, as if welcoming someone. After that, a figure appeared within the blood sun. The figure was unclear but seemed to be humanoid and sitting cross-legged. Despite that, he still gave off a feeling of unmatched terror. "Greetings, Devil Lord." The heaven-merging elders kowtowed, their voices shuddering. It was unknown if it was from emotion or terror. In an instant, a blood-colored light flew out and 5 heads flew into the air. Those remaining heaven-merging elders were all killed in one move. Chapter 2589 Blood Fiend, Devil Lord. What? You ran, and the others were stunned. The man within the blood sun had killed those 5 elders with a wave of his hand. Those were 5 heaven-merging experts. They were killed just like that. Just who was this person? You ran, and the others' hearts pounded wildly. Even though they were currently in the martial heaven continent, they felt ice cold. This person was ruthless. "A group of trash. You couldn't even protect one of my guards. What is the point of keeping you?" The man within the blood sun finally spoke. His voice was deep and low. However, every word exploded like thunder in people's ears. They were filled with a bloody feeling. Guards. Sovereign sprouts were his guards. Looking at the other 7 sovereign sprouts that surrounded him like stars setting off the bright moon, people were even further shocked. Just who was he? He had 8 sovereign sprouts as guards. Who killed my guard? The man in the blood sun looked over the martial heaven continent, sending shivers down the people's souls. It was as if a devil was gazing at them, and their life and death were within his grasp. This was an existence so powerful that they couldn't even imagine it. Many people involuntarily retreated. Me? Xuanhuan was the only one to step forward. His armor covered him, and his manifestation appeared. Even standing on the martial heaven continent didn't give him any sense of safety. As soon as he spoke, his hair stood on end. He saw a pair of eyes looking at him from within the blood sun. Those eyes were like ghost flames. As a result, Xuanhuan cried and swung his saber. It appeared as if he had seen a ghost and was just randomly swinging his blade. However, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. The man in the blood sun had appeared in front of Xuanhuan, the blood sun floating behind him. Xuanhuan's saber was caught between 2 of his fingers. Fast, indescribably fast. Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan attacked as soon as they reacted, but they had only just moved when the blood sun suddenly expanded. Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan felt like a mountain had smashed into them, almost shattering their bones. They spat out blood as they flew back. Everyone was appalled. Just who was this man? Even after charging into the martial heaven continent, he was ignoring the suppression of the laws. Gu Yang and the others were so powerful that they could slay heaven-merging experts, but they appeared incredibly weak in front of him. Human race ants, learn what respect is. The man reached toward Xuanhuan's throat. Xuanhuan's saber was caught between 2 of this man's fingers. It felt like they had taken root, and he couldn't move it in the slightest. This was a terrifying expert, so terrifying that he surpassed their imagination. At this moment, Xuanhuan finally understood why even sovereign sprouts would be willing to be his guards. The cooldown period has ended. Xuanhuan's armor suddenly exploded with light. His saber finally escaped from this man's fingers and slashed onto his hand. Boom! Metallic ringing rang out. His hand seemed made out of immortal metal. As a result, Xuanhuan's whole body shook, and his arms felt numb. Even with the full power of the Dragonblood warriors, he was unable to even break his opponent's arm. So that's what it was. The combined power of a group of ants truly is enough to kill one of my guards, snorted the man. Fuck your mother, you're the ant. Xuanhuan roared along with the roars of 10,000 dragons, shaking the heavens. The Dragonblood warriors' power poured into Xuanhuan. Boom! A wild tempest exploded. As a result, Xuanhuan and the Blood Sun man retreated at the same time. Outside power is external. Once cut off, you become a fangless viper. The man sneered. His blood sun blazed with light. The blood chi connecting Xuanhuan and the Dragonblood warriors was instantly cut off. Right now, Xuanhuan was no longer able to fight with their support. Xuanhuan began to panic. This man's blood sun seemed to have isolated him, putting him in a completely different world from the others. Rest in peace. Someone who relies on schemes to win isn't fit to live in this world. A fist smashed toward Xuanhuan. The image of a blood sun appeared on the fist. In that instant, Xuanhuan was frozen and the space around him had turned solid. He didn't know whether or not he would survive this attack. Even if his armor could survive, he might not. Hence, the feeling of death filled him. Gu ran, Gu Yang Li Qi and Song Minjuan charged over. Scram! The man snorted and the blood sun expanded once more. Space was torn apart. Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan were sent tumbling back again. This blood sun possessed a strange power. Gu Yang and the others had no way to counter it. You scram! Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out, accompanied by a streak of sword qi. After that, Gu Yang and the others felt the pressure crashing down on them instantly vanish. The man was startled. Even though his fist was about to strike Gu Ran, he hastily retreated. All of a sudden, the void split apart and a cut appeared on the man's arm. Golden blood flowed out. Fourth captain of Long Chen's Dragon Blood Legion, Yue Zifeng. Even though Yue Zifeng's voice rang out in the air, his figure didn't appear. Instead, brilliant swordlight continued to tear through the void. In just a breath's time, hundreds of blows were exchanged. At this moment, people finally saw the man's weapon was a golden halberd. Before this, he had been fighting barehanded. It was Yue Zifeng who forced him to take out his divine item. Waves of swordlight continued to fill the sky, enveloping the blood sun. It's a good sword art, but you aren't a match for me. The golden halberd suddenly swung through the air, unleashing a blood-colored river of stars. As a result, the swordlight filling the sky shattered, and Yue Zifeng's figure finally appeared. The golden halberd then slashed straight toward Yue Zifeng. Not good, Gu ran and the others' hearts sank. Yue Zifeng specialized in offense. He could not receive this attack. Unexpectedly, the earth then split apart, and black wooden stakes pierced through the air. Insignificant. The man sneered and blasted the wooden stakes apart with a wave of his hand. At the same time, a towering willow tree appeared in the sky, unleashing countless branches that were piercing toward him like sharp swords. Boom! Wooden stakes from below and willow branches from above smashed together, twisting and turning. That immense power caused heaven and earth to rumble. Boom! The man flew out of the wooden stakes, while the golden halberd shot toward Liu Ruyan's true body. Liu Ruyan stood atop the willow, forming hand seals. Millions of branches then condensed into a pair of giant hands that closed around him. Bang! The golden halberd was firmly caught by the two hands. I'll give this back to you. Liu Ruyan sent the golden halberd, flying back toward the man with even greater speed. Boom! The man received his weapon with his bare hands. As a result, the blood sun quivered and the void collapsed. However, he managed to receive it. A surprised expression appeared on his face. The undying race, why would you appear here? That has nothing to do with you, said Liu Ruyan icily. The man suddenly laughed. Divine light flowed in his eyes, seeming to see through everything. The proud, undying race was actually willing to have a human place a spiritual mark on them. Did you become a housebit of the human race? Ha ha ha, if the undying race were to learn of this, they'd definitely die of anger. You know the undying race? Asked Liu Ruyan. I have nothing to say to you. Get out of my way or don't blame me, the blood fiend devil lord, for being merciless. The man finally said his own name. The experts watching finally understood why he was so terrifying. So he was the blood fiend devil lord. Since there's nothing to say, I'll beat it out of you. Everyone else retreat. Liu Ruyan frowned. Her giant willow explosively grew. Countless roots reached out like angry dragons and the earth was constantly exploding. After that, a vast aura spread. Looking at this scene, the distant experts retreated even further away. They stared in shock as a giant willow grew all the way until it reached the starry sky. The black clouds covering the Martial Heaven continent were blown apart by the undying willow's body. It became possible to see the stars in the sky again. They were like fruit hanging between the willow branches. Heavens, the Dragon Blood Legion is absolutely terrifying. People's jaws dropped. They had never seen something so big. Liu Ruyan suddenly attacked. A black whip appeared in her hand, striking at the blood fiend Devil Lord. Chapter 2590, Fighting the Devil Lord. The whip was only a few meters long, but as it struck through the air, the void split apart and an invisible blade sliced through the air, slashing toward the blood fiend Devil Lord. You're the one forcing me to do this. The blood fiend Devil Lord snorted and let out a single punch. As a result, the void exploded and from within it, he pulled out the tip of a whip. With a wave of his left hand, the blood fiend Devil Lord dragged Liu Ruyan's attack from out of the void. Both of them seemed to have transcended the limits of space. HMPH, Liu Ruyan snorted. Her whip quivered, transforming into a wooden spear. At the same time, countless thorns grew out of it. Upon seeing this attack, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's expression changed. He immediately let go of the spear and slashed his golden halberd out. Boom! At some point, Liu Ruyan's other hand had transformed into a black sword, stabbing toward his chest. His golden halberd blocked her strange attack, but multiple bloody holes appeared in his left hand. Liu Ruyan's wooden thorns were so incredibly sharp that the Blood Fiend Devil Lord's body, which was able to ignore Xuanhuan's attack, couldn't block it. Liu Ruyan had started awakening the undying willow race's divine abilities ever since she had obtained help from the Mother Tree. It could be said that she was the one benefiting the most from their excursion to the star-field divine world. Courting death, the pain in his arm finally caused the Blood Fiend Devil Lord to grow angry. The Blood Sun shuddered, and his halberd erupted with divine light. Facing it, the giant willow behind Liu Ruyan swayed and divine light fell from its branches. Runes condensed into a giant shield before her. Boom! The golden halberd stabbed into a wooden shield, which then exploded and transformed into black spears shooting at the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. As soon as the shield stopped the halberd, it switched to a fence. Those wooden spears were like black lightning. Even an armor made of immortal metal would be unable to stop them. Boom! The Blood Sun shuddered, and a wave of light blasted apart the spears. From within the black splinters that filled the air, a whip struck out like a viper. What quick changes between moves! No wonder she dared to challenge boss in the star-field divine world. Gu Yang and the others were startled by the current Liu Ruyan, who was like a goddess of war. Xuanhuan became covered in sweat. He had originally thought that he had become the strongest existence in the Dragon Blood Legion other than his boss. However, he hadn't expected Liu Ruyan to have hidden her true power to this extent. Every clash of golden and black light caused the world to shake. This was a truly stunning battle. Xuanhuan's previous fight was like child's play in comparison. Heavenly Tao energy was being consumed by the giant willow and condensed into black runes that enveloped Liu Ruyan. At this moment, Xuanhuan and the others recognized it as the same state that the Mother Tree and Lingzai were in. However, Liu Ruyan was both beings in one. She had never separated. With the willow absorbing an endless stream of the world's energy for Liu Ruyan, it could be said that her power would never run out as long as the martial heaven continent's heavenly Tao energy didn't run out. The undying race really is frightening. Fortunately, boss beat her, or we'd have to face such a powerful opponent, said Gu Yang gratefully. SHHH, if she heard that, she'd definitely find trouble for boss. This big sister can only be matched by big sister Chu Yao. Speaking of which, Xuanhuan hastily turned back. No need to look. We arrived a long time ago. We just didn't reveal ourselves because we wanted to experience Daddy Guo's marvelous display. The void quivered. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yizhikyu, Dong Minju, and Cloud all appeared. Even with Xuanhuan's thick skin, he felt his face burning. He had an urge to find a place to hide himself. After that, he quickly found a target to vent. Xifeng, you refused to come with us and then snuck your way over, huh? I wasn't going to come, but when I went to the Heavenly Sword Gate, my master was in seclusion, so I decided to come over. I didn't expect the blood race to have such a terrifying expert, said Yue Xifeng. Dong Minju looked at the Blood Sun gravely. That Blood Sun is strange. Within the divine inheritance of the Blood Hall, there seems to be something similar to it, but I'm not quite clear on it. This Blood Sun seems to represent some world's strongest laws. This Blood Fiend Devil Lord is probably in existence with the entire world's karmic luck concentrated within him. That's why he can enter the martial heaven continent without being suppressed by its laws. It was no wonder this fellow dared to charge out, while his 7 sovereign sprout guards stayed in the yin-yang world. How can there be such a heaven-defying existence? Can't he just charge onto the martial heaven continent? Asked Gu Yang. Dong Minju shook her head. No, his Blood Sun is like a divine item with its own energy stores. He can resist the laws of the martial heaven continent for however long that energy holds up. Once that energy is exhausted, he'll be in danger, so he won't stay for too long. At the very least, before the yin-yang world's aura fully infects the martial heaven continent, his Blood Sun's energy is not limitless. Despite only having the appearance of a girl between 13 and 14 years old, Dong Minju was a divine daughter with a god's inheritance. She knew more than most people. Boom! Suddenly, the Blood Sun's light grew explosively, blasting apart Liu Ruyan's attacks. Even the black runes surrounding her crumbled. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord is drawing out the power of the Blood Sun to face Big Sister Ruyan. We should fight together. Dong Minju's figure suddenly vanished. Die, the blood fiend devil lord roared, along with the roar of 10,000 beasts from within his blood sun. Following that, a golden halberd appeared in the blood sun, and two halberds slashed toward Liu Ruyan. The halberd of the blood sun contained the aura of a whole world. Hence, the martial heaven continent's laws were blasted apart in front of it. Endless falling wood, sky-holding shield. A wooden staff appeared in the air. It looked incredibly unremarkable, but as Chu Yao formed hand seals, countless runes lit up on it. Wooden stakes appeared in midair, weaving together. With the wooden staff as the core, millions of wooden stakes twisted into a giant shield. At the same time, boundless life energy thrummed through the air. This wooden staff was a gift Leng Yuan had given to Chu Yao, and Chu Yao had been nourishing it with her soul ever since. Due to her low cultivation base, she had previously been unable to draw out its full power. However, with the help of the mother tree, this divine item had finally awoken. The world's life energy was now hers to control. Boom! The giant shield was blown back by the giant halberd. Countless cracks appeared on it. However, as life energy circulated through it, the cracks quickly healed. Oh, the blood fiend devil lord was surprised to see that this shield could block his attack. His halberd's energy was slowly ground down. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Laughable. The blood fiend devil lord's blood sun shook, and a divine diagram appeared within it. This diagram was of an endless world containing countless living creatures. Boom! Chu Yao's shield finally exploded. After that, the golden halberd continued piercing toward Liu Ruyan. It was as if Chu Yao's shield hadn't managed to weaken it at all. At this moment the void twisted, and a phoenix charged toward the blood fiend devil lord. As the phoenix cried out, everyone's souls quivered. This was a spiritual attack. You dare take out such an insignificant trick against me? The blood fiend devil lord sneered. A spiritual sword then shot out of his head. This meant that the blood fiend devil lord was actually skilled in soul arts. His spiritual sword had blood-colored specks of light on it, most likely not a pure soul art but something mixed with his blood chi. Boom! The phoenix exploded instantly, startling the blood fiend devil lord. The phoenix was much weaker than he had anticipated. In that brief moment of confusion, the phoenix exploded into butterflies that filled the sky. With every flap of their wings, divine light turned the world into a wonderland. It was a scene of such beauty that it intoxicated people. Not good. The blood fiend devil lord's expression changed. He instantly realized that the fierce attack was nothing more than bait. The true attack lay in an illusion art. The instant those butterflies appeared in his sight, his spiritual energy began to fade away. The blood fiend devil lord bit his tongue, using the pain to wake himself up. The brief moment of confusion had caused his giant halberd to vanish. Multiple attacks were now falling on him. Meng Qi's spiritual swords, Chu Yao's wooden stakes, Tang Wan'er's wind blades, Liu Ruyan's whip, Yi Zhikyu's ice sword, Gu Yang's spear, Yue Zaifeng's sword Qi, Li Qi and Song Minjuan's earth giants were concentrating all their power on him in one world-shaking blow. Chapter 2591, The Terrifying Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Even if you all fight together, so what? The blood fiend devil lord let out a devilish roar. A giant eye suddenly appeared in his blood sun. The eye popped open like an ancient beast had been awoken. After that, endless chains shot out of the blood sun, wrapping around the blood fiend devil lord and then spreading in every direction. Not good, Gu Yang and the others let out startled cries. That energy was not something a human could fight against. Those chains contained the energy of an entire world. Boom! Their attacks were blasted apart, and every one of them coughed up blood. Blood sun illuminates the world. Blood dragons devour the heavens. The blood fiend devil lord's blood chi ignited, and his power erupted like a volcano. The chains transformed into blood dragons that attacked Meng Qi and the others. Taking advantage of when they were injured, he intended to wipe them all out. Dragon blood cross slash. Just as the dragons flew out, Xuanhuan slashed his sabers. Dragon roars resounded throughout the world. This was the concentrated power of all the dragon blood warriors. A giant cross wreaked havoc through the void as it shot toward the blood fiend devil lord. Fragments of spacetime flew through the air. The blood fiend devil lord's expression changed. He had actually forgotten about Xuanhuan. This fellow he had viewed as insignificant was unleashing such a powerful attack at this critical moment. Right now, his chains had only just scattered, and he didn't have time to pull them back for offense. Hence, His energy poured into the golden halberd. Boom! With no other choice, the blood fiend Devil Lord was forced to receive Xuanhuan's attack. Huge waves erupted in the void, spreading throughout the entire battlefield. Xuanhuan's body trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As for the blood fiend Devil Lord, he was forced back several steps, every step causing the land to collapse. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Even his blood sun dimmed slightly, and the eye within it vanished. Just as he spat out blood, a dagger silently appeared behind him, stabbing toward his heart. Courting death, the blood fiend Devil Lord roared furiously. The runes on his body suddenly flew out. Dong Minju's figure was revealed, and she was sent flying by those runes. An unhealthy rosiness appeared on her face just before she vanished once more. Just at this moment, the blood dragons that the blood fiend Devil Lord had sent out were met by endless willow branches. Explosions rang out as the willow branches exploded along with the blood dragons. The towering willow instantly became bare. The stars were fully revealed as Liu Ruyan used up every last one of her branches to block the blood dragons, leaving only a trunk. Meng Qi and the others were horrified. Liu Ruyan had been forced to use up all of her branches to block that attack. Without Liu Ruyan, they probably wouldn't have survived it. Count yourselves lucky this time. The next time I step onto the martial heaven continent will be a bloody baptism for your human race. The blood fiend Devil Lord sneered and retreated back into the yin-yang world. The martial heaven continent's experts were silent. This blood fiend Devil Lord was absolutely terrifying. There was no way to match him. The Dragonblood Legion was already so powerful, and yet their strongest experts were unable to beat him. His arrival cast a shadow on their hearts. He was so powerful that it invoked despair. He had yet to even set foot into the heaven-merging realm. Once he did, would there be anyone who could stop him? You should count yourself lucky. If our boss was here, you wouldn't be leaving alive, sneered Xuanhuan, refusing to come out as the weaker party. HMPH Long Chen. I'll kill him next time. You small fry should scram. You should celebrate getting to keep your worthless lives for now, snorted the blood fiend Devil Lord. With a quiver from his blood sun, the 7 sovereign sprouts hastily appeared behind him, and they all vanished. The blood race's experts also left, but they didn't forget to say such mocking and intimidating words to the martial heaven continent's side before leaving. How regretful. We were lacking one supreme expert. If Long Chen was here or maybe Mo Nian, he wouldn't be able to leave. Dong Minju appeared once more, her face pale. Xuanhuan's dragon blood drained most of his energy and gave him quite the injury. He truly is powerful. I didn't get to fully activate my god curse energy before being forced back by him, or he'd be dead. He might look powerful, but he only left because he ran out of energy. If Long Chen or Mo Nian was here stopping him, we would have had a high chance of killing him. Regretfully, Wilda is still sleeping. If he was here as well, we might have succeeded. Dong Minju was also injured, but she felt regretful that they hadn't killed him. They had just been the slightest bit away from it. Meng Qi smiled comfortingly and wiped some blood off of Dong Minju's face. That blood belonged to the blood fiend Devil Lord. The blood fiend Devil Lord has an entire world's karmic luck concentrated within him, so we can't rely on luck to kill him. He belongs to Long Chen, not us. You don't have to feel conflicted about it. Isn't it better to leave him to Long Chen? That's right, boss will definitely knock his teeth out, said Xuanhuan confidently. HMPH, if he weren't so slippery, there would be no need for Long Chen. I would have exhausted him to death myself, said Liu Ruyan stubbornly. Meng Qi and Chu Yao exchanged a smile. Liu Ruyan was particularly stubborn when it came to Long Chen. Liu Ruyan was truly powerful. If the blood fiend Devil Lord had continued fighting, then considering her undying body, she really might have been able to defeat him. However, defeating him was a different concept from killing him. He wouldn't be so foolish as to continue fighting here when he couldn't win. Sister Ruyan's power truly is amazing. We got to witness the undying race's power. You were our main force this time, said Meng Qi. That's true. Sister Ruyan was our protector this time. You're definitely much more reliable than Long Chen, praised Tang Wan'er. As expected, Liu Ruyan's expression finally softened slightly. She had a suppressed smile like she didn't want to smile but couldn't help it, and it gave a much warmer feeling considering how icy she was. Why didn't any peak experts come? Only now did Xuanhuan realize that not one person on the level of Mo Nian, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushwang, Hu Feng, or Yun Tian had come despite the huge disturbance. Do you think everyone is so bored? Most people are still in seclusion in preparation for the heaven-merging realm. The Alliance head even said that we must be prepared for this breakthrough, said Meng-Chi. The Dragonblood Legion had only managed to fully prepare thanks to the resources provided by Long Chen. They had already reached the peak of Nether Passage. Many experts were busy making preparations for a perfect breakthrough. However, the Dragonblood Legion didn't need to have that thought. That was because every time they underwent seclusion, there was always Long Chen controlling it. They had always had a 100% success rate at tribulation, so they had no need to worry about that. It was only when Meng-Chi mentioned it that they recalled not everyone was like them, treating tribulations as a simple affair. After all, even Empyreans could fail a tribulation. As soon as that danger appeared, there would be nothing else that they could do. That was why they made so many preparations beforehand. They weren't like them. How regretful. If more of them had come, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. He would need to leave a bit behind at least, said Xuanhuan. His unprecedented show-off act had been disturbed by the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. He had become the main character, while Xuanhuan was reduced to a secondary character, irritating him. I'm so stupid. Xuanhuan suddenly slapped his leg. What is it? Asked Gu Yang. It's nothing. I should have invited some of the peak experts in advance, said Xuanhuan. In truth, that wasn't what he was thinking. He had just recalled how Long Chen had said that the blood race was weak to poison. Perhaps he could have used some of his mechanisms to instantly poison the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Then they might have been able to deal a serious blow to him. In his weakened state, they would have had a chance to kill him. However, he couldn't say that, or he would be looked down on for forgetting such an important detail. It was better to keep this failure to himself. Lingshan, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord, has appeared. There's no need to have so many experts standing guard here, said Meng-Chi. Lingshan nodded. If it weren't for the Dragonblood Legion being here, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord could have wiped out all the defenders all by himself. However, it also wasn't possible to leave such an important defensive point unguarded. Leave a smaller number of people here as a formality more than anything else. The Blood Race won't be launching any large-scale attacks anytime soon. Although the Blood Fiend Devil Lord has his blood son, he can't stay in the Martial Heaven continent for long. Furthermore, with his status, he won't be taking action against so few people, said Xuanhuan. Lingshan thought about it and nodded. Hence, she withdrew 80% of the people guarding this place. Just as Lingshan was arranging this, within a deep ravine of the yin-yang world, the Blood Fiend Devil Lord suddenly coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, causing his 7 sovereign sprouts to jump in shock. Chapter 2592, The Wolf God's Egg. Devil Lord. Seeing the Devil Lord coughing up some blood, the 7 sovereign sprouts cried out in shock. The Devil Lord was an unrivaled existence in their minds, but he had actually been injured. At this moment, the blood that he spat out instantly froze, and a terrifying ice chi somehow covered the valley in ice, stunning the 7 sovereign sprouts. That woman's sword is a world divine item. Although she can't use its full power, my own energy automatically provoked a trace of its energy. If it weren't for that world divine item, they would have all died, said the Blood Fiend Devil Lord darkly. Devil Lord, your back is injured, said one of the sovereign sprouts. There was a wound on his back that was still bleeding. These people were his followers, and they knew just how terrifying he was. However, they had never seen him injured before. Right now, black blood was constantly flowing out of that wound, and it emitted a dense, sinister aura. It was that assassin girl's dagger. It contains a god's curse, so be careful around her. If you get stabbed, your essence blood will bleed out in an instant. However, that god is no big figure to be feared. It is that ice sword that is troublesome. Tell everyone not to rashly make any moves. Once the Martial Heaven continent is fully infected by our world's aura, we will settle things with the human race, said the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Yes. Devil Lord isn't just waiting bad for our morale, asked one of them. Blood Fiend Devil Lord snorted. That thinking of yours is very foolish. Do you know why I killed those old fellows? It's because they were just as stupid. Giving a show of power to the Martial Heaven continent is meaningless. The continent has reached the end of its lifespan, and they are at their wits' end. Those old fellows of the Martial Heaven continent are definitely aware of this. Moreover, the most frightening thing about the human race is their unity. A powerful enemy will only cause them to band together. Unless you have enough power to cause absolute despair, there's no point in provoking them. Those old fellows were foolish to that extent. If it weren't for their bloodlines, I'd even suspect that they were spies from the human race trying to raise the human race's morale. But I didn't think that you are also that stupid. If you weren't my guard, I'd kill you as well. Even after following me for so many years, you haven't grown a brain." That sovereign sprout turned pale with terror. After that, he hastily knelt down and kowtowed in apology. The other guards were silent as well. "Is there any movement from the wolf god's egg?" asked the blood fiend Devil Lord. Reporting to the Devil Lord, the wolf god's egg is exceptionally active at the moment. The ancestral runes are being absorbed. Therefore, it is most likely receiving the inheritance and will quickly break out of its shell, reported one of the sovereign sprouts. "Good, I have high expectations for a wolf god incubated for over 100,000 years. The blood fiend Devil Lord smiled. He suddenly rose. "My source energy was damaged and I need to recover. During my absence, go find another sovereign sprout. After Zhu Ka died, a new sovereign sprout will be born. Find him." Yes, all the sovereign sprouts nodded. Looking content, the blood fiend Devil Lord vanished with a quiver of his blood sun. After that, the sovereign sprouts quickly got to work. Deep within the yin-yang world, within a deep valley surrounded by mountains, a giant egg that was thrumming with blood chi could be seen. The void around it was filled with cracks and flying runes. Wild lightning, wind blades, and burning flames crackled around it. The shell of the egg had reached a semi-transparent state. From the outside, it was vaguely possible to see a curled-up, snow-white figure. A scarlet ball of light on its forehead was pulsing like fire. As it slumbered within the egg, the runes outside were absorbing the world's energy for it. The runic chains within the egg were sending it an unending current of energy. Despite still being asleep, with every breath it took, the laws of heaven and earth moved with it. It was as if it was a slumbering god who could bring forth destruction upon worlds once it awoke. At this moment, the news of the Dragonblood Legion's battle against the Blood Fiend, Devil Lord instantly spread throughout the Martial Heaven continent. All the main characters of the Dragonblood Legion had appeared other than Long Chen, but they still couldn't stop the Blood Fiend Devil Lord from retreating. Because of this, he instantly became the continent's nightmare. Even the people's confidence in Long Chen was shaken by the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. That was just how powerful he was. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord could charge onto the continent and fight the top experts of the Dragonblood Legion. He was then able to safely retreat. Since this was the case, there was no way to describe just how terrifying he was. In comparison, Long Chen had been forced to rely on Taoist Heavenly Feather's protection when he had entered the yin-yang world. Just that one bit of fact made quite a few people assume that Long Chen was not a match for the Blood Fiend Devil Lord. Most importantly, the seal on Devil Spirit Mountain was slowly fading, and the devil chi inside was starting to flow onto the continent as well. The divine families had vanished without a word. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Perhaps Long Chen had infuriated them, and they did not wish to interfere in the matters of the Martial Heaven continent any longer. In any case, the people of the Martial Heaven continent felt very anxious. Despite that, Long Chen did not show himself. Boom! In the rear mountains of the heaven-splitting battle sect, everything had been turned into a desert of sand and gravel. How many times have I told you you have to control your anger? You can only unleash your power once it stabilizes, or if you only seek greater power, it will cause damage to your own body. When the wounds that you cannot sense slowly accumulate over time, you'll be a cripple before you even reach 100 years old, roared the old man until his throat felt hoarse. It was unknown how many times he had shouted. Within the flying sand and dust was Long Chen, who was wielding Evil Moon. He was facing the old man. In the distance, Bao Buping, Chang Hao, and the 7 bosses were lying in the sand, too tired to move. Even as the wind half buried them with sand, they didn't twitch. They were all too exhausted, as the training with the old man had been hellish. They felt like their bodies would simply fall apart at any moment. Of them all, only Long Chen was still standing. Even the old man was panting like an old bull. Long Chen felt a bit helpless. "I really can't. Just let me do it like this. I have a different cultivation technique, so I can't reach that balance. If I get some hidden wounds, then fine. I have my own ways to recover. I feel like I've gotten a sense of the 9th form of Split the Heavens. My path is different than yours, so don't make things hard on me." Long Chen cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art, the most domineering and direct cultivation technique. Although the battle god's sacred canon was similar to it, there was a trace of softness within it, and that was the crux for the 9th form of Split the Heavens. It was what prevented a giant backlash from killing the user. As for the 9-star Hegemon body art, it lacked any such softness. Every attack was an all-out attack. After a long time, even a body of metal would break apart from such a thing. As an example, whether a stonemason was using a wooden or metal hammer, there had to be some flexibility, some elasticity. This softness was what allowed the hammer to break stone over and over again. Without that softness, every attack would damage oneself, which meant the more power that Long Chen used, the greater the backlash. That was not how the 9th form of split the heavens should be used, and that was why the old man was angry and anxious. How can a man simply accept such drivel? Little Bao, get over here and demonstrate. I refuse to believe that I can't teach you this, shouted the old man. Boss Bao's body twitched in the sand. He raised his head, almost crying. Old man, spare us. It's been 3 days. Can you at least let us stay alive and keep breathing? In order to teach Long Chen this softness, not only had Long Chen been forced to endure the old man's harsh teachings, but Boss Bao and the others had become teaching instruments, with the old man constantly using them to get Long Chen to learn. As a result, Boss Bao and the others had fallen into an endless hell. Every time they used the 9th form of split the heavens, they exhausted themselves. Even after they had all demonstrated once, Long Chen hadn't learned anything. As for the old man, he refused to give up. Stop wasting words. Get up. If an old man like me can stay standing, aren't you embarrassed to be lying down? Demanded the old man. You have the heaven-splitting blade. You're not even using 5% of the energy we're using. Aren't you embarrassed to say such a thing? If you want, give me the heaven-splitting blade and we'll see who is too tired to stand, raged Boss Bao. You're looking for a beating, huh? The old man was at a loss for words. It truly was the heaven-splitting blade that allowed him to stay standing so easily. Don't waste the effort. Long Chen cannot use this kind of soft energy because his 9-star Hegemon body art will not allow any sense of retreat. Finally, Evil Moon spoke up again. Impossible. Once reaching the limit of one extreme, the only direction is to go back. There are no absolutes in this world. Softness and hardness intertwine. Without softness, there is no hardness, said the old man, refusing to believe this. The 9-star Hegemon body art is precisely like that. If Long Chen tries to find a roundabout way because he's afraid of being injured, it will be a betrayal to the essence of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Even Long Chen's character has been affected by that cultivation technique to this extent. Are you not clear on that? Don't waste time, said Evil Moon indifferently. Reporting to Sect Master, the Alliance head has come and wishes to speak to you. She says that there's something important to discuss. Just at this moment, a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect ran over. Chapter 2593, Silently Provoking a Calamity. Hearing that it was the Alliance head, Boss Bao and the others immediately felt like winter had passed and spring had come. Their salvation was at hand. The old man was forced to stop and bring everyone back to the heaven-splitting battle sect, whereupon they saw Jianing had come with Mo Nian. Mo Nian, aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Why are you here? Asked Long Chen. Mo Nian's expression was odd. He worked his jaw a few times before finally sighing. It's hard to explain in a few words. Did you cause some calamity again? Asked Long Chen curiously. You really are a good pair. You guessed it in one go. This little bastard actually snuck his way into the corrupt god cemetery. Jianing glared at Mo Nian. Damn, how could you do such a thing? What kind of time is it for this nonsense? Raged Long Chen. Well, Mo Nian was a bit embarrassed. Don't give me some bullshit excuses. The Martial Heaven continent is in crisis. Devil Spirit Mountain and the Yin-Yang world can invade at any moment, scolded Long Chen. Jianing nodded at this. Although Long Chen was mischievous, he knew about the big picture at important times. At such a time, you actually went grave robbing in the corrupt god cemetery by yourself. Why didn't you call me? Didn't we discuss that already? Raged Long Chen. I'll beat you both. Just as she thought that Long Chen was actually somewhat reliable, he took a sudden turn. What happened? Asked the old man quickly, pulling Jianing to his side. Let him tell it. Jianing glared at Mo Nian. Mo Nian obediently explained. In truth, Long Chen had wrongly accused him. Mo Nian truly had come to look for Long Chen, but since Long Chen was in the heaven-splitting battle sect, it was clear that he was training in the 9th form of Split the Heavens. So after realizing what Long Chen was doing, Mo Nian decided against disturbing him. After that, he snuck into the corrupt god cemetery by himself. With his years of experience, the corrupt path's restrictions were unable to stop him. He entered the inner cemetery without anyone the wiser. In the end, he reached the same place that Long Chen had reached back then. However, Mo Nian didn't go look at the corrupt emperor guarding this place. Instead, he stealthily opened one of the stone coffins, only to find that it was empty. Most shocking of all, based on his experience, the coffin had only been opened recently. At that time, he even suspected that someone had robbed this place before him, but then thinking about it, he didn't think it was very likely. Perhaps they had been moved by the corrupt path. Upon closer examination, he found an underground passageway. On the other side of it was a world of darkness. It was an ancient city filled with ghostly qi. The aura of rot and decay was everywhere. That aura alone was toxic. The toxicity was low enough that Mo Nian was able to endure it. Hence, he snuck inside, finding countless bones. But when he reached the inner city, he saw countless resentful spirits. There were humans, beasts, and all kinds of races. They were corpses, but their withered eyes still contained a terrifying light. They possessed their own consciousness. However, after becoming resentful spirits, they didn't attack each other. They had sharp senses, and Mo Nian was almost noticed by them several times. It was at this moment that Mo Nian realized that he had entered the most mysterious of the continent's 7 danger zones, Resentful Death City. The entrance was within the corrupt god cemetery. Mo Nian carefully scouted the city, but it was so big that it was hard to believe. The feeling that Mo Nian got was that the city was no smaller than the Central Plains. The closer he got to the heart of the city, the stronger the auras of the resentful spirits. At first, there was only the occasional existence that had reached the heaven-merging realm, but then he saw more and more of them. Mo Nian was truly terrified upon realizing this. There were countless resentful spirits sitting here silent. Sometimes they would sense him and rise, forcing him to hide. At one moment, he was surrounded by dozens of resentful spirits that had reached the heaven-merging realm. If he was noticed, there was no way he would be able to leave alive. He might even be joining their ranks if he was killed here. Throughout the city, he also noticed quite a few disciples wearing robes of the divine families that had also become resentful spirits. The legends had to be true. Those that died here would be transformed into resentful spirits, essentially puppets without their own will. Mo Nian thought about fleeing several times due to the danger, but it had been difficult enough to get to this point. If he didn't get a look at the heart of the city, it would be a waste. Mo Nian then bravely entered deeper. However, he was disappointed to see that the inner gates were closed shut. He didn't dare to use his spiritual yuan to open them, or he would disturb the resentful spirits. The majority of the resentful spirits in this city had reached the heaven-merging realm, some with auras so powerful that he didn't dare to get close to them. Just their auras alone were enough to make his soul feel a stabbing pain. Those resentful spirits had surpassed his understanding. They might not just be in the heaven-merging realm. Any one of them could destroy him with a wave of their hand. After scouting the city, he found an ancient python whose body was badly corroded. Moreover, it wasn't a resentful spirit but a true corpse. It had crawled up the wall, so Mo Nian carefully climbed up its back. When he reached the top of the walls, he almost let out a muffled cry. He saw thousands of resentful spirits bound by chains, and at the end of those chains was an altar with coffins lying on it. At the center of those coffins sat a person, and it was this person that made Mo Nian almost shout. It was the corrupt path's Yi Ming. He was seated cross-legged, and the auras of the resentful spirits swirled around him. He seemed to be cultivating. Just as Mo Nian saw him, Yi Ming's eyes suddenly opened. As a result, Mo Nian shot an arrow without a second thought, and without looking to see if it landed, he fled. The arrow was sucked into a twisting void when it was a few meters away from Yi Ming, devoured by some mysterious energy. Because of all the commotions, all the resentful spirits in the city were awoken, and they charged at Mo Nian. At that moment, Mo Nian had fled in the earth-splitting divine shuttle. He dug through the earth, but he was immediately locked onto by a terrifying aura and was dragged out of the ground. Just as Mo Nian thought that he was definitely dead, a sovereign seal appeared in the sky. However, just as it appeared, it exploded, transforming into divine runes that illuminated the city. Those resentful spirits cried out, terrified of the light. Using this chance, Mo Nian immediately fled. However, those runes quickly dimmed, and the resentful spirits once more chased after him. At this time, Mo Nian finally managed to reach the corrupt god cemetery. However, those resentful spirits had no intention of letting him off so easily. The The passageway behind him almost blew apart as they followed him into the corrupt god cemetery. Fortunately, upon entering the corrupt god cemetery, their speed was impacted. They seemed suppressed and their speed dropped. Delighted by this, Mo fled out of the corrupt god cemetery. Although a giant mass of resentful spirits followed, as soon as they left the corrupt god cemetery, they began to scream and burn, white smoke coming from their bodies. Under those circumstances, they quickly returned to the corrupt god cemetery. Some were too slow and didn't manage to retreat, so they were turned to dust. Looking at this, Mo sighed with relief, but before long, his heart tightened once more. The entrance to the corrupt god cemetery was no longer silent. A corrosive aura was pouring out of it and infecting the martial heaven continent, slowly withering the trees and vegetation in the surroundings. After that, black chi began to spread in that space along with some resentful spirits, which then roared at Mo immediately realized that he had inadvertently opened the gates to resentful Death City. Its aura was now leaking onto the martial heaven continent. Once it infected the continent, these resentful spirits would also be able to run rampant everywhere. Thinking of that, Mo felt a chill and ran over to Jade. After explaining, she immediately brought Mo to Long Chen. This matter was too big. This can't be blamed on Mo. It's a good thing to have this exposed as early as possible. The corrupt path has had control over resentful Death City for all this time. That's clearly a scheme, and Yi Ming is very likely the key to activating it. Perhaps this is why Yun Tian discarded everything else and only focused on killing Yi Ming, said Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't saying this just to stand up for Mo. Although he hadn't gone to resentful Death City, Jade had told him that there were only two entrances to it. One lay with the divine families, while one lay with the corrupt path. As for the divine family's entrance, it only gave them access to the outer regions. The fact that Mo appeared right inside the city when he came from the corrupt path's entrance already showed the problem. As for why the corrupt path had dragged the inner coffins of the corrupt god cemetery into resentful Death City, that was a hair-raising question. In any case, the corrupt path had some secret when it came to resentful Death City, and Mo had taken the first step to expose it. Before this, Jade was afraid that the corrupt path would open the gates of resentful Death City and unleash the resentful spirits on the continent. Now it seemed that the corrupt path's goal was even worse. They might already be able to control all of resentful Death City. Why would there be a sovereign seal in resentful Death City? Asked the old man after a long moment of silence. This was truly inexplicable. Was it some other sovereign? The sovereign's methods are beyond comprehension. What will come eventually. Long Chen turned to Mo with a mischievous smile. Great sage Mo, I wonder if you've made any gains on your archaeological trip this time. Don't you think you should share? A bandit never leaves empty-handed. Mo smiled, feeling pleased with himself. The old man and Jade stared in dumbfounded silence as Mo took out a bag and emptied it. The two of them couldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 2594 Autumn Water Divine Sword. The bag Mo was holding was a cosmos bag. From it, he took out one large object after another. The crystal core of a 13th-rank magical beast, the scarlet dragon rhinoceros. This crystal bone, its rune contains a terrifying water energy. Is it from the primordial Kun race? This sword, it's so sharp. This forging method has long since been lost. I want it. Seeing the various treasures, Jade was astonished. There were crystal cores, crystal bones, weapons, books, and all kinds of treasures of incalculable value. You can pick from these. Just leave me some so I can equip the disciples of Mo Gate, said Mo magnanimously. Long Chen, what are you looking at me like that for? Demanded Mo. Long Chen's smile, which was not a smile, made him feel a bit guilty. Don't bring out these useless things. The Alliance head has helped you out and you bring out this broken sword for her. Aren't you embarrassed? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Jade was startled and then looked at Mo. With no way around this, Mo clapped his head and feigned sudden realization. Aya, that's right, if you didn't remind me I would have forgotten. I specifically picked out a treasure for you, Alliance head. I'm just too forgetful. Mo then offered up an ancient sword with both hands to Jade. There was quite a bit of dust and rust on this sword, and it looked like it was breaking down. Despite that, a sharp aura came from it, and even through its sheath, they could sense the murderous aura that condensed from it, having killed countless powerful lifeforms. After that, Jade carefully received the sword and looked at the old man. Only when the old man nodded did Jianing finally begin to unsheath it. When just 3 inches of the blade was revealed, a sharp aura caused the palace that they were in to quiver, and black threads appeared around the blade. Those threads were the sword's sharpness slicing the void. Although they were both prepared, Jianing and the old man still jumped in shock. This sword was absolutely terrifying. Autumn water. The sword slowly calmed down, allowing them to see the words on it. After that, Jianing and the old man let out a startled cry together. The 9 Yang sword sect's founding ancestor, Li Qiushui's personally forged weapon, the Autumn Water Divine Sword. Mo Nian asked, "Is this sword very famous?" Jianing solemnly said, "Very much so. Senior Li Qiushui was a behemoth of the sword Dao who once followed Sovereign Zai Yang. When the dark era fell upon that generation, Li Qiushui led her disciples to slaughter countless invaders. However, it is said that she and her disciples were trapped in an evil formation and perished. After hearing that news, without exception, all her disciples threw themselves into the battlefield. In the end, although the martial heaven continent won, not a single member of the 9 Yang sword sect survived, and a vast legacy was lost just like that. Their actions shook the entire world, and afterwards Sovereign Zai Yang led a 3-month memorial for the 9 Yang sword sect. It can be said that Senior Qiushui is a model example for us, so seeing her sword is extremely moving. Jianing then placed the Autumn Water Divine Sword at the top of the palace and kowtowed to it, followed by the old man. They were filled with reverence for this righteous and heroic senior. The people in their generation grew up hearing stories of her. At this moment, Jianing's eyes were even red from emotion. Seeing their reaction, Mo Nian didn't quite know what to do. Should he kneel as well or not? However, when he saw Long Chen just standing there, he decided to just follow his act. In the end, Jianing didn't scold them as their lives were just different. They didn't know as much as her about the history and couldn't fathom the feelings of the older generation. Long Chen, this Autumn Water Divine Sword is a priceless weapon. Although it can't compare to the 5 supreme divine items below those 5, not many divine items can endure a single attack from it. You should give it to Yue Zaifeng. Like that, this sword would land in the right hands. After kowtowing, Jianing reverently passed the Autumn Water Divine Sword to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. Zaifeng does not rely on the sharpness of his sword to win. His path is different from other sword cultivators. Yue Zaifeng had always declined when Long Chen offered to find him a powerful divine sword. He said that his destined sword had yet to appear. Perhaps his pursuit for that destined sword was part of his cultivation path. That was why Yue Zaifeng always used ordinary swords. In addition, sometimes swords would automatically leap into his hands, and only then would he replace his old one. Because of this peculiarity, although this Autumn Water Divine Sword was a priceless treasure, Long Chen was sure that Yue Zaifeng wouldn't want it. "All right, then I'll give it to Lingshan. She will carry out Senior Qiushui's will." Jianing respectfully put away the Autumn Water Divine Sword and then turned to Mo Nian. "Where did you find this Autumn Water Divine Sword?" "It was in a pile of bones near the core of the city. There was one particular skeleton seated cross-legged with this sword resting on its knees. I didn't know that it was Senior Li Qiushui, but when I took the sword, her corpse turned to dust," said Mo Nian awkwardly. He didn't know if Jianing would curse him for blaspheming a senior. Jianing nodded, she sighed. "Senior had her own spirit and she entrusted her sword to you." "Was Senior Li Qiushui killed because of resentful Death City?" asked the old man suddenly. Jianing's expression changed. The story said that Li Qiushui was surrounded by invaders and fell into one of their domains before vanishing, but Mo Nian had found her in resentful Death City. There are definitely some secrets in resentful Death City. Mo Nian only survived thanks to the remnant sovereign seal. If we think about it, for a sovereign to seal resentful Death City, he must have had his reasons. If Senior Qiushui was Sovereign Zai Yang's follower and her corpse was found in resentful Death City, it implies that she was trapped and died there. Then looking at it from another angle, doesn't it mean that there was no sovereign seal over resentful Death City when she died? "If that's the case, then it's clear who left the sovereign seal," said Long Chen. "You mean it was left by Sovereign Zai Yang?" Jianing and the old man were startled. This analysis didn't have much to base itself on, but it was reasonable. "If we want proof, it's simple. Mo Nian take out a few hundred treasures. We can investigate what part of history they're from," said Long Chen. Jianing and the old man stared at Mo Nian in shock. After that, Mo Nian cursed Long Chen. "That's easy for you to say. Where am I supposed to get a few hundred of them? Resentful Death City is filled with terrifying, resentful spirits. Why don't you steal a few hundred for us to take a look at? I certainly can't do it, but you are a grandmaster archaeologist, a pioneer of excavating the lost culture of the Martial Heaven continent. Come now, don't be low-key. Show us your abilities. Long Chen smiled wickedly. He truly understood Mo Nian. Count yourself vicious. Mo Nian glared at Long Chen and waved his hand. After that, a dozen weapons clattered to the ground, and the palace rumbled with space twisting. Damn, the old man gasped. The formless wheel, the heavenly spirit parasol, the ghost king shield, the heaven-piercing hegemon spear. Jianying examined the divine items one by one, her heart pounding. These were all famous existences in the Martial Heaven continent's history. They and their masters had left behind countless legends. Besides, the owners of these weapons had all been experts in the same generation as Sovereign Zai Yang. They were famous existences that had stood at the apex of the continent at that time. This heavenly spirit parasol is a treasure of the Nangong family. Back then, their family, well, it's not for me to say. You should return it to the Nangong family later. Jianying sighed when she saw the heavenly spirit parasol. These experts were truly from the same generation as Sovereign Zai Yang. Then Long Chen's theory that the sovereign seal was left by him is likely. But if Sovereign Zai Yang sealed Resentful Death City, why is it that no one from the Martial Heaven continent knew of it? Furthermore, the divine families were capable of entering Resentful Death City, but they didn't say anything either. The old man's expression sank. He smelled a scheme. We've never viewed Resentful Death City as a powerful enemy, only treating it as the final trump card of the corrupt path. It seems that we were wrong. Resentful Death City definitely poses a serious threat to the Martial Heaven continent, or the Sovereign wouldn't have sealed it. But it really is incomprehensible why the Sovereign didn't leave any warning, said Jianying. Perhaps Taoist Heavenly Feather or the High Priest knows something. Maybe we should ask them, suggested the old man. Long Chen shook his head. There's no need. They know many things, but if they could say any, they wouldn't conceal it. So asking them about things that they can't say is meaningless. If the Sovereign didn't mention it, then doesn't that have huge implications? Even if the High Priest did know, he definitely wouldn't dare to say it. The Martial Heaven continent is like a riddle slowly being solved by our generation. The corrupt path, the divine families, and even Pill Valley are acting mysteriously. They are scheming something, and only we are still blind. But I refuse to believe that the 5 sovereigns were just going to let us be destroyed without leaving any clues. Now, the Martial Heaven continent lies on the brink of destruction. Whether or not we win is something I feel like is up to Mo Nian. Me? What the fuck? What are you looking at me for? Demanded Mo Nian. It depends on whether or not you can take out some more divine items to equip our side, chortled Long Chen. Bastard, there's no more, raged Mo Nian. Chapter 2595, once more going to the corrupt god cemetery. I don't believe you. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian disdainfully. At the very least, there is one object that you haven't taken out. Where is the Beidheng family's weapon? If you take it for yourself, do you think Beidheng Xuanhuan will let you off? Mo Nian then tossed out a few more divine items and directly stormed off. Amongst those new divine items was an ancient multicolored bow. Seeing Mo Nian toss over so many divine items, Jianying felt bad. Long Chen, Mo Nian risked his life to enter Resentful Death City and brought back these treasures with his own power. Don't you think it's going overboard to take them all? Overboard? No, you don't know Mo Nian. He definitely hasn't taken out even half of the things he got, said Long Chen. Long Chen truly understood Mo Nian. Although he was generous in other areas, he was a stingy miser when it came to the profits of his grave robbing. Taking those from him was like cutting his flesh. Why did Long Chen know? It was because Mo Nian had once shown Long Chen his treasure room, a place that not even Liu Zongying knew of. Inside, there were millions of museum pieces he had collected. They were the results of Mo Nian's grave robbing over the years, and he had detailed classifications of them, including their uses, age, etc. Long Chen had even spotted something that looked like a woman's undergarment. In any case, this fellow was very unwilling to take out the results of his grave robbing. He liked to conceal them and keep them for himself, calling it by the glorified name of archaeology and protecting the treasures of the continent's ancestral figures. The reason Long Chen had repeatedly squeezed Mo Nian of his treasures just now was because it would be a waste to conceal such priceless treasures. However, now that Mo Nian had spat out so many terrifying divine items, Long Chen felt confident that Mo Nian knew how serious their predicament was. He wouldn't conceal such terrifying divine items. Whether he left them to the Martial Heaven Alliance or to Mo Gates' disciples, it was all the same. This is truly stunning. So many experts died in resentful Death City. The old man looked at those divine items in disbelief. These divine items were all famous existences, and their original masters were experts that had stood at the peak of the continent. Thinking of how they had all died in resentful Death City, he was alarmed. Just what kind of secret was hiding in resentful Death City? The Nangong and Beidheng families, divine items naturally must be returned to them. The Dongfeng family's scarlet tomb saber should be left to a saber master. As for the Ximen family's dragon claw, Jianying looked at Long Chen. The Ximen family had been enemies with Long Chen at the start, but later, perhaps due to their conscience or because they couldn't stop Long Chen, they had decided to join the neutral side. Even after multiple battles, the Ximen family had chosen to remain neutral. However, there were times that they had spoken up for the side of the Martial Heaven continent. In the Starfield Divine World, Ximen Tianxing had cursed Dongfeng Yuyang's actions. Thus, the Ximen family could not be said to be the Martial Heaven Alliance's enemy. "You can do whatever you want. Don't look at me. I'm not good at politics," said Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. As his cultivation base grew, Jianying was less strict with him. It was no longer like she was the parent scolding a child. However, with this respect came distance as well. It was the old man and Jianying who were the same from the start. There was cursing and fighting, but in Long Chen's view, this showed that they were actually closer. Perhaps this was why the old man would never be suited to being in command. Jianying nodded and respectfully put away the divine items. Since Mo Nian didn't know their history, then fine. But Jianying had grown up with stories of these legendary figures. These seniors had spilled their blood for the Martial Heaven continent, so they had to be treated respectfully. After putting away the divine items, Jianying was on the move to send them to the right people when she recalled the other matter. She told Long Chen about the matter of the Blood Fiend, Devil Lord. The Blood Fiend, Devil Lord. Long Chen was startled. Even sovereign sprouts were willing to be his guards, and all the experts of the Dragonblood Legion were unable to stop him from leaving. This person was definitely shockingly powerful. Long Chen knew that the current Dragonblood Legion was extremely powerful, but he hadn't expected them to draw out such a terrifying existence. He is most likely the son of the world. To be more precise, he has started walking the path of becoming a sovereign. He is most definitely the sovereign of his generation. As for the Martial Heaven continent, we have some sovereign sprouts, but not one person has shown signs of being the true sovereign. It's worrisome, sighed Jianying. The Blood Sun behind the Blood Fiend Devil Lord was the best indicator that he was the next sovereign. Legend had it that when sovereigns were rising, they had different manifestations, which were supported by the entire world. The Blood Fiend Devil Lord had appeared, but there was no one similar to him on the Martial Heaven continent. This fact made the people panic. Even though Long Chen was powerful, he wasn't supported by the full power of the Martial Heaven continent, so how could he fight the Blood Fiend Devil Lord? Furthermore, the information that Mo Nian had brought back implied that Yi Ming was also undergoing a similar transformation. He might become the second Blood Fiend Devil Lord, and this news pressed heavily on their hearts. Moreover, resentful Death City made Jianying extremely uneasy. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what scheme they have, all we can do is fight to the death. Why worry so much? Said the old man. Jianying glared at the old man. This recklessness was something she was unable to achieve. Long Chen, what do you think? Asked Jianying. Not much. I agree with the old man. All we can do is work hard at improving ourselves. If the Martial Heaven continent is truly fated to be destroyed, then small figures like us won't be able to stop it. All I can do is risk my life to stop those trying to destroy my family. If I kill one, I go even. If I kill two, I'll have profited, said Long Chen. The old man laughed and nodded. This thinking was to his taste. People were born in the world, so they should live to the fullest while they were still alive. What will come in the end. Did worrying about it bring anything good? Jianying sighed. These two were both unreasonable. If she tried to talk reason with them, her words would only fall on deaf ears. I'm going to leave and discuss this with Li Tiangxuan first. Sai, I can't be bothered to speak to you too, said Jianying. Alliance head, I suddenly recall that there's something important I need to discuss with you, said Long Chen. What? Asked Jianying, pausing. About that, Lingshan has most likely brought it up to you. It's to give some joy to the Martial Heaven Alliance at this time. Jianying immediately turned red and cursed. "Little bastard, all you think about is nonsense. We have more important things to do. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear up that broken mouth of yours." Jining ran off, almost fleeing. After that, Long Chen turned to the old man and saw that his expression was complicated. "What, are you of the same mind? That doesn't seem to be your style," said Long Chen. The old man sighed and patted his shoulder. "Child, I know your heart. Lingshan has also brought it up to me. Thinking about this life, I owe Jining a great deal. When I was young, I didn't understand. When I understood, I was already old. I've also decided on it. When the dark era is over, we'll have the grandest wedding ceremony to make up for what I owe her." Long Chen nodded. "Old man, I've essentially learned the ninth form of split the heavens, and the finer details are things I have to figure out for myself. Now, I'm thinking of visiting the high priest to see what he is thinking." The old man pondered over this and eventually nodded. Due to the 9-star Hegemon body art, Long Chen was unable to use the ninth form of split the heavens in the same way, so it would be better for him to slowly test it for himself. After that, Long Chen left the heaven-splitting battle sect and flew through the endless black clouds on a flying boat. A sharp light then appeared in his eyes. The dark era. There's no longer a day or night. Perhaps there's sunlight right behind the black clouds, but no one knows when the clouds will disperse. No one knows if they'll live to see the sunlight again. The darkness brings despair, but why is it that I like black so much? Long Chen stared at the black clouds, not feeling oppressed by them. Instead, he felt a strange kind of ease. "Perhaps your inner heart is already black," said Evil Moon indifferently. "Your dark evil dragon race is the blackest one. Are you trying to praise me?" Long Chen curled his lips. "Our darkness has a bottom line. I'm not someone who pisses and craps on others." "Clearly, you have no bottom line," cursed Evil Moon. It seemed it was recalling how Long Chen had threatened to poop on it to make it lower its head. "I don't believe it. My heart is filled with sunlight. I love life, so how could I be such a dark person?" said Long Chen. "Pa, why do you like wearing black? Isn't it to conceal your own darkness? If you wore white, your inner darkness would be set off by contrast, and you wouldn't be able to endure it yourself," sneered Evil Moon. "Impossible. Have I been affected by you without realizing it?" wondered Long Chen. "Dogshit, don't blame others for your own crap. I'm the one affected by you. I find myself, well, whatever, I'm not going to argue with you. Just remember, humans have two sides. The you that you see might not be your true self. If you face the sunlight, you will only see the parts of you that are bright. But you don't know that the shadow behind you can cover up the entire world," said Evil Moon. "What is that supposed to mean?" asked Long Chen. It seemed that what Evil Moon said had a deeper meaning. "Find a way to see yourself clearly, or when you use the ninth form of split the heavens, I'll be overwhelmed by your darkness. Then you will also lose control. You can't just rely on me to control your emotions. You have to control them yourself," warned Evil Moon. "All right, I understand." Long Chen nodded. Lately, he had truly been dependent on Evil Moon Linger and the heaven-flipping seal. That wasn't a good thing. "Aren't you going to the Wine God Palace? Why did you come here?" asked Evil Moon suddenly. A dark world appeared before them. The aura of death filled this place, and the surrounding mountains had long since lost any greenery. This was the entrance to the corrupt God Cemetery. Chapter 2596, Revealing What is Hidden. "Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen." Long Chen had just arrived when disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance ran over to greet him. Therefore, Long Chen nodded to them. "Has there been any activity here?" A disciple answered, reporting to Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, "The other world's aura is constantly infecting the Martial Heaven continent. However, the size of this entrance has not grown. Most likely, it has been suppressed by the laws of the Martial Heaven continent, but there is no way to say for certain, so we are currently paying close attention to it." The gate between Resentful Death City and the corrupt God Cemetery had been inadvertently opened by Mo Nyan. As a result, the aura of Resentful Death City was entering the Martial Heaven continent through the corrupt God Cemetery. However, it was unable to spread after reaching a limit of 10,000 miles from the exit, similar to the yin-yang world. Hence, that disciple's assumptions were most likely correct. It must be suppressed by the laws of the Martial Heaven continent. Nevertheless, once the aura of Resentful Death City grew to a certain density, it would be able to spread further, and then the resentful spirits inside would be able to enter the Martial Heaven continent freely. At this moment, hair-raising roars occasionally rang out from the other side of the portal. It was like devils howling. "Stand guard over this place. I'm going inside to take a look," said Long Chen. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can't go inside." The disciple cried out, but Long Chen had entered the portal. It was too late to stop him. When he entered this time, he found that its aura was completely different from before. There was now a trace of life within the aura of death and decay. As soon as he was inside, he saw countless corpses littering the ground. Their bodies and clothes were rotting, and yet their bodies moved when he arrived. They were resentful spirits. The corrupt paths people, Long Chen was surprised. These resentful spirits were not the ones that Mo Nian had seen. These were the corrupt paths experts based on their robes. Mo Nian hadn't seen a single resentful spirit of the corrupt path within resentful Death City. However, all Long Chen saw were those belonging to the corrupt path. After that, Long Chen saw burial mounds on the ground that had been recently excavated. These experts must have been buried there previously. The closest one of them attacked Long Chen with a sword, but he was blown back by a palm from Long Chen. Oh! Long Chen was surprised that the resentful spirit survived his attack. Its body was extremely tough. Their bodies were turned into puppets through special methods that allow them to unleash even greater power than when they were alive. Long Chen quickly saw through some clues. After that, he waved his hand, sending out a torrent of lightning. As a result, those resentful spirits wailed, white smoke emitting from their bodies. In just a breath of time, they turned into true corpses. Clapping suddenly rang out, and a figure slowly appeared from within a mass of black qi, looking like a specter in the night. It was Yi Ming. Yi Ming praised, "You are probably the only one to ever be able to control heavenly punishment lightning. Even a sovereign was unable to do such a thing. Admirable. If you really admire me, you bring out your real body instead of this clone. What, are you afraid that I'll slaughter you?" said Long Chen indifferently. This Yi Ming was not his true self. He looked like a reflection within the darkness, and his figure was swaying unsteadily. Yi Ming smiled, nodding. "You are correct. I'm truly afraid of you slaughtering me." "You're so modest?" asked Long Chen, surprised. Yi Ming shook his head. "This isn't modesty but the truth. I don't like it, but I have to admit that my current self is not a match for you. In the Starfield Divine World, just as I was about to reach unstoppable heights, you still ruined everything. Because of it, I have to admit that you are comparable to a sovereign, as even Yun Tian didn't give me the same sense of danger as you. However, don't forget, I'm the 7th-generation corrupt god. I underwent nirvanic rebirth just for today and have waited tens of thousands of years. All the karma has been arranged. Although there have been some unexpected events, it does not affect the final result. The martial heaven continent will definitely be destroyed, so all your efforts, all your struggles are useless. You came out to see me just to say these empty words." Long Chen looked at Yi Ming, a sharp light appearing in his eyes. He seemed to be able to see through Yi Ming's heart. "I'm telling you this so that you're prepared. Work hard on your cultivation and don't die to someone else before I come out of seclusion. After all, you are the enemy that I appreciate the most. I hope that you die to my hands." Yi Ming smiled. "But what if I want to kill you right now?" Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "Ha ha ha ha, if you want to die a bit sooner, I won't stop you. At the end of the corrupt god cemetery is resentful Death City. That's my battlefield. Come, if I kill you now, I won't need to worry about someone else getting a head start on me." Yi Ming laughed, vanishing into the darkness. His laughter continued to ring out. At the next second, the resentful spirits in the corrupt god cemetery suddenly parted, leaving a path for him. Long Chen smiled and followed that path, going deeper into the corrupt god cemetery. "Are you crazy? Aren't you sending yourself to your death?" demanded Evil Moon. Long Chen responded, "Through several interactions, I've gotten a deeper understanding of Yi Ming. He's a schemer, so everything he says is a lie to further his goals. He said those things because he wanted to scare me off, but in truth, he doesn't want me to enter. There is definitely some secret in there." "How do you know that he didn't predict your line of thought and was baiting you intentionally?" "There is nothing guaranteed in life. In any case, I trust my vision and intuition. Yi Ming always thinks of himself as clever. His schemes look superior, but they always lack some maturity. As someone who underwent nirvanic rebirth, he has his memories from his last life, and the arrogance from that life has continued in this era as well. That means his character is essentially fixed and will not change. He treats everyone around him like a chess piece, and he has no counselors. If anyone questioned his decisions, he would kill them. Evil Moon, why don't you tell me if you ever listened to the opinions of your subordinates?" said Long Chen. Evil Moon was silent. Back then he had made decisions by himself, and Yi Ming was the same. Long Chen quickly flew by the countless resentful spirits. They had been buried in the corrupt god cemetery since the ancient era, and then had been turned into resentful spirits by the aura of resentful Death City. Nevertheless, they at least possessed a certain level of will as they listened to Yi Ming's orders. Their eyes had long since withered, leaving deep empty eye sockets that stared at Long Chen. If it was anyone else, they would probably be scared off. However, Long Chen charged through them without even looking at them. Just as Mo Nian had said, the coffins here had vanished. When Long Chen reached the channel, he heard countless roars coming from the other side. They were like thunder in his ears. That's definitely from an existence above Nether Passage, and more than one at that. Long Chen, if you go in, you might not be leaving alive, said Evil Moon. Yi Ming might just cut off the path back, trapping them in resentful Death City. It's fine, I'll run if I see something wrong. Long Chen clenched his fists. In his hand was a bronze fragment. This was a fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Although it was just a fragment, it had absorbed the source chi of the Yi family's counterfeit Eastern Wasteland Bell. With it, no matter what kind of domain Yi Ming tried to set up, Long Chen would be able to break it. This was his trump card for entering this place. The aura of death grew stronger, but when Long Chen reached the end of the passageway, he suddenly laughed. Yi Ming, I just knew you were scheming to scare me off, so there's still a sovereign seal here. From the channel, Long Chen saw a barrier separating resentful Death City and the corrupt god cemetery. He was looking through the sovereign seal. Countless resentful spirits within resentful Death City were roaring at the sovereign seal, but they didn't dare to approach it. When Long Chen got closer, he saw a thick layer of dust on the ground on the other side of the exit. It seemed like the remnants of resentful spirits that had tried to charge through. After that, Long Chen looked up. The barrier had a giant sovereign character embedded in it, looking like it was made of fresh blood. This was a seal made with the blood of a sovereign, something that possessed the power to transcend time and space. Thanks to it, even though the sovereigns were already gone, their work continued to protect the continent. When Long Chen got closer to the sovereign seal, it suddenly lit up and enveloped Long Chen in a beam of light. Chapter 2597, Sovereign Ziyang. Space twisted. After that, Long Chen found himself within a strange place where multicolored sunlight flowed all around him. Before he even got a look at his surroundings, he heard a voice from behind him. Black robes, a back turned to all life, how surprising. Long Chen turned around to see a middle-aged man in pure white robes. Just standing there, he seemed to have transcended the mortal world of dust. Everything within the universe seemed to be in his gaze. There was no aura coming from him, but he gave off an unspeakable nobility. At this moment, a questioning look could be seen in his eyes, as if Long Chen was a surprise to him. Long Chen had encountered Sovereign Yun Shang, Sovereign Qing Su, and Sovereign Mo Li. From experience, he could feel that this person possessed the same noble air. Just his gaze alone was enough to make a person follow him into death. This was the air of a sovereign. Only a sovereign was able to win over all races and lead them to win an unwinnable battle. This was the indescribable charisma of a sovereign that was impossible to resist. Junior Long Chen greets the sovereign. Long Chen hastily bowed. However, before his waist could bend, he was lifted by the man. I cannot accept a bow from the Gamebreaker. If someone has to bow, it should be me to you. The man smiled slightly. Senior must be joking. This little one could not accept a bow from a sovereign, said Long Chen. This was not his humility but his own feelings of reverence for the sovereigns. He really admired the selflessness of the sovereigns. They had used their lives to protect the martial heaven continent. Even though they had died, they had used their own blood to create the sovereign seals and protect this world. Moreover, the sovereigns had never demanded anything from the martial heaven continent, nor had they laid any restrictions on the lives living on the continent. Every time a crisis came, they would rise and stave off complete annihilation. When Long Chen asked himself if he could do the same, his answer was that he couldn't. Protecting the people he liked was fine, but to make him risk his life to protect those he hated or those he didn't care about, that was a joke. Although it did feel a bit like the sovereigns wanted to get along with everyone, it was their selflessness that truly won over Long Chen. You're too humble. The Gamebreaker can accept a bow from everyone in the world. A sovereign is no exception. A so-called sovereign is nothing more than a kind of realm. It's not worth anything. On the other hand, you are an existence born within calamity. Whether the martial heaven continent lives or dies is in your hands. Your burden is far heavier than ours. Senior, I still haven't heard your name, said Long Chen awkwardly. There were 5 sovereigns that had appeared in the martial heaven continent's history. Long Chen knew of 4 names, Yun Shang, Qing Su, Mo Li, and Zai Yang. But there was a 5th sovereign that he hadn't heard of. He knew that this person had to be the unknown sovereign or sovereign Zai Yang, but it would be rude to randomly guess. My apologies, I am Zai Yang. You can call me Big Brother Zai Yang, being called sovereign sounds so distant. As expected, this man was Sovereign Zai Yang, the 5th-generation sovereign of the martial heaven continent. To be able to pay my respects to Big Brother Zai Yang is this junior brother's honor, said Long Chen. Inside, he thought to himself that being able to meet 4 of the 5 sovereigns, and even call himself brother to 3, was enough to brag for a lifetime. Come, let's sit and talk. The 2 of them sat cross-legged, and Sovereign Zai Yang started off by saying, "Do you have any questions? Go ahead and ask. With the descent of the Dark Era, there are fewer things that are taboo to discuss. There's no harm in saying what you think." Long Chen nodded. "Then I won't stand on courtesy. I don't understand what kind of existence resentful Death City is. Why have you and the seniors from that last great battle appeared here?" No one on the martial heaven continent understood this. Well, at least, the old man and Jianing were both unable to figure it out. If the old man didn't know, then fine, but Jianing was the alliance head of the martial heaven continent and had access to all kinds of unspeakable secrets of the continent. If she didn't have at least a certain amount of knowledge, there was no way she could be in her position. Resentful Death City was the first city that fell in the War of Gods and Devils. It was the most flourishing city on the martial heaven continent during the most glorious time of the continent. There were countless experts, and the path to immortality had yet to be severed. Every year, large numbers of experts would ascend to the immortal world. The martial heaven continent of that time was unimaginably large. The current continent has shrunk to not even 1/10,000th of its original size. Zai Yang looked at the void, seemingly lost in his memories. Long Chen almost jumped. The current continent was only 1/10,000th of its original size. That was truly unimaginable. The larger the world, the stronger its laws, and the more abundant its spiritual qi. No wonder everyone said that the current martial heaven continent had declined. With the shrinking of the continent, the density of spiritual qi was probably not even 1,000th of its original density. Sovereign Zai Yang continued. The tribulation descended without warning. The first target was the continent's strongest city. Its original name was Immortal Ascension City, indicating it was a step to the immortal realm. Immortal Ascension City was a sacred land in the cultivation world, and the strongest sects of the continent gathered there. When the attackers came, the martial heaven continent's experts fought back with full power. Those qualified to participate in that battle were at least at the early heaven merging realm. Long Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air. The early heaven merging realm was actually cannon fodder in that battle. Just how terrifying was it? Battle started suddenly, and the flames of war quickly spread throughout the continent, throwing the martial heaven continent into unprecedented danger. In that situation, the 5 supreme divine items made an appearance, fighting off the immortal item of the other world, the heaven devastating bracelet. In the end, the heaven devastating bracelet fell beneath the earth, while the leader of the 5 divine items, the eastern wasteland bell, broke apart. The other 4 divine items were also badly damaged. Although in that battle the experts succeeded in killing the invaders, the martial heaven continent was never able to rise back to its old height. The top experts of that generation were practically all killed in battle. Every sect was badly wounded, and some inheritances were lost. Even secret realms and minor worlds were destroyed. After that, the order of heaven and earth grew unstable, and the laws of the world began to change. Immortal Ascension City was then lost in a spacetime crack, becoming the channel linking the martial heaven continent and the death spirit world. The death spirit world, what is that? Long Chen couldn't help asking. This was his first time hearing of it. You've gone to the netherworld, so you know that it is the place where reincarnation starts for the souls of those who die. But the laws of the continent are difficult to comprehend. There are some life forms that do not exist within the reincarnation cycle, the undying race. As for the death spirit world, it belongs to a branch of the undying race. Although they are called undying, all things in this world with form cannot exist in perpetuity. They simply have their own Tao of reincarnation that is different from our laws of life and death. We also know that the life forms within the death spirit world possess their own strange power that is fundamentally different from our cultivation style. No one knows when it started, but then the death spirit world linked up to Immortal Ascension City, turning it into resentful Death City. After that, all the corpses inside transformed into resentful spirits. When the fifth dark era came, the martial heaven continent was full of holes. There were many battlegrounds that forced us to spread all over, and I don't know how many enemies we killed. However, later on, I sensed something wrong. All that death chi was being absorbed. When I traced the source, I found resentful Death City and the terrifying experts that lay within. We then fought against them for 3 days and nights, finally managing to kill them all at the cost of my followers' lives. It can be said that I implicated them. Amongst all the sovereigns, I was the most useless. Sovereign Zai Yang sighed sadly. Big brother, you can't say that. Without you, the martial heaven continent would have been destroyed. No one would have been able to do better than you, said Long Chen. The sovereigns were undefeatable existences, just who had managed to fight against one for 3 days and nights. Sovereign Zai Yang looked outside the space that they were in. His gaze seemed to pierce the barrier and see everything within resentful Death City. The martial heaven continent is in danger of destruction. Whether it was Sovereign Yun Shang, Sovereign Qing Su, Sovereign Mo Li, Sovereign Han Wei, or myself, we were relays that passed the problem on to the next generation. In other words, we were only able to prevent the martial heaven continent from being destroyed temporarily and win some time for it. Therefore, all the warriors who fought to the death in the Dark Eras and us were waiting for the Gamebreaker. Only the Gamebreaker can break this board of definite death, and that person is you, said Sovereign Zai Yang profoundly. Me? Long Chen's heart pounded. Impossible. Let alone winning over the various races, I'm surrounded by enemies. If you weren't able to escape this predicament, how can I? Furthermore, I'm truly sorry, big brother Zai Yang, but I cannot risk my life for those people I don't care about. Sovereign Zai Yang seemed to be saying that Long Chen was supposed to be the sixth to pick up this burden, and Long Chen was sure that he could not accept such a thing. Whether or not you can do it is something you will learn when the time comes. This is a kind of responsibility in this world that cannot be shirked. Moreover, the burden has been placed in front of you and you cannot avoid it. Whether people like you or not, whether they sing your praises or curse you for eternity, none of that is worth anything. All karma has gathered on you and the fate of the martial heaven continent changes because of you. You live, the continent lives. You die, the continent dies. Sovereign Zai Yang's words were like hammers striking Long Chen's heart. He felt dizzy because a heavy weight just fell upon him. Chapter 2598 Chosen by the Heavens. Big brother Zai Yang, as my brother, you wouldn't be conning me, right? I really am not made for that kind of stuff. Long Chen shook his head. What kind of joke was that? How could someone place such a huge responsibility on him? Sovereign Zai Yang smiled, yet it also didn't seem to be a smile. To tell the truth, I was originally worried about the fate of the martial heaven continent, but now that I've seen you, I suddenly feel like I was worrying for nothing. You are different from all of us. Perhaps that is why you are the crux upon which the world changes, the Gamebreaker. Just from your black robes and how your back faced me, I understood instantly just how marvelous the heavenly Taos are. Big brother Zai Yang, I really am not such a person. Do you know? Sovereign Yun Shang has a son that has awoken. I'm planning on fully supporting him. Sovereign Yun Shang had a son, exclaimed Zai Yang. Yes, I received his help, which allowed me to pass through the tribulation in the star-field divine world. He is a truly marvelous genius. No one can resist him, said Long Chen. Sovereign Zai Yang was lost in thought for a while before sighing. As expected of the first generation, none of us can match him. Long Chen was confused. What was so amazing about having descendants? Long Chen didn't know what to say. Sovereign Zai Yang explained. Sovereign Yun Shang was the head of the 5 sovereigns. His power is something we all respect, and you will come to know just how amazing he was. However, even if Sovereign Yun Shang left behind a son, you are still the Gamebreaker. You are the only one who can break this plot of sure death. Seeing that Long Chen was about to argue once more, Sovereign Zai Yang waved his hand. You don't need to feel any pressure. Everything will come naturally. I do not have that much time to argue such senseless things. If you have more questions, ask while you have time. Long Chen's heart shook. After that, he thought about it and asked, what do you think about the divine families? I have no opinion worth sharing, said Sovereign Zai Yang indifferently. Long Chen stared at him blankly. What was that supposed to mean? If the martial heaven continent is to survive the upcoming dark era, what is the most important aspect? Asked Long Chen. You. Fine, Long Chen rolled his eyes. He might as well not have asked. Suddenly he asked, Sovereign Zai Yang, what is Pill Valley's origin? You should ask yourself. You have deep karma with Pill Valley. The martial heaven continent is just a start. As for Sovereign Zai Yang suddenly fell silent. Seemingly calculating something, he shook his head in the end and didn't continue. I wasn't able to obtain any valuable information. Big brother Zai Yang, you're a sovereign. Even you don't dare to say these things, asked Long Chen. I'm a dead person. If I speak, it won't affect me. But it will bring calamity upon you, said Sovereign Zai Yang. You also, Long Chen found this difficult to accept even though he was prepared. Even Sovereign Zai Yang was dead. If the martial heaven continent were to learn of this, who knew whether people would fall into despair? The legend said that the sovereigns had vanished because they were secretly protecting this world. When the world was in danger once more, the sovereigns would appear to save it again. If news of their death shattered that belief, then would the martial heaven continent's experts collapse before the invaders even attacked? The sovereigns were the faith of the entire martial heaven continent. When that faith collapsed, it would leave a fatal blow. Now even Long Chen felt a profound sense of loss. If the 5 sovereigns were still present, perhaps they really would be able to fight off the powerful enemies. But this hope was extinguished. Long Chen, don't look down on yourself. The martial heaven continent picked you to be the game breaker, and the 5 of us existed to build a foundation for you. Trust in yourself. You definitely have that ability. We were both chosen by the heavens, and they would not choose poorly. The martial heaven continent has entrusted its fate to you. Just as you previously told me, no one else would be able to do better than you in your position, comforted Sovereign Zai Yang. How come I've never felt like the heavens chose me? If anything, they're always trying to kill me. In my last tribulation, even Big Brother Mo Li appeared at the end. If he didn't cheat and let me pass, I'd have died to that heavenly tribulation. Long Chen bitterly smiled. You were chosen by the heavens. There is no doubt about this. However, the reason the heavenly Taos are targeting is because the current heavenly Taos are no longer the old heavenly Taos. The heavens are no longer the old heavens, but the earth is still the old earth. The laws of the heavenly Taos have changed. Don't take it to heart. Don't misjudge the world to be targeting you just because of your heavenly tribulation. What is targeting you is something that cannot be spoken with words, said Sovereign Zai Yang. Long Chen's heart shook. Then you mean that this world? Sovereign Zai Yang interrupted. Don't say such things out loud. It will be sensed by the heavenly Taos, breeding more variables that will manifest as further tribulations for you. It does more harm than good. I've told you all I can tell you. Is there anything else you need help with? I still have a trace of power left. I can seal it inside your body, and when you encounter an enemy that you cannot beat, it can save your life. Hearing this, Long Chen felt a rush of excitement. If this power was sealed in his body, he would have an unmatched protective talisman. Who knew what he could do with that? However, he then suddenly thought of something. How many of the martial heaven continent's experts were turned into resentful spirits inside resentful Death City? Some warriors did not have time to extinguish their Yuan spirits before dying, and their Yuan spirits tried to protect them, entering a state of quasi-death. Normally, this state would indicate death, and the remnant will is only able to weakly pass on some information to their descendants. However, inside resentful Death City, the aura of the Death Spirit world will cause the Yuan spirit to undergo a transformation into a Death Spirit. At that time, many experts sensed this and extinguished their own lives in time, dying completely. However, some fought to the death, wanting to kill as many enemies as possible, resulting in them not extinguishing the flames of their soul in time and becoming resentful spirits. There should be around 15 million resentful death spirits of the human race within resentful Death City. They were all brave warriors who followed me into battle, said Sovereign Zai Yang sadly. Then did the corpses left behind in the battle of gods and devils also become resentful spirits? Asked Long Chen. No. At the time that they died, resentful Death City had yet to become linked to the Death Spirit world. Their corpses were buried in the ground, but their leftover resentment is used by the corrupt path to control the resentful spirits, said Sovereign Zai Yang. Then is the corrupt path in collusion with the Death Spirit world. Why did the sovereigns not wipe them out earlier? Asked Long Chen. Sovereign Zai Yang shook his head, not directly replying. Why did you ask how many resentful spirits were from the martial heaven continent? Seeing that Sovereign Zai Yang refused to answer, Long Chen knew that he had once more touched upon a big secret, so he gave up on pressing more information out of Sovereign Zai Yang. If you have the ability, I hope to wipe out those resentful spirits so that they can rest in peace. For the corrupt path to control the heroes of the martial heaven continent is the greatest insult to them. Furthermore, Yi Ming is very crafty. When the battle starts, he will definitely use them as his trump cards. At that time, how will the martial heaven continent's experts fight their ancestors that have been turned into resentful spirits? If they don't attack, they'll be killed. But if they do attack, they will be taking on the name of murderers of their ancestors. That will affect the continent's morale, said Long Chen. This remnant power that I have would be wasted on them. Think it through, said Sovereign Zai Yang. He only had a little bit of power that could be used once. It was extremely precious. There's no need to think about it. Hesitating isn't my style. If I want to do something, I do it. I don't want the heroes of the martial heaven continent to suffer any further insult. As for my safety, well, if I couldn't protect my own life myself, how am I supposed to protect those that I care about? Said Long Chen. Sovereign Zai Yang smiled. All right, as expected of the game breaker. Although I don't completely approve, I like this character. I respect your choice. After that, the space around them shook, and Long Chen appeared in the void with Sovereign Zai Yang. Beneath them was an ancient black city. This was Immortal Ascension City, as well as Resentful Death City. Standing in the void above it, Long Chen could sense just how vast and beautiful it was. Even from their position, they couldn't see the end of the city. At this moment, the resentful spirits shut their mouths when they saw Sovereign Zai Yang. They began to tremble. Big brother Zai Yang, if there is a chance, I would like to bring their weapons back with me to return them to their descendants, said Long Chen. Sovereign Zai Yang nodded. With a single step, the two of them teleported from the void to inside the city. Long Chen was startled. Sovereign Zai Yang's teleportation hadn't unleashed the slightest spatial fluctuation. If the sovereign wanted to kill someone, they could do it in an instant before their target could sense them. A black barrier appeared once they entered the inner city, blocking the two of them. Through it, Long Chen could see countless resentful spirits prostrating themselves toward the central altar. Just as Mo Nian had said, the inner coffins of the corrupt god cemetery were on the altar. At the very center of the altar was Yi Ming staring at Long Chen in shock. Or more accurately, he was staring at Sovereign Zai Yang. Yi Ming, didn't you want to fight me? Come, I'll satisfy that desire of yours. I'll beat so much crap out of you that it fills the city. Long Chen rolled up his sleeves, looking at him arrogantly. Chapter 2599 Spirits Cry, Ghosts Weep. With Sovereign Zai Yang beside him, Long Chen instantly became arrogant. He clasped his hands behind him, looking down on Yi Ming. Yi Ming stared at Sovereign Zai Yang in terror. He knew exactly who he was. It was precisely because he knew who Sovereign Zai Yang was that he was so terrified. No need to worry, my big brother won't bother with you. Come, let me see what improvements you've made during this time, said Long Chen. He was extremely satisfied by Yi Ming's reaction. You are unable to beat him in this place. Resentful Death City's resentful spirits are under his command, and he has already opened his death spirit eyes. Although he hasn't brought out its full potential yet, it's no problem to control a few heaven-merging resentful spirits. They're extremely powerful, warned Sovereign Zai Yang. Long Chen's heart shook. This fellow's eyes were called the Death Spirit Eyes. Was his dark energy specifically cultivated to open his Death Spirit Eyes so that he could control the resentful spirits here? At this moment, Sovereign Zai Yang pressed a finger against the powerful barrier, which then shuddered and shattered. This terrifying barrier was as flimsy as a piece of paper in front of a sovereign. Yi Ming's figure sank into the altar, vanishing from sight. He fled. Long Chen was astonished. He felt like Sovereign Zai Yang wouldn't bother killing Yi Ming. He would disdain doing so. He went to call reinforcements. Long Chen, watch closely. Your future enemy is about to appear, said Sovereign Zai Yang. Reinforcements. Long Chen was startled, but before he could react, Black Qi suddenly whirled out of the altar. An aura full of darkness, decay, and death filled the air. Just breathing in this scent could make a person feel like they had aged 1,000 years and grown weak. Therefore, Long Chen hastily blocked the aura outside of his body. Zai Yang, I didn't expect to see you again. He, but it seems that you're nothing more than a strand of a discarnate soul. What can you possibly do? An icy voice rang out from within the Black Qi, and a figure slowly appeared. It was an old man who looked like a withered corpse. His skin was black, his robes were black, and he was holding a bone cane with a skull on top. The skull was only the size of a fist but had 3 faces, looking like a human skull that had been shrunk. Moreover, bewitching ghost flames flickered inside the eye sockets, and just a glance at those ghost flames made Long Chen almost fall unconscious. With just a glance, the majority of his spiritual strength vanished. Excellent, you were able to escape the soul binds of the 6-eyed demon pupils without any help. Your mental energy is very powerful, praised Sovereign Zai Yang. Long Chen was unable to feel any joy over this praise. Just who was this terrifying elder? Without initiating any attack, just a look at that skull was enough to exhaust the majority of Long Chen's spiritual strength, and almost make him fall unconscious. The difference was as great as heaven and earth. Furthermore, he seemed to recognize Sovereign Zai Yang. Could it be that he? Turning back to the strange elder, Sovereign Zai Yang smiled slightly. Even if I'm just a discarnate soul, I will not forget the blessing of heaven and earth's nurturing. I still need to do my utmost to repay this debt. I didn't expect that after killing you, the slightest trace of your discarnate soul would escape. Your death spirit race's divine abilities are truly worthy of admiration. As expected, Long Chen's heart pounded. No wonder he was so terrifying. So this was the expert that had fought against Sovereign Zai Yang for 3 days and nights back then. The death spirit race can protect their souls even when killed as long as we are in a place with death spiritual qi. Even a broken soul can be reformed and recovered into a yuan spirit. Although I no longer have a body, I am still alive. As for you, the mighty Sovereign Zai Yang, you are only left with a trace of a discarnate soul. You'll quickly vanish from this world, ha ha ha. The elder laughed, seemingly rejoicing in his victory. Back then, Sovereign Zai Yang had killed him, but he had used the laws of this place to be reborn, while Sovereign Zai Yang only had this discarnate soul left. That could definitely be considered a kind of victory. You are working with Yi Ming because you lack a physical body. Did you want to possess him when the time comes? Sneered Long Chen. The elder then turned to Long Chen, tightening Long Chen's nerves instantly. It felt as if all his weaknesses were exposed before him. His soul shuddered, however. This time he was prepared, and he didn't leave any hole in his mental defenses. The elder smiled sinisterly, a dark smile appearing on his withered face. The 6th-generation sovereign, it doesn't look like it. His inner heart is just as dark as ours. He's nothing more than a hypocrite. Is this your successor? It seems that the martial heaven continent has truly declined. Even if it has declined, I'm still more than enough to kill your successor. If we were in the same realm, I'd be able to beat the crap out of you, retorted Long Chen. This old man had managed to provoke him with just a few words. You don't have much patience or eloquence. Let this old man give you a lesson, the elder snorted. His palm suddenly slammed toward Long Chen, and darkness covered the world in an instant. As a result, Long Chen's divine sense was sealed, and he couldn't even sense Sovereign Zai Yang's existence. Boom! A loud explosion rang out in Long Chen's ears, but it felt as if it came from a distant world. Long Chen was startled. Within the endless darkness, he felt like he had lost his connection to the rest of the world. He felt like a blind man who had entered a battlefield. You can deceive my senses but not my intuition. Long Chen suddenly slammed a hand forward, and lightning burst out of his palm. In an instant, the darkness around him exploded as the lightning returned light to the world. Long Chen's hand viciously struck the elder's face. As a result, the elder was sent flying. When Long Chen's vision returned, he saw Sovereign Zai Yang standing calmly beside 8 giant figures. After that, those 8 figures slowly broke apart, seemingly broken by Sovereign Zai Yang. If you want to target him, do it directly. Are you afraid that I would help him? Sovereign Zai Yang looked at the elder of the death spirit race and shook his head. The instant the elder had rushed out, Sovereign Zai Yang had also attacked. Their clash resulted in the explosion that Long Chen had heard. At the very least, Sovereign Zai Yang knew that the elder wouldn't kill Long Chen for various reasons, just like Sovereign Zai Yang wouldn't kill Yi Ming. Regretfully, the elder had underestimated Long Chen. His mental domain was unable to seal Long Chen's instincts, and even Sovereign Zai Yang hadn't expected this exchange to end in such a way. A behemoth of the death spirit race had been slapped in the face by Long Chen. Sovereign Zai Yang felt it to be shocking and comical. Even in his 3 days of fighting against the elder, he had been unable to pull off such an astonishing thing. Courting death, the elder instantly flew into a rage and waved his bone cane. In that instant, Long Chen felt like his eardrums were being torn apart. Wails and shrieks filled the air like a tsunami, and he almost fainted. Boom! Sovereign Zai Yang interfered once more. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light streaked through the air, and a peaceful aura suppressed the shrieks. Although the voices were still present and raging furiously, they were unable to affect Long Chen to the same extent any longer. You actually use the spirit's cry, ghosts weep sound on a member of the junior generation. It seems that you haven't made any improvements after all these years. Sovereign Zai Yang shook his head in disappointment. Stupid human race, you're a group of hypocrites. You act so high and mighty when all you are is a mix of contradictions. You're freaks of right and wrong. Although I was defeated back then, I still refuse to accept that I'm inferior. I will personally destroy the martial heaven continent and hunt down your human race to extinction, cursed the elder furiously. It was as if Sovereign Zai Yang's disappointment in him was gravely insulting. After that, his cane lit up, and giant dragons appeared out of the darkness. Those giant dragons unleashed an ancient aura like they were divine beasts that had walked out of legends, causing countless thin cracks to appear in the void as if they were moving through ice. It was as though the world was unable to endure their power. Long Chen looked closely. This is the special power of the death spirit race. They can summon lifeforms from other worlds. These lifeforms are sometimes bred and raised by them, while some are captured and tamed, a bit similar to the beast tamers of the continent. However, these lifeforms can freely transform between the state of real and illusory with their death spiritual qi, making them harder to deal with. His original steed was already killed by me, so these lifeforms were most likely raised by him after that. Their auras are extremely weak. This was weak. Long Chen felt a chill. The power of every one of these black dragons was equivalent to a full-power heaven-merging expert. Time is running out. I cannot show you more of their divine abilities, so I'll kill him again to win you some time. A violet sun rose behind Sovereign Zai Yang as he spoke. In that instant, the sovereign might fill the world. Chapter 2601, Blow Breaks the Heavens. You're only a discarnate soul. How can you still use violet sun fills the world? The elder of the death spirit race let out a horrified cry. The violet sun illuminated all of resentful Death City, dyeing everything in its color. All of a sudden, the dark and sinister world became gentle, an aura of tranquility settling over it. The appearance of this violet sun had changed this entire world. Long Chen was also enveloped by its light and felt endless warmth. He could feel the heartbeat of the world and the call of all living things. The thrum of the Tao's pulsed in his head. In that instant, he felt like the master of the world. The Tao existed for him, the laws prostrated before him. Everything within heaven and earth could be controlled with just a thought. This is a sovereign's manifestation. Long Chen was completely shocked. Now, he truly understood why sovereigns were undefeatable. Although this place was resentful Death City, it was connected to the martial heaven continent. At the same time as resentful Death City's aura poured into the continent's aura also poured into resentful Death City. In Long Chen's mind, the image of the martial heaven continent appeared in the violet sun manifestation, and he could then hear the call of the martial heaven continent. That feeling was very intimate, like a mother warmly rubbing his face, using her energy to support him. Do you feel it? These are the true heavenly Taos of the martial heaven continent, said Sovereign Zai Yang. Long Chen nodded. He felt it. It was extremely moving to the point where he almost wanted to cry. He had always thought that the heavenly Taos wanted him dead, but now he knew that what harmed him was not the real heavenly Taos. From Sovereign Zai Yang's manifestation, he felt the warmth and support of the heavenly Taos. These heavenly Taos were like a warm mother, whereas the heavenly Taos that Long Chen usually encountered were an evil stepmother. The difference was immense. Long Chen was feeling this warmth from the heavenly Taos for the first time. Long Chen, there are many unknown things in this world. You have to use your own power to investigate them. But there is one thing that you must remember. No matter what world it is, it cannot be perfect. The best things will always be mixed with the worst things. If you always pursue perfection, you will only be torturing yourself. If you expel all the impurities, there will be nothing left. Don't let the darkness blind your eyes because there will definitely be light behind that darkness. Otherwise, the darkness would not exist. What is a true expert? It is someone who continues to believe that life is beautiful after facing the darkness 99 times, someone who can use their full feelings to embrace this world, said Sovereign Zai Yang. Long Chen silently pondered these words. He understood what Sovereign Zai Yang was trying to say, but he was unable to do the same. He would never be able to achieve that realm. The sovereigns were existences with the entire chi flow of the martial heaven continent condensed inside them. While the martial heaven continent gave its full power to them, they embraced the continent's people without seeking anything in return. They were sages who did their utmost for the world without asking anything in return. No matter how much scum existed in the martial heaven continent, no matter how much trash there was, the sovereigns didn't move to destroy them. Perhaps it was because the sovereigns stood at a different height, and they could see the light behind the darkness. However, Long Chen was unable to see it. He had never thought of himself as some sage because all he wanted to do was live with dignity. He didn't care if someone else had a light side to them behind their rotten exterior. Even if someone was a perfectly good person, if they wanted to kill him, he would fight to slay them first. This was Long Chen's character that had never changed and would never change. Although he understood the principles behind what Sovereign Zai Yan was saying, he was unable to accept them. Sovereign Zai Yang simply smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm just saying this in hopes that one day, when you fall into darkness and despair, you don't give up. Work hard to see the light behind the darkness. Perhaps the light is right behind you. In that instant, Long Chen felt light explode inside his mind. It was as if he had received some enlightenment, and yet he also felt like he hadn't grasped anything at all. After all, Sovereign Zai Yang was not such a long-winded person that would waste his precious time on saying useless things. Long Chen knew that he was pointing him to something, but it felt like he was too stupid to entirely understand. It's fine if you don't understand. Understanding isn't much better anyway. All right, I'm going to make my move. As Sovereign Zai Yang stepped forward, dragon roars instantly rang out. After that, 10,000 dragons charged at Sovereign Zai Yang at once, and Long Chen covered his ears, his head almost exploding. Because of the pressure of the roars, blood even poured out of his eyes, nose, and ears. Fuck, what is this crap? Long Chen cursed inside. What a ruthless blow to his confidence. He was like an ant in front of these terrifying existences. Without Sovereign Zai Yang, he would be instantly crushed. That old fellow fought a sovereign in his peak state for 3 whole days. Of course, he's terrifying. A sovereign stands at the peak of that realm, so you're still greatly lacking. You'll understand once you enter the heaven-merging realm, said Evil Moon. Long Chen wiped his eyes, leaving bloodstains on his face. He disdainfully said, "What's so amazing about him? Didn't I still manage to slap him in the face?" Although that was what he said, Long Chen knew that he was just comforting himself. That slap was nothing more than luck because the elder had been focused on Sovereign Zai Yang. After a while, Long Chen noticed a figure had stealthily come out of the altar. It was Yi Ming. At some point, he had also come out to watch. "Fuck, let's wipe him out right now," said Long Chen. "Don't be delusional. You won't be able to reach him. Just watch," said Evil Moon. The 10,000 dragons had formed a formation attacking and binding Sovereign Zai Yang. However, they were completely ignored by Sovereign Zai Yang, who moved straight toward the Death Spirit Race Elder. 10,000 dragon slaughter. At this moment, the Death Spirit Race Elder's cane flashed, and the dragons transformed into runes, turning into a giant cyclone around Sovereign Zai Yang. "Even after all these years, this technique of yours hasn't improved much." Sovereign Zai Yang flicked his finger, shooting out a ray of light. Boom! As a result, a tiny hole appeared within the twister, and it was like a balloon popping. The twister then instantly collapsed. "Sorry, I don't have much time. I can't let you display your trump cards." Sovereign Zai Yang suddenly slammed his hand forward. After that, the violet sun behind him vanished, and a new rune appeared on his palm. That rune looked like a tiny cauldron. However, when the Death Spirit Race Elder saw that tiny cauldron, his expression completely changed. He clenched his bone cane, and light flowed out to envelop him. A small ray of light then shot out of Sovereign Zai Yang's palm. Like a sharp sword, it pierced through the elder's chest, and his body exploded. The violet light sword pierced far into the distance, tearing through space-time. Because of it, Long Chen saw a giant black hole appear within the void. From that hole he could see a world of darkness with no life. There was only decay. Within it, he saw countless eyes and the faces of countless lifeforms that he had never seen before. They stared in shock as the light sword passed over them. Sovereign Zai Yan's attack had not only killed the elder of the Death Spirit race, but he had also torn the wall between worlds and given Long Chen a glimpse into the Death Spirit world. Long Chen gulped. Despite already dying, Sovereign Zai Yang still possessed this much power just as a discarnate soul. Then just how powerful was he in his peak? "Do you regret it now?" sneered Evil Moon. "Just a bit. If I had known, I would have kept this power in reserve. With the power of such an attack, who on the Martial Heaven continent would dare to touch me?" Long Chen truly felt a bit regretful. How could he have known that Sovereign Zai Yang's remnant power would be so terrifying? He hadn't even said anything. Such a strong trump card had been wasted just like this. At the center of the altar, Yi Ming fled once again after he saw this scene. On the other hand, the Death Spirit Race Elder was killed, but his cane continued to hang in the air, unleashing ripples. "Zai Yang, you only have your discarnate soul left. You can't kill me. In just half a year I will recover while you have exhausted your final bit of energy. You're the final loser in the end." The elder's voice rang out from the cane. "You really are a fool. If you had continued to endure and waited for me to set foot onto the martial heaven continent, then under the suppression of its laws, you would have had a chance to kill me. Last time you didn't kill me because you didn't understand the secret of the death spirit race's source energy. This time you knew, but you wasted your chance. Tell me, don't you think that you're a fool? Sovereign Zai Yang nodded. It truly is a pity. I originally was planning on preserving some energy to help lighten the pressure on him even after killing you. Conveniently, that is also a long-cherished wish of mine. However, he's tough. He doesn't need my power, nor does he want it. Hearing that, Long Chen almost wept. If he had known that the sovereign's power was so terrifying, he wouldn't have wasted it no matter what. What if he encountered such a terrifying expert in the future? Then he would have no tears to cry. However, an act still had to be carried out, so Long Chen glanced at the elder and indifferently said, "You're nothing more than an old ghost. If you dare to step onto the martial heaven continent, I'll make sure that you can't leave." "You're domineering enough." Sovereign Zai Yang smiled and then extended a hand, shooting rays of light throughout resentful Death City. Chapter 2601, Visiting the Grand Zia. Explosions rang throughout resentful Death City, and one resentful spirit after another exploded. Those were the human race's experts that had been infected by the aura of this place. At this moment, a cauldron appeared in Sovereign Zai Yang's violet sun. After that, specks of light flew out of the exploded resentful spirits and entered the cauldron. Under my name as Zai Yang, I order the cycle of reincarnation to allow the souls of those from the martial heaven continent that fought alongside me to return home. Let them pass through the sea of bitterness. Sovereign Zai Yang began to chant a sutra. From those specks of light, Long Chen sensed sincere emotions. They were like lost souls returning home. In truth, only a portion of their souls still remained here, controlled by the laws, and now Sovereign Zai Yang had broken their physical bodies, allowing their souls to escape the chains. They then returned to the heavenly Taos. Although they were already dead, their souls still contained yearning for the martial heaven continent. They longed to go back. Even if they were already dead, they wished for their souls to be buried in the martial heaven continent. Upon seeing this scene, any regret that Long Chen had felt about using up this trump card faded. These souls were his seniors, and they had fought to the death to protect the martial heaven continent. Everyone from the martial heaven continent was in their debt. Without their bloody sacrifice, perhaps the martial heaven continent would already be destroyed. So, to bring peace to these heroes was worth it. Ha ha ha, foolish Zai Yang, you did this just for this group of trash. The elder of the death spirit race laughed contemptuously. What are you laughing at? Long Chen furiously swung Evil Moon at the cane. Boom! Long Chen was blown back, and his hand was bleeding, but killing intent blazed inside of him. He was just about to summon the 6-star battle armor when Sovereign Zai Yang stopped him. Long Chen, don't be impetuous. He is locked within the bone cane. Unless you have one of the 5 supreme divine items, you can't touch him, but he also can't attack anyone either. Old bastard, just wait. Long Chen ground his teeth furiously. He regretted showing his anger, but this elder truly infuriated him. Long Chen rarely admired anyone, but those that he admired were viewed as heroes in his heart. However, this elder was insulting those heroes, calling them trash. Looking at the flames of fury soaring out of Long Chen, Sovereign Zai Yang laughed. If it was anyone else, they would only feel fear against such a terrifying existence. But Long Chen felt anger and hatred for him. This was a true fearless expert. Little brat, you dare to say such a thing. When Yi Ming inherits the death spirit energy, he will reach the path to sovereignty on the martial heaven continent. As for you, you will become nothing more than one of the resentful spirits beneath him, ha ha ha, laughed the death spirit race elder. Him? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ignoring whether or not he can become sovereign, I'd kill him nonetheless, sneered Long Chen. He's intentionally provoking you, said Sovereign Zai Yang, pulling Long Chen out of resentful Death City and back into the Sovereign Seal. I know, but he really is infuriating, said Long Chen. He also knew that the elder was trying to leave a shadow in his heart to make it harder for him to advance. If Long Chen ended up with a heart devil, he would have fallen for his plot. It went without saying that this elder, who had lived for countless years, was a crafty old fox. He instantly saw through Long Chen's weakness, and Long Chen really cooperated with him. With just a test, Long Chen blew up in anger. Sovereign Zai Yang shook his head slightly, seemingly speechless toward Long Chen's temper. If he knew the other side was doing it intentionally, why fall for it? He had never seen such a person. Suddenly, space quivered, and tens of thousands of divine items appeared before Long Chen. Some of them were already rusted and broken, and some were stained with blood. The fact that divine items would rust was a testament to how powerful the blood staining them was to be able to corrode even divine items. If they were just rusted, then that was fine, but many of them were broken and essentially scrap metal. Yet, Sovereign Zai Yang had still brought them back. Their corpses have been turned into that state, so I trust that their descendants wouldn't want to see them in such an insulting state. However, these weapons are a testament to their bravery. I will definitely pass them to their descendants as proof that their ancestors were peerless heroes, said Long Chen solemnly. Sovereign Zai Yang said, "Little brother, I can't quite understand you. You are different from us, and perhaps that is why we were protectors, but you are the game breaker. I leave the martial heaven continent to you then. Like I said before, when the responsibility comes, you will understand what it means to be duty-bound. Goodbye." After Sovereign Zai Yang patted Long Chen's shoulder, he slowly faded along with the aura of a sovereign. The beautiful violet light was then replaced with darkness. As the sovereign seal also faded away, Long Chen was overwhelmed with sadness and frustration. Sovereign Zai Yang, a hero of a generation, had also died. He was unable to accept this reality. When the sovereign seal vanished, the endless resentful spirits within Resentful Death City were released of the pressure holding them back. They began to roar. Long Chen's heart shuddered. He then ran through the channel back into the corrupt god cemetery and went straight to the martial heaven continent. Looking back at the entrance to the corrupt god cemetery, he felt like it was a dream. He had actually met Sovereign Zai Yang. If that news spread, it would shake the continent. However, this secret could not be spoken. What if someone asked what pointers the sovereign gave? What if they asked where the sovereigns were? Was he supposed to say that the sovereigns were already dead, and that he was somehow supposed to save the world? "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you all right?" The disciples immediately shouted in relief when they saw Long Chen return. They had been nervous the entire time, but he really had come back safe and sound. Seeing their concerned expressions, Long Chen couldn't help recalling Sovereign Zai Yang's final words. "When the responsibility comes, you will understand what it means to be duty-bound." "I'm fine, don't worry," said Long Chen as he patted the shoulder of one warrior. It was just a casual action, but it made that warrior indescribably moved. In his heart, Long Chen was on the same level as a god. After that, Long Chen waved at those warriors and stepped onto his flying boat, flying to a nearby city. Right now, the people living in it looked listless. The old sights of people clamoring on the streets were gone. As the dark era had descended, everyone was anxious, especially the commoners. They didn't have the power to resist whatever came to be, so they could only entrust their hopes to the experts of this world. Coupled with the fact that the sovereign had yet to appear, this was the worst news that made people feel despair. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance was now fully united, with them having the support of the High Priest, Taoist Heavenly Feather, and the elusive Music Immortal Palace's Music Master, they were facing various terrifying danger zones like the Yin-Yang World, Devil Spirit Mountain, and Resentful Death City on their own. As for the divine families, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, Pill Valley, and the Sea Demons, they were enemies with Long Chen. Because of their conflict, the continent was in danger of breaking apart from the inside before any outsiders even came. The experts of the cultivation world, especially those of the Martial Heaven Alliance, had high hopes for Long Chen. Unfortunately, the commoners didn't have that understanding of the cultivation world. All they knew was that the sovereign was the savior of the world, and there were no signs of anyone setting foot on that path. Because of it, while the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts were still active and had some positivity, the commoners were shivering in terror every day. In the city, Long Chen stepped onto the transportation formation, and after several transfers, he appeared in the Grand Zia's capital. What he didn't expect was that here, the city was still as lively as ever. It seemed that people weren't affected at all. "Greetings, great general." When Long Chen appeared, the warriors guarding the transportation formation immediately bowed to him. Long Chen smiled. Back when he had fled to the Grand Zia had taken him in. After that, he had been given the title of the National Protector, Great General Long Chen, and had received the emissaries from the Grand Han Ancient Nation. At that time, quite a few interesting things occurred. Now that he thought back to it, he cherished those memories and also found it a bit funny. He, the so-called National Protector, didn't seem to have any actual responsibilities. It seemed that his work in this post hadn't lasted more than a few days. Anyway, the Grand Zia hadn't given him any pay as a soldier either, so it could be considered that both sides were even. After Long Chen greeted those warriors, he set off for the Wine God Palace. However, on his way, he ended up drawing the attention of countless people, especially youngsters. In the Grand Zia, Long Chen was exceptionally well known. What had occurred in the Grand Zia back then had been recorded as stories and legends for the commoners. Therefore, it could be said that Long Chen had managed to push the storytelling profession in the Grand Zia to its peak. Some wine and tea houses even hired storytellers to show how high-class they were. Moreover, portraits of Long Chen were selling very well. As a result, when Long Chen walked through the streets, he drew out countless startled cries. "Excuse me, that's my big brother." Suddenly, a group of people squeezed through the crowd, and a young girl's voice rang out. Chapter 26:02, Visitor from the Divine Families. "Zai Oyu," Long Chen smiled and cried out when he saw his little sister. Long Zai Oyu had grown taller and prettier again. As the guards around Long Zai Oyu parted the crowd, Long Zai Oyu ran over and hugged Long Chen, her face red from emotion. Long Chen also tightly hugged her. "Zai Oyu, when did you become so coarse? If Mom knew of this, she'd definitely scold you." Mrs. Long was a noble with high requirements for her children, especially when it came to manners. Because of it, Long Chen had often been scolded when he hadn't listened to her. Mrs. Long was always worried about him, but the Long family had been suppressed at that time, so she hadn't had that much time to bother with him. Now that her life was stable, she had more than enough time to teach Long Xiaoyu, and that liveliness was something Long Xiaoyu often complained about. "HMPH, you still remember us. You didn't come see us after all this time." Long Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose stubbornly. Long Chen felt a sour feeling. Long Xiaoyu was extremely attached to him, perhaps even more than their parents. Their father, Long Tianxia, was carefree and focused on winemaking, while their mother had extremely high expectations of her, making her feel sullen. Hence, only when she was with Long Chen was she particularly happy and relaxed, because no matter what wrong she did, Long Chen would protect her. Ever since she was young, Long Chen was like her protector god and pride. In the Grand Zia, no matter who spoke of him, they would be filled with worship. However, Long Chen was too busy. Every time he came back, he was only able to stay a few days. Hence, she was always counting the days until he returned. Now that he was back, she was excited but also sad. After that, she didn't know why, but she began to cry. "It's your big brother's fault. I promise you, as long as I have time, I'll definitely come see you," promised Long Chen, wiping away her tears. Long Chen sighed inside. In the cultivation world, people did not have the freedom to do whatever they wanted. That truly was an unbreakable law. Even now that he was a peerless heavenly genius who stood at the peak of the martial path in many people's eyes, even though he was a target that countless people were hoping to reach, he himself knew just how powerless he was. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't choose to live the life that they wished. Let alone him, even the sovereigns were the same. Despite their power, didn't they also die? While with Sovereign Zai Yang, Long Chen had once noticed that Sovereign Zai Yang had wanted to say something, but he hadn't said it in the end. However, based on the look in his eyes, Long Chen guessed that he had wanted to ask about the Beiding family. That was a look that Long Chen recognized. Sovereign Zai Yang had given up on that love due to his own bitter struggles. With that as proof, even a sovereign couldn't fulfill their heart's desire. "Big brother, I'm not mad. I know that you're a big hero. My teachers taught me that heroes like you are holding up the world. The reason we can live so worry-free is because heroes like you are holding back the darkness so that we can stand in the light. So I know that you're very busy. I'm not mad. I just really miss you." Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was like a bolt of lightning had gone off in his mind. Long Xiaoyu's words echoed the same tones that Sovereign Zai Yang had mentioned repeatedly. "When you fall into darkness and despair, don't give up. Work hard to see the light behind the darkness. Perhaps the light is right behind you." Long Xiaoyu had said such words casually, but Sovereign Zai Yang would not possibly say such a thing randomly. Perhaps there was some enlightenment to be found. "Big brother, please don't be sad, all right? I won't cry any longer." Long Xiaoyu wiped away her tears, holding them back upon seeing how serious Long Chen's expression was. Long Chen was pulled back into reality by her voice. Seeing her cute appearance, he felt an ache inside. He was not living up to his duty as her big brother. Long Chen kissed her forehead and smiled warmly. "Foolish girl, your big brother is happy whenever he sees you." Long Xiaoyu smiled. Holding her hand, she started skipping to the wine god palace. With the guards opening the path, things went very smoothly. After a while, Long Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "Big brother, can you carry me?" Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Long Xiaoyu was now as tall as his chest. How could he carry her like a child? "How about I carry you on my back?" Long Chen squatted down, and his sister happily ran behind him and jumped on. "Hee, good thing Mom isn't here or she'd scold us," giggled Long Xiaoyu. She leaned against his back. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. His mother was trying to restrict someone who was so lively. The bigger she grew, the more she would resist. It seemed that he would have to warn his mother that some things were simply part of someone's character, and it was difficult to change. In the end, Long Xiaoyu was not that kind of gentle and refined girl, so having her be a classical refined daughter of a noble family was not realistic. It would only harm their relationship. "Oh Xiaoyu, you started cultivating?" asked Long Chen, surprised to sense she had reached the tendon transformation realm. "Yes, Mom didn't want me to cultivate, but seeing that others who cultivated were able to fly through the air, I kept begging her. She was finally moved by me and permitted me to start cultivating," said Long Xiaoyu, very pleased. Moved? What a way to put it. It seemed more like she had nagged and nagged until even Mrs. Long couldn't handle it. This little girl really had some smarts. "Amazing. When I was your age, I was still at Qi gathering," said Long Chen. In truth, Long Xiaoyu wasn't very talented. One's natural talent was mostly affected by a person's father and mother. The stronger the parents, the stronger the child on average. However, at the same time, the higher the cultivation base, the lower the chances of conceiving a child. Because of this, many experts would end up having children at various realms to protect against both scenarios. One aspect was having stronger descendants, while the other was being young enough. As for Long Tianxiao's bloodline, it was very ordinary. There were no experts who had reached the Xiantian realm amongst their ancestors, resulting in Long Xiaoyu's talent also being ordinary. The reason that Long Xiaoyu was able to so quickly reach her current realm was entirely thanks to the cultivation environment in the Grand Xia's capital. "Since you've chosen to cultivate, I'll refine a furnace of pills for you that can rebuild your spirit root and allow you to break through your cultivation limit," said Long Chen. "Really? But Mom won't be happy." Long Xiaoyu went from very excited to sad midway through. "Why?" "Mom doesn't want me to get too strong. She would rather I be an ordinary person and stay by her side," said Long Xiaoyu sadly. Long Chen was startled. Long Xiaoyu had a vision that surpassed her age. She had seen through her mother's thoughts. Mrs. Long didn't wish for Long Xiaoyu to be like Long Chen and leave her to roam the world. Mrs. Long was just an ordinary person, and a mother's love was selfish. But there was a price to this selfishness. It might cut off Long Xiaoyu's wings. "I'll talk to Mom. It'll be fine. Remember, time is the most miraculous thing. It can change countless things in this world, including people's thoughts. Sometimes people need time to get used to new ideas, understand." Long Chen looked back and gave her a mischievous smile. Long Xiaoyu's eyes brightened and she winked. She actually fully understood his meaning. The brother and sister pair laughed. With this weight lifted, Long Xiaoyu became even livelier. Long Chen began to transmit a technique for slowly convincing Mrs. Long of new ideas. "Big brother, you're the best," exclaimed Long Xiaoyu. Long Chen smiled, but that smile was a bit bitter inside. If his mother learned of this, would he be cursed to death? They quickly arrived in front of the wine god palace. Everything was the same as before. At this moment, he saw the disciple of the wine god disciple greeting them. Thinking of how he had conned wine out of the wine god palace's disciples the first time he had come here, he felt ashamed, but also felt close to this dear place. When he passed by Tu Qiansheng's wooden hut, he saw that the fatty was actually at home and busy with something. "Hey fatty, it's been a long time. Your clothes are getting tighter," greeted Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng ended up dropping whatever he was fiddling with and furiously turned around. But when he saw Long Chen, he laughed. However, that laugh also quickly changed. "Hurry and finish your business. Once you're done, come back and drink some of my new wine." Long Chen smiled. "I don't have any business. We can drink right now. Let me have a taste of this peerless wine of yours." Long Chen had long since finished the wine that Tu Qiansheng had given him last time. His wine was extremely fierce, and Long Chen was fond of it. "Don't joke. That old fellow of the divine families has been waiting 3 days for you. Get over there," Tu Qiansheng waved. Long Chen was startled. An old fellow from the divine families? Who was that? Chapter 26:03 Emissary of the Divine Families. In the high priest's home, Long Chen saw a person seated with the high priest, and he was extremely surprised to see that person. Pil Dien. Long Chen hadn't expected that the old fellow that Tu Qiansheng had mentioned was actually the Divine Families, Pil Dien. The Pil Dien smiled. Are you surprised? Long Chen nodded. It truly is surprising. Come sit. The high priest waved at Long Chen to come over. Long Chen then bowed slightly and sat. The high priest and the Pil Dien represented the martial heaven continent and the divine families, so Long Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. No need to feel restrained. I came over this time with my own mission, but whether or not it is successful has nothing to do with me. I merely need to pass on a few words, said the Pil Dien. Long Chen nodded. Pil Dien, I feel great respect for you, but when it comes to the divine families, I really feel bad talking bad about them in front of you two seniors. The high priest and the Pil Dien laughed together. This character of Long Chen's was truly direct. Although he hadn't cursed the divine families, it was no different from if he had cursed them. Not at all angry, the Pil Dien said. Do you know, because of you, the divine families almost went to war. The Long family almost started fighting the Yi and Zhao families. Not even the Jiang family and Lord Venerate were able to mediate things. In the end, they ended up waking up the Lord Saint who has been in seclusion for countless years. Oh, there was such a thing. Long Chen was interested. The Pil Dien explained things from the start. The very day that the divine families retreated, the Yi and Zhao families began to gather their forces. Although the Lord Venerate said that things were to end there, the two families were unwilling to accept it. They said that they would rather be punished than let Long Chen off. However, it was understandable. The Zhao family's sovereign sprout, Zhao Rishan, had been killed, and the Yi family's divine item had been smashed apart. Both families had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Long Chen. The Yi and Zhao families had even struck the great bell of the divine families and cast a vote on how to handle Long Chen. If the vote passed, the divine families would have to mobilize their full power to slay Long Chen. Based on the divine family's laws, not even the Lord Venerate would be able to stop such a thing. The Long family went all out resisting this, but the Yi and Zhao families fought just as hard to push it forward. As for the Jiang family, around half of them were supporting the vote. After all, Long Chen had disgraced the divine families in front of the people of the divine families and the martial heaven continent. For them, killing Zhao Rishan was not just an insult, but also a public provocation of war against the divine families. At that moment, everyone from the divine families had been forced to return to their world when the great bell was struck. It was a summon that included the armies guarding the Yin-Yang world and Devil Spirit Mountain. Hence, all the squads stationed at various locations had to return to the divine families. After that, all the warriors entered combat-ready state. The four families' core forces were all ready to fight. There were a total of 517 people between the four families who were qualified to vote. The final result was that 70% supported the vote and 30% were against it. The entire Long family had voted no, while everyone from the Zhao and Yi families had voted yes. As for the Jiang family, they were originally supporting it, but when Feng Fei voted no, it startled quite a few of their voters. They looked between Feng Fei and Jiang Wuchen. Feng Fei had declared that although she detested Long Chen, the truth was the truth. Long Chen might have been wrong, but Zhao Rishan had also been wrong. On the martial path, life and death were up to fate, and the weak would be washed away by the strong. To put it simply, a person had to be willing to gamble with their life. If someone wanted to kill, they had to be prepared to be killed as well. For Feng Fei, complaining about the results of such a battle was a disgrace to the divine family's dignity. After saying that, Feng Fei left, but her words caused quite a few people from the Jiang family to change their minds and also vote no. However, the final result was still a 70% approval, so it didn't matter. According to the divine family's laws, the Lord Venerate would have to lead the divine family's forces to slaughter Long Chen, even if the divine families had to declare war against the martial heaven continent. At that moment, a voice rang out. All things have to have the big picture taken into consideration. The arrival of that voice caused the Yi and Zhao families' expressions to change. This matter had actually woken the Lord Saint, and he immediately invalidated the result of their vote. Although he had not said that he was directly against it, his meaning was clear. With the current state of the martial heaven continent, with invaders on the verge of attacking, the big picture was what mattered. Hence, with just a word, the Yi and Zhao families, people were suppressed. They didn't dare to go against the Lord Saint's order. On the other hand, the Long family's people were filled with smiles. In this battle, the Long family had come out ahead. However, things were now in an awkward position. Due to the striking of the great bell, the divine family's disciples had all been called back. The problem was whether or not they were supposed to send back their warriors. Some places were easy to do so, but it would be awkward with the yin-yang world and devil spirit mountain. The divine family's warriors had silently left, so the martial heaven continent viewed this as a betrayal. Could the divine family's army really go back? They would have to discuss this first. If they wanted to fight off the experts of the other worlds, the divine families alone could not do it, nor could the martial heaven continent's experts. They had to work together. However, splitting apart was easy, but coming back together was hard. Considering that they had been defending such a core area and had left without a word, who would trust them again? The divine families were caught in an awkward position. As a matter of fact, the Lord Venerate had furiously declared that whoever had caused this disaster should fix it themselves. He was naturally infuriated. He had declared that this matter was over, but the Zhao and Yi families refused to let things go. Hence, he no longer cared. However, how could the Zhao and Yi families actually lower their face to apologize to the martial heaven continent? It was impossible. They hadn't made any moves. Clearly, both families were furious and embarrassed. The Zhao family's sovereign sprout had been killed, and the Yi family's precious divine item had been broken, but they didn't win anything back. And now they needed to apologize to others. Even if they were tortured, they wouldn't do it. As a result, this matter continued all the way until now. In the end, even the Lord Venerate hadn't been able to keep watching. He couldn't force them too far. After all, they were also victims. Without any other choice, the Lord Venerate had thickened his face and gone to request aid from the Pill Dien, asking him to come here. And so, he was here. Let me first state my position clearly. I'm only in charge of passing on words. Whatever feelings you have, whatever complaints you have, don't vent them on me. I'm innocent. The Pill Dien raised his hand and laughed. It was only after hearing all this that Long Chen understood just what had gone on with the divine families. But just who was the Lord Saint? Was he really such a terrifying expert? The divine families' rankings were a bit unclear. However, since the Pill Dien had said all this, Long Chen felt a bit bad. He couldn't blame the Pill Dien, but whenever the divine families were mentioned, he was truly pissed off. Pill Dien, I don't feel the slightest negativity when it comes to you, said Long Chen awkwardly. The Pill Dien had truly given him a good feeling. He was an elder worthy of respect. Without the heavenly flame orb, Huo Linger wouldn't have transformed. Hence, Long Chen believed that the Pill Dien was completely different from the rest of the divine families. Pill Dien, are you here to say that the divine families wish to join forces with the martial heaven continent against the invaders? No, I'm only in charge of passing on words. The details will have to be discussed by you guys, said the Pill Dien. Discussed by us, as in me and the divine families. No, although my guts aren't small, I'm not going to run to the divine families and get myself killed, said Long Chen. 70% of the people with authority in the divine families wanted to kill him, so going there was suicide. He wasn't so foolish. The high priest said, that is why the divine family sent over the Pill Dien. You mean that with the Pill Dien present, the divine families won't dare to touch me? Asked Long Chen. As long as you don't randomly kill people, it will be no problem, promised the Pill Dien. Now Long Chen understood. The divine families were seeking a way out of their awkward position, and it was to look for the Pill Dien who had a certain relationship with the high priest. Perhaps he was the only one in the divine families that the high priest trusted. Due to this, the high priest believed that with the Pill Dien, Long Chen could return to the divine families safely. Theoretically, both sides would be discussing matters equally, and so they should choose a neutral place to discuss things. But by making Long Chen go to the divine families, it made it appear as if he was the weaker party asking for help, giving the divine families face. This was what the divine families wanted. The divine families wanted a way out without losing face, and by going to the divine families, Long Chen would allow outsiders to view this as giving the divine families face. After all, Long Chen had killed Zhao Rishan in front of everyone, and the divine families could not accept this humiliation. By going to the divine families himself, he could resolve this conflict. Long Chen actually didn't want to go. However, It seemed that even the high priest supported this. Was that to say that the high priest also wished to cooperate with the divine families? The high priest looked at Long Chen, but he only laughed. You are the one in charge of the martial heaven continent. Everything is up to you. No matter what decision you make, these old bones of mine will support you. The Pill de Yin suddenly stood. I'll go take a look at the high priest's peach blossom forest. That's the only place I haven't gone to in the wine god palace. You two can chat. The Pill de Yin left, leaving only Long Chen and the high priest talking. High priest, to tell the truth, I really detest the divine families. I don't really want to work with them. They aren't reliable, said Long Chen. But deep in your soul, you feel something drawing you to them. Isn't that very contradictory? Said the high priest profoundly. You have to face what you have to face. Are you getting afraid now that you're on the verge of unraveling this mystery? Said the high priest. High priest, how did you know? Asked Long Chen, stunned. Chapter 26:04 The High Priest's Encouragement. The high priest shook his head. I don't know that much about it, but I do know about the major affair that happened in the divine families those years ago. I have also inadvertently heard your mother mention how you came into her care. At that time, I found it to be far too coincidental. The timing matches perfectly. Long Chen's heart pounded. It seemed that the high priest knew about his origins. His voice quivered as he asked, High priest, my biological father and mother, are they still healthy? The high priest looked at Long Chen kindly. No matter how strong a person is, they still have fatal weak points. Did you grow afraid because you didn't hear what you wanted to hear in the divine families? Long Chen nodded. He truly was afraid. He was afraid that the day he learned the truth would be a day of tragedy, a tragedy that he could not stop or fix. Long Chen had a kind of bad feeling. During his time in the divine families, he hadn't felt any sense of home, nor had he sensed a familiar bloodline aura. According to reason, with the senses of the 9-star Hegemon body art, it was impossible for him to not feel anything if his father and mother were in the divine families. However, even after all that time in the divine families, he hadn't found a single clue. His heart sank. He felt fear. He was afraid that the moment things became clear, everything would vanish into smoke and mist. Another reason was because he wasn't strong enough. He didn't want to expose himself too early. Just who could be so cruel as to excavate a baby's spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone? Although Long Chen didn't have a child, he imagined that he would go crazy if such a thing happened to his child. It was something that could and would not be forgiven until everyone involved suffered the cruelest death imaginable. However, there did not seem to be such a thing in the divine families. In other words, there was only one possibility. That was the possibility that Long Chen was most afraid of. If things did reveal themselves, then he would not be able to endure. He would take vengeance immediately. However, if he wasn't strong enough, that would be suicide. That was why the current Long Chen felt extremely conflicted. He wanted to know the secrets of his origin, but he was also afraid to know. So Long Chen didn't want to go to the divine families and accidentally expose this secret. Therefore, now that the high priest mentioned this topic, he instantly tensed. He wished with all his heart that the high priest could tell him that his biological father and mother were still alive. High priest looked at Long Chen. Child, there are many rules in this world that cannot be changed. If a caterpillar wishes to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, it must endure the pain of the transformation inside the cocoon. No one can help you. This process is very important. If anyone helps you, you will not be able to experience what you need to experience. If a cocoon is broken for you, when you spread your wings to fly, you will find that your wings are powerless. No expert can walk a smooth path as it cannot create an expert. It is the difficulties on the journey that make an expert, so your hesitation will make you lose those opportunities. Could it be that even at this level you still believe in luck? If your luck isn't reliable, then rely on your power. Face what you need to face. You can't run from it, so walk toward it boldly. Furthermore, being pessimistic now is a bit too early. That final sentence brought Long Chen endless hope. The high priest seemed to be vaguely indicating that things weren't as dire as he had imagined. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen bowed deeply. Although he was a peerless heavenly genius in other people's eyes, Long Chen had his own soft spots. However, these words from the high priest relieved Long Chen of a heavy weight. It was like a curse had been expelled. His entire body became lighter, and he even felt like the air was clearer. Go, do what you need to do. These old bones of mine can endure for a while. You don't have less power on your side than others, so don't worry, said the high priest. Long Chen nodded gratefully. With the high priest's full support, he had plenty of confidence. "All right, then 3 days later I will take a trip to the divine families and see their attitude," said Long Chen. After Long Chen left, the high priest stared at the wine god's statue for a while, seemingly lost in memories. In the end, he smiled. A lion of a father cannot have a dog of a son. The divine families really are fools. Even after all that, they didn't learn. Could this all be the cycle of karma? The heavenly Tao's really are unfathomable. But Long Chen immediately went to see his father and mother after leaving the high priest. His return delighted the two of them. Mrs. Long immediately got to work cooking his favorite foods. Long Chen suddenly recalled his agreement with Tu Qiansheng and took advantage of the time before the food was ready to go see him. "Fatty, do you have any good wine?" "Huh, you?" Long Chen suddenly stared at Tu Qiansheng in shock. Long Chen was shocked to find that Tu Qiansheng's realm had also reached the peak of Nether Passage. This fatty had already missed his golden cultivation time, but his cultivation base was still crazily rising to the point that it even stunned Long Chen. You're amazed, right? It's because I broke through a major barrier in my wine Dao. Naturally, my realm will also increase. Here, have some of my newest wine. My recent breakthrough has to do with this wine in particular. You're blessed to have a chance to taste it. Other than the high priest, no one else has drunk this wine." Tu Qiansheng was extremely proud of this new wine. Even the scars on his face seemed to be blooming. "To tell the truth, I really like your wine the best. It's simple, direct, and strong. After drinking it, all other wines taste flavorless. I've long since been craving for more," said Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng's wine was incredibly strong. It could not be called fine wine, but after drinking it, a grand feeling would slowly fill his chest. This kind of feeling was something only Tu Qiansheng was able to draw out. "Here, drink a bowl." Tu Qiansheng passed a bowl of wine to Long Chen. It was dark red and roiling, and small bubbles continuously came out. These bubbles even had runes inside of them, making them look particularly strange but also novel. "Good wine. The fragrance is completely locked inside, and the wine energy circulates within it in a never-ending cycle. Your realm really has grown." Long Chen looked at the wine and praised Tu Qiansheng. Just this simple bowl of wine used the wine Dao to reflect the heavenly Daos. Just what kind of miracle had Tu Qiansheng run into to cause his wine Dao to soar to such a height? The wine god palace was truly mysterious. "Stop wasting words and drink it," said Tu Qiansheng impatiently. Long Chen raised the bowl and drank a mouthful. As a result, as soon as it entered his throat, he felt like it was exploding. Long Chen spat it out. As if prepared, Tu Qiansheng easily dodged, and the wine fell to the ground. Sizzling sounds rang out. The bricks in the floor had many small holes burned into them. After that, the very bricks themselves suddenly ignited. "Damn fatty, are you conning me? This is not wine," raged Long Chen. Even his voice was hoarse after that. What kind of wine was this? It was more like lava. If it was anyone else, they would probably have lost their life from this mouthful. "Stop spouting nonsense. If you keep complaining, you'll ruin the feng shui." Tu Qiansheng smiled disdainfully and drank his own mouthful of this wine. His expression didn't even twitch. He was extremely pleased with himself. Long Chen looked at the wine even closer. Looking at the countless bubbles, he realized that this wine's power was related to them. This time, Long Chen drank a small sip. He felt like he was drinking lava as it entered his throat. It was as painful as if he was swallowing millions of needles. When the wine finally reached his stomach, its power burst forth. Long Chen then felt his entire body heat up. He was like a boiled crab. As the fierce wine energy spread, a new wave came. This one was slightly cold. As it flowed through his burning body, an indescribable feeling of refreshment filled him. "Good wine." Long Chen couldn't hold back his praise. With this one sip, his pores were fully opened, and his spiritual yuan was stimulated. Even his blood qi was flowing rapidly. With just one sip, he instantly entered a combat-ready state. There was no need for a warm-up. This wine was truly powerful. "Ha ha ha," Tu Qiansheng laughed. Only the high priest had drunk this wine before, not because he had only shown it to the high priest, but because no one else could endure drinking this wine of his. A person had to have a powerful constitution to drink it, or it would be no different from poison. It was lonely being an expert, so the fact that Long Chen could drink this wine delighted Tu Qiansheng. He took out a jug of it and poured out 3 more bowls. When Tu Qiansheng poured out the 4th bowl, Long Chen hastily said, "This wine is too fierce. I have to eat with my parents soon, so I can't drink too much." Long Chen felt his blood qi surging throughout his body, almost to the point where he couldn't control it. Any more and his aura would burst out and he wouldn't be able to suppress it. If that happened, Long Tianxiao and Mrs. Long wouldn't be able to endure that pressure. After all, this was Long Chen's first time drinking this wine. He didn't have Tu Qiansheng's resistance toward it. "Fine, once you're done we can drink until we're happy," said Tu Qiansheng. Tu Qiansheng gave Long Chen 10 full jugs of this wine. These were no ordinary jugs. They contained their own giant spaces and could fit an entire house inside. Every jug weighed 5 tons, and this was all of Tu Qiansheng's stock. He gave it all to Long Chen, making even the shameless Long Chen feel too embarrassed to take it all. Tu Qiansheng stubbornly said that he could drink it whenever he wanted by making more, so Long Chen should take all of it. Once he got used to it, the two of them could have a real drinking competition. For a peerless winemaker, seeing someone else drink their wine delighted them even more than drinking it themselves. Tu Qiansheng was particularly fond of Long Chen, because Long Chen was the only one who liked his wine. After that, Long Chen returned home and ate with his family. They talked and laughed happily. At night, Long Chen held Mrs. Long's hand and gently told her about Long Xiaoyu, asking her to give Xiaoyu a bit more space. She shouldn't make Long Xiaoyu feel like she was drowning in a river of love. With this reminder from Long Chen, Mrs. Long also realized that she had been a bit too stubborn by wanting to keep Long Xiaoyu in her hands forever. Mrs. Long was reasonable, but as she spoiled and pampered Long Xiaoyu, she also grew dependent on her. She now realized that Long Xiaoyu was no longer a child. She had grown up. If she loved her, she had to give her freedom. Long Chen then spent 3 days at the Wine God Palace. The Pil de Yin left on the 2nd day, most likely to report the results of his mission to the divine families. After 3 days, Long Chen straightened out his emotions and set out to the divine families with a flying boat. However, as soon as he entered through their transportation formation, he was surrounded by countless experts. "Long Chen, how brazen! You dare to come to the divine families!" An icy-faced man blocked Long Chen's path. Chapter 26:05 Show of Power. "I've always been brazen. The entire martial heaven continent is aware of it. Are you acting like this to show just how stupid you are? Or is this simply a manifestation of your stupidity?" said Long Chen. This man was wearing silver robes, so he was most likely one of the guards of a sovereign sprout. But Long Chen didn't know which sovereign sprout he belonged to. That person's shout drew the attention of the surrounding warriors of the divine families, and they immediately formed an encirclement around Long Chen. Thousands of them glared at Long Chen furiously. "If you're here to show me the way, tuck away your tail and do your mission. If not, then scram. I haven't killed anyone in quite a few days. I don't want to start smelling like blood again," said Long Chen impatiently. "Don't be rude to our guest." A new group of people came over, and their leader was someone very familiar. It was the Long family's heaven elder, Elder Long. Only once he arrived, did that silver-robed person snort and leave. After that, Elder Long looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Have you been well?" "Nothing bad has happened to my body, but I don't feel too happy inside," said Long Chen lightly. Elder Long didn't take it badly. He only laughed and gestured to Long Chen. "Let's talk while we walk." As Elder Long had brought a group of experts from the Long family to accompany Long Chen, the other disciples of the divine families got out of their way, but not before glaring at Long Chen furiously, expressing all of their hostility. However, Long Chen didn't even look at them. "I'm curious, you seem very unhappy. Has there been some misunderstanding?" asked Elder Long as if they were just chatting happily. "Do I need to explain it clearly?" Long Chen frowned. Was he unaware of what the Long family had done? Elder Long looked at Long Chen. "I remember the first time we met, I told you that the Long family was willing to cooperate with you. This cooperation was to share risks and profits. Why mix random emotions into it as well?" Long Chen stared at him and thought about it. This truly was the case. His collaboration with the Long family was simply each side taking what they needed. The Long family had not promised him anything, and he had not promised the Long family anything. Elder Long smiled and suddenly switched to a spiritual transmission. "Long Chen, you're still too young, and you act based on your emotions. That's a betrayal of the original intent of our collaboration. You care too much about relationships. Due to the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion, you've almost started to think yourself to be a member of the divine families. Let me give you some personal advice. If you wish to collaborate with a giant existence, you can never use emotions because no major power will make decisions based on feelings. Their only goal is profit. If it benefits you, then do it. If not, then pull out. People standing to the side criticizing people's morals and blaming others are foolish trash. Other than cursing people, they have no ability. The Long family doesn't owe you anything. Likewise, you owe the Long family nothing as well. Each party is simply getting what they want from the other. Everyone is benefiting, right? Long Chen's heart jumped. Elder Long's cultivation base might not be high, but he was highly intelligent. He was able to use a spectator's viewpoint to see things clearly. Before this, Long Chen was angry because the Long family had not given him any information about what was going on in the star-field divine world. However, now when he thought about it, the Long family was under no obligation to tell him those things. They were part of the divine families, and they couldn't just expose their secrets to him. It went without saying that Elder Long was truly skilled. With just a few words, he made Long Chen's anger toward the Long family vanish. Many thanks for the reminder, Long Chen nodded. Elder Long smiled. What's between us is nothing more than a mutually beneficial collaboration. There is no need for thanks. Relationships with integrity and morality are between individual people and rarely between actual sex and powers. Remember, when it comes to large powers, only profit can draw them together. When the profits end, so does the relationship. I heard that you're very close with the Huyan sect, so I had assumed that you understood this principle. Never use feelings when it comes to business. Otherwise, you will become enemies with the other party. Long Chen nodded and then cupped his fists. Many thanks for your wisdom. Junior is enlightened. This reminder from Elder Long was extremely useful to Long Chen. Just the fact that he would do this while standing from the position of the Long family showed that he had his own bottom line. He was an elder worthy of respect. Elder Long simply smiled and didn't respond. After that, the two of them passed through two more transportation formations before arriving at a mountain. This was somewhere Long Chen had never gone to before. I'm only sending you here. The rest of the path is up to you, said Elder Long with a double meaning. Long Chen nodded with thanks and walked toward the mountain gates. When he passed through them, the world changed, and a straight path appeared stretching toward the mountain peak. All of a sudden, his body tightened when he saw that both sides of the path were filled with countless warriors of the divine families. These warriors were all true experts that had experienced countless battles. Right now, all of them had their hands on their weapons, killing intent exuding out of them. They were all experts at the peak of Nether Passage. Is this an intimidation tactic? How immature. However, I have no choice but to say that you succeeded, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen truly was shocked. So the warriors that he had seen in the star-field divine world were just a fraction of the warriors of the divine families. Their power was truly astonishing. However, Long Chen's words caused their murderous faces to twitch. They almost tripped. These warriors looked at Long Chen oddly, but they didn't say a word. Usually, the killing intent of 10 million experts was enough to make a person unable to move from the pressure, but it was useless against Long Chen. It seemed that he couldn't even sense it. Perhaps he had killed so many people that he was already numb to killing intent. Anyway, Long Chen knew that this was a show of might from the divine families. They wanted to shock him, to show him their terror. Therefore, Long Chen ignored them. He was swaggering through their formation, making these warriors clench their teeth angrily. It seemed that they were nothing in Long Chen's eyes. The next moment, weapons came out of their sheaths, and space solidified with freezing killing intent. However, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He continued walking according to his original tempo. The divine families really are powerful, but I don't see the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. It seems that they're still holding back. Long Chen's divine sense spread, but he didn't sense Sheng Qingfeng and the others' auras. Nevertheless, if you're trying to scare me, then you're wasting your energy. Long Chen shook his head. He disdained this way of handling things of the divine families. Did they view him as a coward? At this moment, those warriors even began to circulate their blood qi, raising their auras. I'm warning you, don't try using divine sense to lock me down or I'll slaughter you. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it. This is my only warning. Long Chen suddenly stopped and turned toward one particular person amongst the crowd. That warrior suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Others didn't know what had happened, but they knew that Long Chen had done something. In that instant, it appeared as if they were one step away from charging over and killing him. However, Long Chen continued walking. In the end, those warriors didn't attack, and Long Chen reached the end of the path. As he stepped up the stairs, before he even saw what was at the top, pressure crashed down. The bricks beneath his feet shattered, and it caused Long Chen's expression to change. This pressure was trying to force him to kneel. Moreover, this was a bloodline pressure, most likely the specific bloodline power of the divine families. Furious, Long Chen roared and erupted with his own blood qi. A majestic dragon roar resounded throughout the world. In the blink of an eye, the bricks around Long Chen exploded, and dragon scales covered his body. Right now, a blood-colored tide surged around him, blasting apart the pressure. Only then did Long Chen manage to raise his head and look at his surroundings. However, this made him even more furious. This was a palace with over 1,000 elders inside. These elders all had heavenly Tao runes revolving around them, seeming to be one with heaven and earth. They were all heaven-merging experts. This is how the divine families treat their guests. How fucking shameless. Why not just fight? Long Chen cursed and took out Evil Moon, pointing it at those elders. The divine families were really going too far, trying to embarrass him. This many heaven-merging experts were using their bloodline power to suppress him. Cheeky brat, are the divine families really trying to work together with such an unrefined person? An old woman snorted disdainfully. The divine families are actually working with someone so inferior. That's practically the greatest insult in our history, sneered an old man. As a human, he doesn't even have human blood. He uses the blood of a beast. What a half-breed, sneered another elder. Just as everyone was insulting him, Long Chen made his move. Long Chen arrived right in front of that person. With a simple slap, the elder's face caved in, and one of his eyes even flew out. As a result, everyone was stunned, not having expected that Long Chen would dare to attack in front of this many people. Furthermore, he wasn't affected by all this bloodline pressure. Brute, face your death, roared the slapped elder. At this moment, Long Chen directly stabbed Evil Moon through that elder's chest. Who dares to try and touch me? Shouted Long Chen. Chapter 2606 The Evil Hand. Long Chen had Evil Moon stabbing through the elder of the divine family's chest. Right now, black runes lit up on top of Evil Moon, filled with explosive power ready to be unleashed at any moment. Even if that elder was a heaven-merging expert, his life was still in Long Chen's hands. 7 other elders were just a few feet away from Long Chen, but they came to a sudden stop, not daring to attack. Although they detested Long Chen, they knew that he was a madman. He had even killed a sovereign sprout, so he wouldn't be afraid of killing one of their heaven-merging elders. In fact, this elder belonged to the Zhao family, so he naturally hated Long Chen to the bone. Their side had been extremely unwilling from the start to have Long Chen be invited here to chat. However, he had never dreamed that Long Chen would be able to ignore their bloodline pressure with the Azure Dragon battle armor. He was also the unlucky one to be standing closest to Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen barked at the other elders. He then spun the unlucky elder around, forcing those elders back. Long Chen, hurry and release Elder Zhao Xing, roared those elders. In response, Long Chen slapped the elder in his hand 36 times, and this happened in the blink of an eye. No one else was capable of face-slapping someone so smoothly, not even a sovereign. After all the slaps, that elder fell unconscious, and his head was no longer in a proper form. His face was no longer recognizable. On the other hand, Long Chen's killing intent was soaring. Calling him a half-breed was insulting his parents. After finishing his slaps, rather than sating his fury, Evil Moon's light suddenly grew. Stop! The various elders had thought that things would turn to negotiations once Long Chen's slaps were done, but Long Chen was going completely off conventional reasoning. He was going to kill his hostage. Suddenly, space twisted. Just as Evil Moon's power erupted, the elder vanished. Everyone was startled and turned to the front of the plaza to see a new group of people. Their leader was a square-faced middle-aged man in violet gold robes. He wore a crown and a jade belt. Divine runes flickered within his eyes whenever he blinked. When he arrived, it felt like space-time had been taken control over. It was as if all fluctuations within heaven and earth existed only for him. The world's laws seemed to revolve around him. This was a terrifying expert that could not be described with simple words. He was holding the elder that Long Chen had been about to kill. Greetings, Lord Venerate. All the elders bowed toward him. This was the divine family's Lord Venerate. Beside him were a few dozen people who had come with him. Amongst them were Feng Fei, Long Yashan, Yi Lianchen, and Jiang Wuchen. At this moment, Feng Fei was looking at Long Chen expressionlessly. It wasn't an expression of hatred, nor was it one of friendliness. She was still the same arrogant Feng Fei. As for Long Yashin, he was rather cold, simply staring at Long Chen indifferently. His expression didn't reveal anything, but there was an iciness in his eyes. Long Chen's actions last time had been extremely unsatisfactory to him. He had been sent to help Long Chen, but Long Chen had treated him as an enemy. Furthermore, for some reason, Long Yashin felt uneasy when it came to Long Chen, and this made him dislike Long Chen even more. Although the Long family wished for him to have a good relationship with Long Chen and pull him to their side, Long Yashin was extremely displeased with those orders, especially considering that Long Chen had cost the divine families their face. However, since Long Yashin stood on the side of the Long family, he couldn't push Long Chen away, so he didn't display kindness or malice toward Long Chen. As for Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen, their gazes were as sharp as swords. They were clearly overflowing with hostility toward Long Chen, especially Yi Lianchen, who didn't bother to conceal his killing intent. Last time, he hadn't been able to unleash his full power, allowing Long Chen to take the spotlight. That battle had allowed Long Chen's fame to soar. Experts always trampled over other people's corpses and dignity to advance, but no one was willing to be someone else's stepping stone, especially not people like Yi Lianchen and Jiang Wuchen. For Yi Lianchen in particular, being trapped by Hugh Linger and not even managing to have a direct clash against Long Chen was a humiliation. In the outside world, it appeared as if he and Jiang Wuchen had joined hands and still hadn't managed to match Long Chen. That drove him crazy. The Yi family had gone all out to force the Martial Heaven Alliance to pay, but the Lord Saint had suppressed things, so Yi Lianchen had no other choice but to temporarily suppress his anger. Heaven Executioner, this person has violated the divine family's taboos and lost our face. You should know what to do, said the Lord Venerate. His voice was deep and powerful. Disciple understands. I will immediately activate the execution coffin. A person behind the Lord Venerate stepped up. This person's skin was pale and his voice was soft, almost like a woman's. Moreover, his body was slender and his aura was also on the yin side. As soon as he spoke, Long Chen trembled. He stared in shock at that man. The man was reaching out to grab the elder when he sensed Long Chen's reaction, so he turned to look at him. His gaze was sinister like a viper's. Furthermore, his aura was completely bizarre. He was like a spirit from the underworld coming to reap people's lives. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. It was him, definitely him. This voice and his slender hands were identical. Long Chen had seen that pair of cruel hands take away his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. He had seen it in Future Lake back then, and he would never be able to forget it. Long Chen, calm down. Evil Moon's voice resounded through Long Chen's mind, waking him up from his shock and fury. What, do you know me? Asked the strange man. Long Chen suppressed his fury and coldly said, Yes, of course I know the divine family's executioner. I've long since heard that you are a bloody and merciless killer. Yi Yachen brought you up when I was in front of the yin-yang world. However, I didn't expect that this existence which inspires terror in people was actually someone who was not a man or woman. At this moment, every expert present sucked in a cold gasp of air. They stared at the Heaven Executioner, waiting for his reaction. The Heaven Executioner. This wasn't a name but a title. It was the highest level of authority within the Divine Family's Law Enforcement Division. The Heaven Executioner was in existence almost all members of the Divine Families were terrified of. He was called cold-blooded, merciless, and incomparably cruel because he had an almost perverted desire for torture. All those who had fallen into his hands regretted being born in this world. The Heaven Executioner had strange desires when it came to the human body, especially to those with special abilities. It was said that his private room was filled with people's organs. Those people that the divine families had executed were all studied by him. Other than a few people that could be counted, everyone in the divine families was afraid of this fiendish existence. Hence, for Long Chen to call him not a man or woman stunned them all. At the same time, quite a few people felt some admiration that he would dare to say the words that they did not dare to say. Little fellow, I'm very interested in you. The Heaven Executioner smiled. He whisked away the elder and vanished. Lord Venerate, Elder Zhao Xing was simply overwhelmed by a moment of anger. His words were a bit emotional, but Long Chen, the Zhao family head, immediately spoke up for Elder Zhao Xing's mercy. In fact, even the family heads couldn't offend the Heaven Executioner because being targeted by him was frightening. Their fear for him even surpassed their fear for the Lord Venerate. Therefore, the Zhao family head only spoke up once the Heaven Executioner was gone. As for the execution coffin, it was the divine family's most humane death sentence. A person would have their soul slowly extinguished inside. They would fall unconscious and not feel the slightest pain. Elder Zhao Xing ignored the orders of the Lord Saint. Death is too easy for him. The ones who previously insulted Long Chen can go see the heaven executioner themselves for the flogging punishment. The Lord Venerate waved his hand, disregarding the Zhao family head's pleading. The people who had previously insulted Long Chen all turned ashen. They didn't dare to say anything, though, so they left without another word. The other elders' expressions also changed. The Lord Venerate was truly enraged. He had killed one elder and punished dozens of others. Hence, everyone was silent. Quite a few people rejoiced that they hadn't said anything. As expected, calamity came from the mouth. At this moment, the Zhao family head's expression was ugly, but she could only sit back down. She then glared at Long Chen with rancor that almost turned solid. "Do you have any complaints about how I handled things?" The Lord Venerate turned to Long Chen, speaking surprisingly politely. This shocked everyone. Long Chen put away Evil Moon and smiled. "Nice job. First a show of might and then killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Not only that, you're also killing two birds with one stone. How could I have any complaints?" How could Long Chen not see through the Lord Venerate's intentions? The Lord Venerate had to have been here from the start. Why had he waited until Long Chen had been about to kill that elder? It was because if Long Chen killed him, it would lose the face of the divine families. But by doing it himself, he gave a show of power, not to Long Chen, but to the other elders of the divine families. Essentially, he had also used Long Chen. The Long family's deputy elder shook his head. Long Chen was still too young. How could he directly say such words? Was this not provoking the Lord Venerate? However, unexpectedly, the Lord Venerate smiled. "As long as you can see my sincerity, then it's fine. Why don't we have a proper conversation now?" Chapter 2607, The Most Terrifying Area. Long Chen hadn't expected the Lord Venerate to act so politely. However, considering that Long Chen represented the martial heaven continent with the Wine God Palace, elusive music Immortal Palace, the Divine Ice Palace, and the Martial Heaven Alliance, his status had truly reached that level, even if his cultivation base hadn't. Hence, he was qualified to speak equally with the divine family's Lord Venerate. Long Chen thought of Elder Long's words. If it was profitable to him, then they could talk. There was no need to talk about things that had nothing to do with profit, though. After that, Long Chen nodded. "Of course, the martial heaven continent is facing a tribulation, so we should be united against our common foes." The Lord Venerate smiled. "That's good. The plan to defend the martial heaven continent can be discussed with you and the four family heads. As for the details, you can slowly discuss it." Unexpectedly, after saying that, the Lord Venerate simply vanished. Long Chen was first confused, but then he understood. If he was the high priest, then the Lord Venerate would naturally have to discuss things himself. However, he was Long Chen. If the Lord Venerate came to talk to him, it would be lowering his seniority. Theoretically, the ones most suited to discuss this with Long Chen were Feng Fei, Long Yashan, Yi Lianchen, and Jiang Wuchen. But three of them had extreme conflicts with him. They probably would start fighting before they even finished discussing things, so the Lord Venerate left this discussion to the four family heads. Although the Zhao and Yi family heads felt hatred for Long Chen, considering that the Lord Venerate had just killed one of the Zhao family's important elders was enough to shake them. At most, they would only express some dissatisfaction. They wouldn't dare to go any further. A table was arranged within the palace. After that, the four families sent out one person each. However, those were not their family heads but their representatives. The Long family's representative was the deputy elder. He had a smile in his eyes as he looked at Long Chen. The representatives of the Jiang, Zhao, and Yi families also sat at the table. Right now, everyone in the palace was silent. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Long Chen sat, also not saying anything. Although he wasn't experienced in negotiations, he knew that the initiative was in his hands. There was no need to rush. With all of them silent, Long Chen directly shut his eyes, waiting for someone to lose patience first. The silence lasted a full incense stick's worth of time before the divine families, sighed, lost patience. The Jiang family's representative said, "Long Chen, let us discuss the current situation of the martial heaven continent. You should know why the martial heaven continent's heavenly geniuses are still not making their breakthroughs to the heaven-merging realm, correct?" Long Chen opened his eyes and emotionlessly said, Taoist Heavenly Feather said that we are waiting for the chi of the other worlds to enter the martial heaven continent. Once their laws are all mixed, we can make our breakthrough. At that time, we won't need to fear their laws. Jiang family elder nodded. Correct. In truth, both we and the experts of the other worlds are waiting for this chance. If they want to enter the martial heaven continent, they need to wait for the laws of their world to mix with the laws of the martial heaven continent. At that point, they can merge with the heavenly Taos. That way, they can freely walk upon the continent without being rejected by the continent's laws. Then no one will be limited and the true war will start. I hear that your friend entered the corrupt god cemetery and opened the gate to resentful Death City, causing the death spirit chi inside to be unleashed upon the continent. Do you know that this is opening another channel to the enemies of the martial heaven continent? That final turn was quite sharp. He managed to turn the matter of resentful Death City into a sharp weapon. By saying that it was done by Long Chen's friend, he was also pulling Long Chen under the burden of the responsibility of such a thing. Long Chen sneered. How laughable. Even if Mo Nian didn't enter resentful Death City, would resentful Death City not invade the continent? That's nonsense. Resentful Death City has remained isolated from the martial heaven continent the entire time. If someone didn't take the initiative to provoke them, why would they attack? Are you trying to avoid responsibility? Demanded the Zhao family's representative. Long Chen was startled to hear this. It seemed that they didn't know that he had entered resentful Death City. In other words, the corrupt path was not fully allied with the divine families. They didn't share all their information with each other. This was curious. What? You can't explain yourself. You can't even muster the courage to dare to accept responsibility for your own actions. The Zhao family's representative began to press the attack, thinking that Long Chen was made speechless by this line of questioning. Long Chen curled his lips. In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare do, nor is there any responsibility that I haven't picked up. Don't use your brainless heads to judge me. It will only show your own ignorance and immaturity. As for whether or not resentful Death City would attack the martial heaven continent, if you don't know the answer, you can go ask the Lord Venerate. Ask him where the battlefield of the last dark era occurred, and then we can talk some more. The elders were mystified, but while the four family heads' expressions didn't change, there was a subtle change in their gazes. Long Chen saw that they clearly knew something. In other words, even amongst the divine families, only the family heads were qualified to know the secret. The four representatives had no idea. Where are you trying to drag this conversation to? Don't change the subject, snorted the Zhao family's representative. Long Chen disdainfully said, It seems that your relationship with the corrupt path hasn't progressed to this point. Did they not tell you about how I entered resentful Death City and met Sovereign Zai Yang? What? All the experts shot up, staring in shock at him. Sovereign Zai Yang. Long Chen had seen Sovereign Zai Yang. If anyone else had said that, people would only scoff at them. But Long Chen was someone that Sovereign Mo Li called brother, so they had no choice but to believe him. Feng Fei, Yi Lianchen, and Jiang Wuchen were filled with shock. Yi Lianchen in particular was filled with envy. Just how did Long Chen manage to meet two different sovereigns? They were the strongest and most mysterious existences of the martial heaven continent. They had many secrets. Hence, any expert would long to have the honor of seeing one. If others knew that Long Chen had seen 4 of the 5 sovereigns, it was unknown whether or not these people would die from shock. Perhaps Yi Lianchen would even die of anger, right? Even the expressionless Long Yashin twitched. Long Chen's luck really was heaven-defying. Others had no choice but to be jealous. I also refuse to believe that the divine families do not know the origin of immortal Ascension City, added Long Chen. The various elders looked around, befuddled. They didn't know what that meant. They truly don't know about the secrets of resentful Death City. It is a forbidden land with a great deal of karma mixed within it, so even the family heads only know a bit. Don't make things hard on them. The Long family head finally spoke up. The Long family head was an old man with white hair, and so many wrinkles that it looked like he couldn't open his eyes. However, his voice was still powerful, ringing out like a drum. It didn't show any signs of old age. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded and turned back to the Zhao family's representative. Since you do know resentful Death City secrets, don't randomly blame others. Also, I'll ask you not to put on such an expression in front of me. At this distance, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back slapping you. That representative's expression changed, and a vein popped on his forehead. However, he was the closest to Long Chen and was truly afraid that Long Chen would suddenly slap him. That divine technique of Long Chen's was something that he doubted he could dodge. Unless he was at full attention, there was no way he could block this attack lacking any killing intent. By the time he reacted, it would already be over. If it was a punch or kick, then fine. But a slap was the most humiliating attack. Being struck would make him feel worse than being killed. The Lord Venerate asked you to discuss things with me, not interrogate me. You are not above me. Also, I'll remind you that if you refuse to work with us, both sides will suffer. I've given you enough face by coming here, showing you the sincerity of the martial heaven continent, and the Lord Venerate has also expressed the proper sincerity. I hope that a few blind people won't ruin this major matter. If you really wish to discuss this, we can discuss it properly. If not, we can part ways and not waste each other's valuable time, said Long Chen coldly. They had said that it was a discussion, but as soon as it started, it became an interrogation. That truly angered Long Chen. The divine families really were inefficient. As a result, the Zhao family's representative fell silent, and the others looked at the Long family's deputy elder. He finally said, Long Chen, the martial heaven continent's current situation is very worrying. There's already the yin-yang world and devil spirit mountain, but now resentful death city has been added to the equation. In truth, the divine families have been guarding the ancient battlefield this entire time. It is also an entrance to another world, but the level of danger there far surpasses the other three. Lately, we've been fighting with so many demonic beasts that it's starting to grow taxing on us. Furthermore, the channel linking the ancient battlefield to the martial heaven continent was originally concealed by a formation that we set up, but somehow it was broken. This channel is also going to open soon. Long Chen nodded. He had gone to the ancient battlefield before. That battlefield had left a deep impression on him. The battle between the experts of that era had left behind countless holes and cracks in the void that continued to exist. There will had yet to fade even after all this time. Furthermore, there was another channel linking the ancient battlefield to the place between the eastern Xuanhuan region and the southern Xuanhuan region. Long Chen had gone there before as a shortcut to the Skywood Divine Palace. He had heard some terrifying roars when he passed through there. These four areas are actually not the most terrifying one. The most dangerous area is the martial heaven sea ring. You should have heard of the heaven devastating bracelet, right? Said the Long deputy elder gravely. Chapter 26:08 Negotiation. I have heard that the legends say it is hidden beneath the martial heaven sea ring, but I've never managed to confirm if it is true or not, said Long Chen. Long Chen doubted the existence of the heaven devastating bracelet. What divine item was so big? That was far too exaggerated. Furthermore, anything about the heaven-devastating bracelet only existed in legend. There were all kinds of wild rumors about it, and none of that information was reliable. The heaven-devastating bracelet truly exists. It is also why the human race can only intimidate but not eradicate the sea demon race. The heaven-devastating bracelet lays at the bottom of the martial heaven sea ring. The secrets contained within are only known to the sea demon race. But now that the strongest heir of the six-horned sea serpent race has been killed by you, the sea demon race has been fully provoked, said the Yi family's representative. Long Chen interrupted, you actually have the face to bring up that matter. If it weren't for your help, would he have been killed by me? The Yi family's representative barked. That was completely unexpected. The one who started things was Yi Ming. Long Chen impatiently waved his hand. Let's not talk about such meaningless drivel. We can be simple and concise instead of you constantly trying to blame me for crap. The Yi family's representative was truly brazen to try to place blame on Long Chen once more, making it as if he was a criminal. But after being checkmated, their representative furiously sat down. Long deputy elder took over. The sea demon race is extremely mysterious. Furthermore, they have never revealed their full power, so we also don't know whether or not they can control the power of the heaven-devastating bracelet. This is why we cannot be careless when it comes to them. They are the most worrisome existence for us. The sea demon race used to have some ongoing relationships with our divine families, but ever since Taoist Heavenly Feather killed one of their experts, they've gone silent. This is not a good premonition. If they're such a scourge, why not join forces and eradicate them now? Asked Long Chen. You say it so simply. Do you know how powerful they are? Do you know that they very likely have an existence that can match the Lord Venerate? Snorted the Yi family's representative. Idiot, if you don't try, how will you know whether or not they're faking it? Did you think spouting crap here will allow you to figure out their true power? Is your head devoid of a brain? Retorted Long Chen. You. Stop, the Long Deputy Elder hastily interrupted once more. Let's talk specifics. We still hope to placate the sea demon race before it comes to that. The divine families will discuss this with them. However, Long Chen, you might have to sacrifice a bit. Sacrifice what? Do you want me to apologize to them? That is impossible. Long Chen directly refused. He wished to wipe them out of existence, so how could he apologize to them? Of course you don't need to apologize personally. All you have to do is let out rumors, allowing the sea demon race to get out of their embarrassing situation. As long as you don't expose those rumors, it will be fine, said the Long Deputy Elder. Long Chen thought about it. When it comes to the sea demon race, it is impossible for me to work together with them, because sooner or later I will wipe them out. These words caused the expressions of these experts to change. That was quite the claim, as not even the divine families would dare to make such a declaration. The Long Deputy Elder said, that is something for the future. As the sea demon race is also one of the existences living on the Martial Heaven continent, if the Martial Heaven continent is destroyed, they will lose their home as well. They won't just watch as the continent is destroyed. However, we must prevent them from taking advantage. If they launch an attack while we are badly wounded from the war, the consequences will be unimaginable. His words were clear. If Long Chen wanted to fight the sea demon race, then no one would bother him. However, the timing was important. At the very least, now was not the time. Long Chen shrugged. If you ask me to take a step back when it comes to them, I'm not doing it. But I've never bothered with the rumors that spread through the world anyway. It's just that if the sea demon race suddenly shows up in front of me, well, my temper isn't very good. I'll do what I have to do. Long Chen made no promises when it came to the sea demon race. If the divine families wanted to pull them in, then fine. But he wouldn't be part of it. If the sea demon race really thought that he was afraid of them, then Long Chen wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Once he slapped them to death, the divine families shouldn't blame him. The Long Deputy Elder bitterly smiled. This character of Long Chen's really was tough. He refused to take a single step back. Elder Long, during normal times when it comes to our personal matters, perhaps I could give you face and make a slight concession. But right now, you are representing the divine families, and I am representing the Martial Heaven Alliance. There can be nothing personal about this discussion, said Long Chen. The Long Deputy Elder nodded, not taking offense. Then let us discuss Pill Valley next. They have the inheritance of gods, and while they appear to just be a pill refining and selling place in truth, they also possess immense power. The pill fairy Yu Qingxuan in particular has become a divine daughter. She has received a god's blessing and her power is unfathomable. Once she activates the light of belief, her power will reach unimaginable levels. If we wish to fight off the enemy experts, Pill Valley's power is indispensable. So, as long as they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them, said Long Chen. For some reason, he felt a sharp pain when he thought of Yu Qingxuan's beautiful and icy face. Yu Qingxuan was originally warm and kind to everyone. Her heart was beautiful during his time at Pill Valley. Once, she had even saved Long Chen by giving him her jade plate to protect him. Back then, she had been willing to take on a calamity so that he could escape. Long Chen had never forgotten this. However, the current Yu Qingxuan was no longer the old Yu Qingxuan. She had become cold and emotionless. Her head was only filled with the edicts of the gods as though she didn't have her own soul. She was like a puppet, and Long Chen couldn't save her. He could only watch as she fell into the enemy's hands. She had fought against him multiple times since. He had hated her at those times, but afterward he was unable to feel hatred. If Long Chen had to hate someone for it, it would be Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite, the two gods using the belief of their believer to turn Yu Qingxuan into an emotionless puppet. He felt powerless when it came to Yu Qingxuan. If the divine families were really able to allow Pill Valley to remain neutral with him, he naturally wouldn't go find trouble for them. That's good. Then as for the corrupt path, Yi Ming has probably been brainwashed by the experts of the other world, becoming their puppet. The corrupt path can essentially be wiped out of the Martial Heaven continent, said the Long Deputy Elder. However, by saying essentially, he had left some room. Whether or not they were targeting the corrupt path would be up to the higher-ups. The corrupt path hadn't had any further connection with the divine families during this time, and they even hid the matter of Long Chen entering resentful Death City. That already showed their intention. Most likely, the corrupt path was going to aid the experts of resentful Death City to attack the Martial Heaven continent. If you're done with your issues, let's talk about one of my issues. Why are the divine families targeting Yun Tian? After all, he is Sovereign Yun Shang's son. Sovereign Yun Shang was the leader of the five sovereigns, an unrivaled hero of the continent. Why would you target his son? Long Chen's gaze swept across Feng Fei and the others. Well, the Long deputy elder didn't know how to answer. It's very simple. Each generation only has enough karmic luck to permit one sovereign to be born, and every heavenly genius is fighting for that spot. It is a survival of the fittest, so your question is laughable, sneered Yi Lianchen. Long Chen nodded. This answer is satisfactory. However, Yun Tian is my brother. If anyone targets him, I will fight them. If someone kills him, I will have an undying enmity with that person. Even if the competition for the position of sovereign is a survival of the fittest, as you said, we all have our reasons. The divine families hadn't given a direct reply to why they wanted to kill Yun Tian. Long Chen believed that things definitely weren't as simple as they appeared to be on the surface. Furthermore, Yi Lianchen's words had also infuriated him. Since he wanted it to be a survival of the fittest, fine. Long Chen would cut off his head to show him how it was a survival of the fittest. This brief exchange between Long Chen and Yi Lianchen caused the atmosphere that had just started to lighten to tense up once more. After that, the Long deputy elder suddenly stood. We can end this discussion here. As for guarding the various passes, the details of how many people each side will send, we can figure it out later. Having reached this point in the discussion, he didn't want to go any further. Long Chen's temper was not good. Who knew whether he would ruin the entire discussion due to one small thing? The divine families, elders then dispersed. From the side, Yi Lianchen glared at Long Chen coldly before leaving with Jiang Wuchen and the others. Long Chen also had someone sent to him to accompany him away. Once he was out of the palace, he saw that Elder Long had been waiting for him. "How were the negotiations?" said Elder Long. "All right, many thanks for your reminder. It allowed me to keep a level head during this discussion," said Long Chen. As he said this, all the elders sending him off had disdainful expressions. This was called keeping a level head. He had slapped the face of an elder and would have killed him if it wasn't for the Lord Venerate's interference. If that was keeping a level head, then what would he do when he lost his head? Tear down the entire palace. Elder Long laughed. "This aspect is something that I learned from the Huiyun sect. They are the truly wise ones. They have the self-restraint to never get angry." Speaking of the Huiyun sect, Long Chen suddenly thought to himself that they had been very low-key during this time. It seemed that they hadn't made any moves. That was curious. "Long Chen, let's go see the family head. Perhaps you can obtain some useful information there," transmitted Elder Long. Long Chen hesitated for a moment but then nodded. He was nervous. He was getting closer and closer to his origins. Elder Long then led Long Chen through the Long family's territory. Atop a tower, the sinister heaven executioner watched as Long Chen left. Hatred and killing intent that stems from the depths of his soul. How strange. The heaven executioner narrowed his eyes. His fingers tapped the table as he was lost in thought. Chapter 26:09 The Eighth Heavenly Dragon Legion's Trouble. Long Chen followed Elder Long to the Long family's territory. When they arrived, the family head was already waiting for them with the various elders in charge. After sending Long Chen here, Elder Long retreated. It seemed that he wasn't qualified to attend such a meeting. Over 300 elders of the Long family had gathered here, and they were all heaven-merging experts. However, when they looked at Long Chen, they didn't show any hostility. Instead, they seemed to view him in high regard. The family head laughed boisterously. Today's gathering was quite lively. As expected, heroes come from the youths. The Long family's people all had smiles on their faces. The Long family had been fighting against the Yi family for a long time. Now that the Yi family had joined forces with the Zhao family, it could be said that Long Chen had managed to land a fierce blow for the Long family. Family head is overpraising me. Long Chen cupped his fists, not quite knowing what the Long family had called him here for. They had just finished their discussion with the four divine families, so why would they call him here now? Did the Long family not care about arousing suspicion? "Come, let's sit and talk." The Long family head suddenly waved his hand. The various elders retreated, leaving behind only just over 10 core elders such as the deputy elder as well as Long Yashin. After that, a golden praying mat appeared beneath everyone. Long Chen was about to sit when Evil Moon suddenly sent him a message. "Hold it." Long Chen was already squatting when he came to a sudden stop. The Long family head stared at him in confusion. Long Chen smiled. "As a junior, I have to invite seniors to sit first." The Long family head laughed. By inviting you here, it means that we view you as family. There is no need for such formalities." However, Long Chen still waited for everyone else to sit before he himself sat. When he sat, he clearly sensed the atmosphere grow a bit odd. Long Chen said, "Senior, may I ask what instructions you have for this junior?" "There's not much to say. You are one of the martial heaven continent's young heroes. As for Long Yashin, he is the strongest expert of the Long family's junior generation. There have been some misunderstandings between the two of you before, so I'm hoping to use this chance to smooth things out between the two of you," said the deputy elder. "Please give me pointers." Long Yashin extended a hand. Long Chen looked at Long Yashin's hand and shook his head. "Between experts, there is no need for such formalities. I have a certain eccentricity that I don't like holding hands with anyone other than beautiful women." Long Yashin's expression sank. His gaze became as sharp as a blade. The deputy elder hastily stood and laughed. "Youngsters all have such characters. Time will slowly wear such a thing down. Well then, Long Chen, the martial heaven continent still has many things for you to do. I'll send you off." "Goodbye," Long Chen stood. He cupped his fists to the family head and left. After he was gone, Long Yashin's killing intent became apparent. "I will definitely kill him." "Yashin, it's not wise for you to expose your power right now. You have to endure," said the family head. "HMPH, do your best not to let me come into contact with him again, or I really won't be able to hold myself back." Long Yashin snorted and left. It seemed that in his eyes, even the family head wasn't someone he had to be particularly respectful toward. Hearing this, the various elders could only look at each other. No one was saying anything. The family head finally broke the silence. "Long Chen only has so much potential, and he is too wild to be used by the Long family. In the future, don't bother wasting the effort to drag him over. We also don't want Yashin to be uncomfortable. It's not worth it." "Yes," the deputy elder nodded. They had originally wanted to pull Long Chen over to the side of the Long family, but as Long Chen gained more backers, his arrogance also grew. After that, more space was created between him and the Long family. Then, adding in that Long Yashin hated him, they could only set aside that thought. "Arrange for Long Chen to enter the ancient battlefield. Try to use that method to tie him down," said the family head. "Understood. I'll arrange it right now." The deputy elder nodded and left. The various elders also began to take their leave. In the end, only the family head remained. At that moment, space twisted and two figures appeared. "Lord Venerate, Heaven Executioner." The family head bowed slightly. The divine families, Lord Venerate and Heaven Executioner, had come. After that, the Heaven Executioner picked up the prayer mat that Long Chen had sat on. "There's no reaction. It seems that I was overthinking things. He's not that vile spawn." The Heaven Executioner shook his head. "However, Long Chen really does look like him. It makes me uneasy. Countless people died in that battle. We still don't even have a tenth of our original heaven-merging experts. If it weren't for that battle, the divine families would have long since taken control over this world. The martial heaven continent would have no choice but to listen to our orders," said the family head hatefully. "Saying those things now is meaningless. As long as we've proven that Long Chen isn't his descendant, everything is fine," said the Lord Venerate. "It can be confirmed. The prayer mat has the Long family's ancestral rune on it. The spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone can be concealed, but the soul can't be changed. He truly doesn't belong to the Long family," said the Heaven Executioner. The Lord Venerate nodded. "Good. The divine families no longer have their old power, so we'll have to borrow the power of the martial heaven continent. Do your best not to provoke Long Chen to prevent any further side issues from arising. The only concerning ones are Yi Lianchen, Jiang Wuchen, Feng Fei, and the others," said the family head. "I'll warn them. The martial heaven continent's current situation isn't optimistic. There can be no mistakes. The pressure on the divine families is also unprecedented," said the Lord Venerate, sighing. Long Chen was sent off, and the one leading the path was once more Elder Long. This time, no one else accompanied them, so it was just the two of them. "Elder Long, is the Heaven Executioner very powerful?" asked Long Chen casually. "Very powerful. He's an expert on the same level as the Lord Venerate, but..." Elder Long suddenly shut his mouth. "But what?" Elder Long hesitated. But after being stabbed through the chest by a sword, a fist-sized hole remained all the way to this day. He has no way to heal it. Due to this wound, his power is suppressed, and his cultivation base is starting to regress. That might be why his character is a bit An expert on the same level as Lord Venerate was given a wound that has yet to heal. Then who was the one who gave him that wound? An expert from one of the other worlds, asked Long Chen. No, it was someone from the Long family. Long Chen's heart pounded. He wanted to keep asking questions when Elder Long raised his hand. It's not convenient to speak in this region. Long Chen was startled. It seemed that Elder Long knew a great deal despite not being a heaven-merging elder. Furthermore, Elder Long seemed to be hinting at something to Long Chen. Did he know something? Long Chen suddenly felt him to be quite mysterious. Can I trust you? Probed Long Chen suddenly. Perhaps, Elder Long nodded. The two of them arrived at a transportation formation. However, at that moment, a bloody warrior came out of it. When Long Chen saw that person, he was startled to find that he looked a bit familiar. Long Chen, you're here. That person instantly recognized Long Chen. He was one of the vice-commanders of the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. What happened? Asked Elder Long. We don't know what's going on. Our camp was suddenly attacked by many demonic beasts and they surrounded us. We had sent out a distress signal, but no one from the surroundings came to help us. We suspect that they have also been attacked. Because of it, we had no other choice but to send someone back here to request reinforcements. Elder Long, you have to send someone, said the vice-commander urgently. All right, I'll send some people right now. Elder Long took out his jade plate and immediately got to work. Let's go, I'll take a look. Long Chen naturally wouldn't just sit there with the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion in trouble. For the Divine Family's reinforcements to arrive would definitely take some time. Long Chen and the vice-commander then left together. Meanwhile, Elder Long looked at the jade plate in his hand. He couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. After 2 transportations, Long Chen and the vice-commander arrived at the battlefield. This was his second time here, and the smell of blood struck him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, during this time, more and more demonic beasts have been appearing. Defending against them has also grown more difficult. Long Chen summoned lightning wings, carrying the vice-commander as he sped off. Ever since they had returned from the Starfield Divine World, the demonic beasts of the ancient battlefield had grown even more violent. Their numbers also multiplied. Because of this problem and the fact that the defensive line within the ancient battlefield was too long, the divine families were forced to shrink their defensive zone, but it still wasn't enough to resolve this problem. Recently, a large number of warriors had been called back to the divine families. It was unknown if it was to intimidate Long Chen, but the demonic beasts had noticed and taken advantage of it to launch an attack. Hence, the 8th Legion was now surrounded. As for the closest forces to them, they had also unleashed distress signals. However, no reinforcements could be seen. It seemed that the other areas had also been attacked. When the two of them arrived at the 8th Legion's camp, Long Chen saw an endless sea of demonic beasts. It's doomed. The final defensive line has also been breached. I don't know if our brothers can endure. The vice-commander instantly turned pale when he saw the current state. When he had left for reinforcements, the 8th Legion had still been holding on. By relying on their defensive structures and tools, they had been barely able to keep the demonic beasts back. But now, their defensive line was broken. Activate your defenses, shouted Long Chen. The vice-commander was confused, but then thunder boomed, and Long Chen's speed instantly shot up. As a result, the vice-commander felt like his body was going to be torn apart, and he hastily summoned his defenses. Long Chen quickly spotted a mountain, where the 8th Legion's warriors were trapped by demonic beasts. Boom! Long Chen smashed into them like a shooting star. Following that, a cold shout rang out. Raging flames devour the heavens. Berserk flames instantly exploded out of him, spreading in a wave that devoured this battlefield.